Nida, candidate for Congress in North Carolina 4, will be talking about being pro-worker and anti-oligarchy, and then Bernie Sanders endorsed candidate that is currently being attacked by AIPAC pretty mercilessly. How that feels. And will she be a part of that left flank coalition that I like to talk about all the time? Iran and Cuban relations. The Israelis threw a tantrum because the war hasn't started and bombed a lot. Yeah, I know. We'll get to all of that and more. So, you might be the first 34-year-old adult that needs a parental app on Twitter, parental app control on Twitter. You're wrong. Nice jacket. We like it when you dress up. Thank you. I don't even know where I have this jacket from. I think I literally got this jacket when I did that like Cutie Cinderella murder mystery show. Is this the streamer Spy from last night? Oh yeah, this is who I said was the spy. Burnt Peanut. I mean, I'm joking. I know that like his fans actually take it very seriously, get very mad, but just some Tel Aviv sounds, you know? Tel Aviv's favorite streamer. Burnt Peanut. Anyway, get in now. Who is this DJ? I don't know. I don't even think it's actually from Tel Aviv. Anyway, folks, do we have a blast off or what? Friend of the show, got your precog ability. Do we have a blast off?
I think we can.
Do we have a blast off meme or not? W explaining to kids through gaming was educational yesterday. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Jarvis give Israel $5 billion. This is hilarious. That's great. All right. Oh, that's great. Okay, I'll be using that one. I'm in a much better mood if you might have, as you might have noticed today. I had a wonderful conversation with the Aussie boys. I'm trying to get them on the flotilla situation in Cuba, and it got me really excited. I'm gonna be a little sincere for a moment. You know, I really miss those guys. I really love those guys, and I was super stoked that they were actually interested. So I'm trying to figure it out. I've also, the other reason why I was late is because I've been working on the aid convoy thing that we're setting up with Progressive International, and there might be some really cool guests. There might be some really cool people going to Cuba. Now, it's not 100% yet, and I won't tell you. You're not normally sincere. I don't like to be very, I don't really talk about the feelings of being like lovey-dovey. You know what I mean? Anyway, Clinton Epstein panel disrupted. Cuba attacked by Florida Cubans. Nida Allam. North Carolina forum breaks fast over AIPAC attacks. Geneva, Iran talks. Ben Rhodes on Iran and Cuban relations. Get in now. Head of Code Pink was on Democracy Now! Talking about Cuba today. Oh, yeah, we're going to be linking up with Code Pink as well, of course. Dude, you're gay all the time. It's true. I am gay all the time. Incredible moves being made at the Daily Wire. I saw. But yeah, I'm working on a very, very cool group of people, hopefully, that will be joining us. What will America look like after the midterms? Will we even have a fucking midterms? I don't know. We'll see. U.S. pilot who was honeypotted was selling F-15 secrets to China. First of all, he was not honeypotted. Okay, he's an honorable man, a 65-year-old pilot. We'll talk about that. That's such a Felix Biederman-ass story. Are you gay all the time or simply a beautiful son of the Ottoman Empire? I'm gay all the time because I'm a beautiful son of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was objectively very gay. Anyway, let me turn on the rotisserie chicken light. Also, the fuck? That's why people are talking about what the fuck is this doing here? I don't even know. God, embarrassing. One of the best parts about having a large dog is when you get cute aggression, you can literally wrestle them. She needs a spotlight. She's made for it. I agree. Anyway, I assume you're going to talk about the Daniel Leary anti-Semitic protesters and smears against DSA as a DSA SF member. It fucking sucks how many people just openly lie about what happened. Yeah, I briefly covered it. Shocker just once. Please, it started the stream. You got it. Why were you screaming? Do you never, when you encounter your dog, when you see your dog sometimes and they're being cute as fuck, you don't ever feel like you want to just like yell? That's crazy. It's called cute aggression. Update from your biggest aught. What is this? Gay and Lebanese explain?
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah. All the time. Yeah, I just when I see Kaya throughout the day, I fucking lose my mind. Sometimes I'll like run up to her. Sometimes I'll wrestle with her, you know what I mean? Donald Trump and Zohran Mamdani are said to have an unannounced meeting at the White House today, the New York Times reports. Bro, any further thoughts regarding the industry plan in the streamer space? No. What is this? Is total bullshit from Zohran?
It's bullshit. He's paying $30 an hour for people to shovel snow. Who's paying for it?
The taxpayers.
Exactly. Who's benefiting from it?
Also the taxpayers.
It's bullshit. He's paying $30 an hour for people to shovel.
Yeah, I saw this. That's autism stimming, baby. I don't think cute aggression is autism, dude. I think like non-autistic people also experience cute aggression. No? Am I crazy? Love your fit, what you're wearing. Thank you. The most predictable thing to ever happened. Oh yeah. We'll talk about the MAGA, the MAGA meltdown on anti-Semitism. Is it autism linked? I don't know. Yes, cute aggression is for everyone. It's literally a human thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. I just have it. I know I have it, you know? But you kind of look like a substitute teacher. Good. Okay, so I have a lot to cover today. A lot to talk about because there is a lot of stories to get to. I didn't even realize that Zohran Kwame Mamdani was meeting up with Trump. He didn't check in. Little bro didn't check in with big bro. You know what I mean? He's just kind of doing his own thing nowadays. It's fucked up. In any case, new article, record 129 members of the press killed in 2025. Israel responsible for 2/3 of the deaths. Okay, we'll cover that as well. I get cute aggression when I see my heart horse, but I fear I just annoy or scare him if I ran up and started squishing his face. I have to do it. And luckily with my puppy, she's fine with it, or at least she got used to it. I know why cute aggression happens. Your brain has to keep itself balanced, so because you're so excited to see your cute dog, your brain evens it out by making you aggressive. Hassan, you're a gym bro. What did they do wrong? Oh, I don't want to even show this. Oh, God, I can't even look at that. Don't step foot in Chattanooga, bro, or you'll become an urban legend. I'm constantly smooching my cat, and sometimes I just want to squeeze her. Very normal. Thank you for telling me that. Update from your biggest. Okay, here is the Austin clip that you want me to watch. What is it?
Well, I don't.
And you definitely said that you were.
Well, so I don't want to dispute the fact that I didn't say that I was gay and Lebanese, both of which are true.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you the sequence of events because I didn't articulate myself the way that I would have liked. Okay. This is how it went.
Sure.
Hassan Piker, notorious homophobe and radical left-wing political commentator,
Yes,
decided that he would go, I'm gay and Lebanese,
right,
as an impersonation of me.
Correct.
Okay.
And Lebanese.
I don't understand. He just said it. He keeps saying it. That's like his main thing. That's what he's known for. And for some reason, he just keeps denying it, dude. It's literally him.
Impersonated the impersonation of me, and that was captured in time. And then he forgot that he did the impersonation of me, and then said that was what I said. And he was,
I don't know if that was the debate. The debate was it was you in the clip because
Yes.
you didn't think it was you in the clip.
Well, let me go on the record and correct myself.
Yeah.
It was me in the clip.
Okay, good.
It was.
Yeah, it's true. Why are we covering the gay Lebanese guy? It's important. It's important because this is a broadcast where we cover the truth, okay? And some of my gayest and most Lebanese ops will routinely engage in an act known as lying. Is he really claiming friendship copyright? Austin is gay and Hassan is homophobic. Got it? Yes. See this? Kansas invalidates driver's license and birth certificates. Yeah, I just saw. Kansas is attacking trans people again. Fucking psychopaths. We'll be talking about that as well. It's one day of the year. Hassan sees every chat I send. Yes. Yes, Mamdani is packing, dude. 16 inches. And he plows. So it's true. Hassan, I must know, do you ever want to eat Kaya? Like take a little bite of her head when you feel the cute aggression? Do I want to bite? I do bite her. I bite her all the time. The problem is she's so hairy, and then her hair gets stuck in my mouth. Yeah, I bite her little fat lumps. When she's laying in bed, like a rotisserie chicken, I have to bite her little fat lumps. Is that weird? Like little fat rolls. I don't think that's weird. That's the whitest thing about you. Oh, dude, that's why the whole like dog abuse saga was so devastating for me, because I am a white woman when it comes to my dog. Like I don't play around. Like I love my dog. I'm like an old white lady with loving my dog. Straight up. I mean, she does it to you. That's true. She does. She nips at me when we're playing. I might as well bite back. Do you think what they are doing with trans people is a trial run for a broader push to unilaterally revoke the idea of non-white Americans being them fraudulent? Oops, thousands of disenfranchised voters. Yes. Okay, enough conversations about cute aggression. Okay, we're done with that. We are going to do the news, because there's a lot of news. Demasius, do you have a playlist? I don't know if you're in here. I don't know if you sent a playlist or not. I just I guess we can start off with did you see baby dogs in the news again? Oh, hell yeah. Before we get to the Epstein stuff, let's just play. I want to start by telling you that yeah, I got it, the Macy's. Thank you. I want you guys to hold on to your butts, because what you're about to see is unparalleled charisma, a sexual dynamo, a deity in the like, a deity in the making, a panther. Chuck Schumer talks about the State of the Union and the floor of the Senate. Let's take a look.
Last night was not America's State of the Union. It was Donald Trump's state of delusion. For 2 long hours, the president stood in the House chamber congratulating himself, inflating his own ego, but offering no solutions to our country's many problems. He's in a bubble. He doesn't even have a clue about what the average American family is going through. Donald Trump patted himself on the back so many times, I thought he'd fall down. While Donald Trump kept claiming that America is back and that we're, quote, winning so much we don't know what to do about it, that's only half true. We are not winning so much, but he sure has no idea what to do about the problems in America, and he admitted it right there himself.
Can he say that? Can he say that? Bro, dial it back, Chucky. Dial it back, Chuck. Oh my God, bro. He's roasting him. He's roasting his ass, bro. That's crazy.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Is this legal? Flag on the play. Flag on the play, bro. This is the strongest of the strongly worded letters, you know?
People back home were asking something different than what the speech addressed. They're asking, what about my electricity bill? How am I going to pay for my groceries? How am I going to afford a doctor? Donald Trump ignored all these things during his speech last night. Frankly, I've never heard a State of the Union speech, and I've heard quite a few, where the president's rhetoric and the country's reality were so far apart.
Yo, dude. God, he's so fucking goated. This guy's gonna save the nation, dude. Damn, he really daggered the old man. He was like, Mr. President, cut it out. There's a dang Cheeto in the White House. This condemnation is reaching China harshly condemning Israel levels. No. This doesn't even reach that standard. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. This doesn't even hit the trade maxing standards of China. It's awesome, dude.
Instead, Donald Trump spent most of his speech focused on the accomplishments not of his administration, but on the accomplishments of other Americans whose accomplishments he has nothing to do with. We're all proud of the men and women hockey teams that just won golds in the Olympics. We're all proud and grateful of our veterans. They deserve honor. But Donald Trump didn't have anything to do with these accomplishments. He had so little to say about what he accomplished that he had to just go on and on about accomplishments of others. And folks back home want to hear about what the president is doing to help with their problems. They don't want to hear a fantasy that everything is going great, but it got worse. Trump didn't simply ignore the affordability crisis, he mocked it yet again. The average American sitting at their table trying to figure out how they're going to pay that damn bill was furious that he said it doesn't matter. It's truly stunning to watch a bill.
This is the stupidest attack angle. You're literally making him sound like he's selfless. I gave up already. I mean, this is so fucking stupid. God, I hate Chuck Schumer so much. Schmuck Schumer. Oh my God, brother. Oh my fucking God, he is unbearable. Okay. I can't keep watching this. I can't keep watching this because I'm too turned on. Here's a video of Schumer saying we're being too soft. Oh, this is from before. This is when the last 12-day war, before the 12-day war happened with Iran and Israel. This was Chuck Schumer's attitude to Donald Trump. It was like, Taco Trump.
Comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran. Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio.
Why are you so against people taking baby steps? How can he ever come to your position if you make fun of every baby step he takes? Are you talking about Chuck Schumer? That's how everyone starts. No, you think Chuck Schumer at the age of like 87 is actually going through a radical transformation where he's going to become a Marxist-Leninist? Are you fucking stupid? He has room to grow. What are you talking about? Chuck, Israel is my only ambition, Schumer? Really? Yeah, Chuck Schumer's Chuck Schumer's actually a tender queer, okay? He's going through his journey right now. And that's why he has a lot of room to grow. He's learning about all the different ways. He's experimenting with his body. He's becoming a non-binary Marxist-Leninist. He's on his socialist arc. Mind you, the man is 75 years old and this chatter wants you to baby him. Wait, what? Is he 75? I thought he was like 80. It's satirical trolling of your usual charitability, bro. I don't think that person is being serious. I think that person is like obviously making a meme, right? Like there's no one. I don't think there's a single person in the United States of America that looks at Chuck Schumer who has like very hardened positions after being in Congress for like 80 fucking years, who genuinely thinks that Chuck Schumer is on a journey to become more radical or something. No liberals say that shit. No liberal says that because liberals don't even like Chuck Schumer. Liberals want Chuck Schumer to get the fuck out of the way. Chuck Schumer's approval rating in the Democratic Party is one of the lowest in the country. He hasn't heard the right arguments. We can make it. Okay, maybe he is being sincere. I think this chatter is a stroke victim. That's what's going on. If he's being sincere. Yeah. He's on a journey to bed. Yeah, he's gonna become a leftist, dude. He's gonna become true left. Chuck Schumer for DSA, please.
Are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it.
He's literally mad. At that point, he was mad that Trump might do a side deal with Iran that actually avoids disaster. This was last time. Okay. Some find it hyperbolic when those of us on the left talk about there being a uniparty or suggest that there's significant convergence between the Dems and the GOP. They might not literally be the same, but there are areas of violent agreement, and these are often the most dangerous. Case in point, says Luke Savage, Here you have the leader of the nominally liberal, reform-minded opposition attacking Trump and Rubio from the right for not being aggressive and hawkish enough. The dominant tendency in both parties when it comes to foreign policy heaves pretty close to Bush-era neoconservatism, albeit with some periodic aesthetic and rhetorical differences. And when it comes to the Democrats, stuff like Schumer's posturing around Trump and Iran also tells you they don't really believe in any of the democracy on the brink rhetoric they've campaigned and fundraised on since 2016. Because if you really thought Trump was an aspiring fascist dictator and a menace to American democracy itself, you wouldn't also be encouraging him to start wars, let alone applauding his State of the Union. Now, of course, I think Luke Savage, who writes for The Atlantic, The Washington Post, doesn't realize that this is not a new video. This is an old video. This is from before the 12-day war, where Chuck Schumer was, flanking the Republicans from the right, as Democrats are known to do when it comes to military posture against Iran, right? But it doesn't matter, because it actually is complementary to his current perspective, which is, as long as Trump informs the public about why he must militarily and ruthlessly dominate Iran, then I'm fine with it. Because that's what Chucky Boy's take is, okay? Because Donald Trump is, the Trump administration is on the brink of spending possibly trillions, if not definitely billions of dollars, striking a massive and incredibly diverse foreign adversary that is 90 million strong. And they want to do this at the behest of Israel and nothing else. Now, people will say America has a grand ambition in the MENA region, and Iran is obviously thwarting that objective, and that much is true. But there is a different way of dealing with Iran, as I will be talking to Ben Rhodes about extensively. Ben Rhodes was a national security advisor for Barack Obama, and actually played a formative role in the JCPOA. They used to call him Hamas Rhodes, Ben Hamas Rhodes, and the outsiders would call him Ben Hamas Rhodes because of his anti-Israel positions in the Obama administration. He's been in the crosshairs of the Zionist lobby for a very long time. We'll be having this conversation, and also Jake Tapper, another villain in the story, is quite critical of the Obama administration at the time as well. This is from December 28th, 2016. So, because of his opposition to Israel's genocide, right? Yes. Ben Rhodes is a very interesting figure in the Obama administration, and he played a role in two of the he played a role in two of Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishments that I ride for pretty aggressively, pretty openly, right? Kaya hunting a fly? No, there's people working in the house, and that's why Kaya is out and about. Isn't he also co-host of Pause Save the World, or am I missing? Yes, he is. So anyway, we'll be talking to Ben Rhodes about this as well, like a different vision for how to deal with Iran, as opposed to the way that like the Trump administration has obviously put Israel in the driver's seat of our Middle Eastern policy. But my point is, we are at the precipice. We are at the precipice of a very dangerous war with Iran that will destabilize the region, that will potentially displace tens of millions of people, and it will cost American lives. It will cost tens of billions of dollars, if not, depending on the length of the campaign, trillions of dollars, as the global war on terror did, and most likely lead to the collapse of the American empire. If you want to see like some kind of positive in this otherwise very dangerous warmongering. And I think it deserves more scrutiny, and I think we need to have a serious conversation about like the alternative means of dealing with foreign governments that we have designed, foreign governments that we have basically designed as foreign adversaries, the Iranian government being one of those governments, right? And And that's the reason why I always go back to how this is being done with Israel's directive. I'm not one of these people that says, like, you know, Israel controls America or anything like that, but Israel certainly is in the driver's seat when it comes to our MENA policy, Middle East and North African policy. Israel is in the driver's seat. That much is very clear to me. And it happened in the first Trump administration, and it certainly continued into the Biden administration, and it's happening once again at the directive of Trump. So it's important to identify the differences in opinion when it comes to foreign policy with previous administrations. Anyway, let's get into the Hillary Rodham Clinton conversation, the deposition that took place. As Hillary Clinton testified, she had no idea of Epstein's crimes. We'll start there first, and then we'll move on to some other major stories. There's certainly a lot going on in the world, so let's get right into it.
Epstein's list of powerful friends never fails to shock, and among the most powerful of all, former President Bill Clinton, pictured in a jacuzzi, swimming pool, and on a private plane. The Epstein files have no photographs of his wife Hillary Clinton with the billionaire paedophile. She does not think they ever met. But still, she was summoned first to take questions from US lawmakers investigating Epstein's crimes. The House Oversight Committee's Republican chair said there was no suggestion of wrongdoing by the Clintons, but he wanted answers about Epstein.
How did he accumulate so much wealth? How was he able to surround himself with some of the most powerful men in the world? Was he an asset for our government or any other government?
Hillary Clinton has admitted that she did know Ghislaine Maxwell well enough that you can see.
Yep. Remember this? I've talked about this a lot. Oh, man. It's like, it's crazy. They're playing my greatest fucking hits over here for like the last decade, you know? These are some of my greatest hits over the last decade, and now it's on mainstream news. It's crazy. Larry Summers resigned. A lot of ops are falling left and right. Pretty fucking solid.
Here, she attended her daughter Chelsea's wedding. But she released an opening statement on social media saying she had no idea about Epstein's criminal activities, adding, "I never flew on his plane or visited his island." She said if this committee is serious about learning the truth, it should ask Donald Trump directly, under oath, about the tens of thousands of times he shows up in the Epstein files.
How's it going?
It would not waste time on fishing expeditions.
Hell yeah.
What is being held back, she asked. Who is being protected? And why the cover-up? The deposition took place behind closed doors, with video expected later. But it was briefly disrupted when this photograph from inside was leaked.
Fucking Lobo took a sneak peek, a candid of Hillary Rodham Clinton, and then sent it to fucking Benny Johnson. And then Benny Johnson watermarked the shit out of the photo and blasted it on the timeline. My God, we are run by fucking animals. This is a country that is straight up on autopilot. There is no other way to approach it, okay? We have truly 10 IQ troglodytes in positions of profound power. Lauren Boebert is one of these people, okay? Absolute fucking clown show. First of all, if you're going to do a sneak peek, you might as well record some of the most damaging parts that they might actually try to strike from the record. You know, fuck it. If you're going to do this, if you're going to violate the rules, if you're going to violate the process, do it for something good. Like when they ask Hillary Clinton a question and her answer is off the record, you know, because that's something that happened with Les Wexner's deposition. Les Wexner was directly asked about Jeffrey Epstein's close relationship with Donald Trump, and they went off the fucking record.
To a conservative commentator. Speaking outside, committee Democrats said they were glad Hillary Clinton was taking questions, but agreed with her that there is a sense of a cover-up protecting others.
If the most powerful people in the United States of America, the elite and rich and powerful men and women, are able to get away with these heinous crimes, then we are sending a horrible message to young people in this country that powerful people will always protect themselves and the rule of law does not apply to everyone.
Questions are still being asked about Trump himself, who was once close to Epstein. The president says the files totally exonerate him, but there are reports that key material relating to a woman who made an accusation about the president could be missing. Lawmakers like Congressman
Missing. Missing. Yeah, it needs more watermarks law. Yeah. The full photo is insane. Full shot of the Clinton Epstein testimony currently ongoing. What a psycho, dude. This is insane. Calling Bill and Hillary was a mistake by the idiot Republicans. This just put the story back in the news. I know. I mean, it's not going away, man. It's not going away. Every other day, there's like anytime there's like a liberal institution that at least takes itself seriously enough, that applies some scrutiny to people that are mentioned in the Epstein files, it all of a sudden gets back into the news. It gets back into the forefront of the news. There's so much going on there. It's such a target-rich environment of pedophilic elites that it's impossible not to keep this story in the headlines, right?
Johnny Olszewski are trying to dig out information. He took up a Department of Justice offer to search the files without redactions and saw things blacked out that shouldn't have been.
Clearly protecting those who were involved and accused of terrible things.
And those are just the files that have been released. A Channel 4 News investigation suggests they could amount to only 2% of the total.
The extent to which our government continues to withhold these documents is incredibly disturbing and makes me think that it really feels that this is a cover-up worse than Watergate, which was the seminal moment in American politics.
And you say it's like Watergate. Is it going to bring down a president?
Again, I think if the potential crimes and the potential activities that are hinted at are actually chased down and found to be true, it absolutely will bring down this president, as it should bring down any president. I think if it's tracked down and found to be true, it will bring down cabinet secretaries, it will bring down a Supreme Court justice, it will bring down members of Congress. And that's how it should be.
President Trump has always denied wrongdoing, while the Department of Justice...
He looks positively slim in this photo. I do have to say he's kind of slaying. Okay, no disrespect to anybody else, but I know it's not relevant, but he's looking slim. He's looking slim thick.
...has made clear that being in the files does not imply guilt. There are no accusations against Bill Clinton, but his clear association with Jeffrey Epstein will be the subject of questions tomorrow as this scandal continues to unfold. Hillary and Bill Clinton are the first people to have been effectively forced to appear at a deposition, and you can hear in Hillary Clinton's statement that she has read out to lawmakers that she is absolutely furious about that. She thinks it is political. She has said to them, you've made little effort to call the people who show up most prominently in the files. And when one billionaire businessman, Lex Wexner, was questioned, Republicans didn't even turn up. She's talked about spending her life devoted to, women and girls, talking about meeting girls as young as 12 forced into prostitution, calling it a global scourge with an unimaginable human toll. And she has argued that if this is really about the survivors, then all the Epstein files should be out there. I mentioned in the piece that there's been reporting here from the New York Times and also from NPR suggesting that files relating to Donald Trump might be missing, but our own investigations show that the FBI discussed taking in way more files than we have seen, and that is why people feel that this could be a cover-up.
What? So is Bill Feinman going to jail? Fuck no. I have long maintained the position that this is MAP, mutual assured pedophilia destruction. Okay, it's mad theory, but for instead of nuclear arms, we're talking about leaking the pedophile files, right? And I think that's what's like holding it together. But the problem is, because this is an international conspiracy, because Jeffrey Epstein had entanglements with so many other countries, there are always going to be other countries that go, this is not great for us. We have to maintain a presence of law and order. So you got like in Norway, princelings getting the boot. You have in the UK some potential justice being served, right? And when that happens, that applies pressure to the American government. Okay, that applies pressure to the American institutions, because then people go, wait a minute, in the fucking United Kingdom, they're actually going after their people. They're going after their Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. Why are we not doing that? This was a similar pressure applied in the issue of Israel, where in European capitals, you had people protesting against their government saying, like, why the fuck are we letting Israel do a genocide? Get the fuck out of here. Like, do something about this. And that was the reason why a lot of European leaders had to come out and release statements about, you know, soft condemnations of Israel, or offer some recognition to Palestinian statehood, conditional recognition of Palestinian statehood. But like, they were moving away from America on this issue, which is why Trump had to go in and be like, all right, we're going to do a fake ceasefire, right? And that's kind of what's happening here as well, where there's more scrutiny and more pressure in European countries towards their Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. And that creates an environment where Americans start pressuring the American institutions where Jeffrey Epstein was like heavily involved with said American institutions like Harvard, right? Larry Summers was deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. We've known this for years and years. And now Harvard, in an effort to save face, is forcing Larry Summers to fucking resign, right? Oh my God. Zoran Mamdani just got off the phone with President Trump. In our meeting earlier, I shared my concerns about Columbia student Elena Agayeva, who was detained by ICE this morning. He has just informed me that she will be released immediately. That's fucking incredible, dude. That is incredible. Fantastic shit. He made the boss call. Mashallah, mashallah. That's pretty fire. I will admit. That's really, really fucking cool. Hold on. The brown boy superpower of unk whispering. Yeah, Trump fucking loves him, dude. Holy shit. How the fuck is one dude doing more than the whole Democratic Party? That's crazy. Respect. He's plowing snow and he's doing it. He's doing the damn thing, you know? It's hard not to give him praise, you know? All right. Let's continue with this.
Well, I'm now joined by Doug Sosnick, who served as a senior advisor to President Bill Clinton for 6 years. Thank you for joining us. I guess America is so divided that people will divide on how they feel about this. But do you think Hillary Clinton can emerge from her questioning without her reputation damaged?
Well, I think the last person in the world I'd worry about is Hillary Clinton. There's absolutely no reason why she should be called in to testify. She's never met Epstein to her recollection. She's not in the files. This is all about politics. And the chairman of the committee, Mr. Comer, who's been the chairman now for 3 years, so he has a track record, has demonstrated that he's pretty much a backbenching, incompetent political hack on behalf of Trump. And so outside of the MAGA universe, I think the vast majority of people in this country see this for what it is. And I should just add quickly that The Economist came out with a poll this week in which 57% of the country disapproves of how the Trump administration has handled the Epstein matter, and that they believe 53%, which is a majority, believe that there's been a cover-up.
But she did know Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell attended Chelsea Clinton's wedding. And that is an uncomfortably close association with a criminal.
Well, that first of all, that's accurate. And the reason that she was there, my understanding was that Hillary had a long-standing relationship with her boyfriend at the time. But that has nothing to do with what the chairman said on your piece before I came on about why he called her in to get to the bottom of a whole series of questions about Epstein and how he got his money, which is ridiculous, of course, because she never met the guy. And the last thing I'll add is Melania Trump, on the other hand, had a long-standing relationship with Epstein, long-standing relationship. And it shows you the absurdity and the politicization of this, that Hillary's being called, and of course, Melania is not.
Well, and of course, Trump. But I mean, the trouble for Hillary Clinton surely is that her whole political career, since she was First Lady, has been dogged by the behavior of her husband. And he gives evidence tomorrow, and there is much more evidence that he did have a relationship with Epstein. There are all those photos of him, that don't look good. Is it possible for Hillary Clinton not to be affected by the claims against Bill?
Well, first of all, I don't think there's a single person in the United States of America that doesn't have a strong opinion about Hillary Clinton at this point. So I think it's very unlikely that this or anything else is going to change that. But this is not about Hillary Clinton, and there's nothing that came out prior to the hearing or in the hearings so far that suggests in any shape or form that she had any dealings with Epstein. So this is not going to, I don't believe, impact her.
Melania's probably a victim. Let's be real. Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but Melania was connected to Trump through Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel.
In any way.
Right, but what about the impact on Bill Clinton tomorrow? When he gives...
I mean, she might have been a victim at some point.
Yeah. Well, that's a different matter. And again, I think most people have a pretty strong opinion one way or the other about Bill Clinton already. And I can just sit here and tell you a couple things. As someone who worked for 6 years for President Clinton, and my office for the last 3 of those years was actually next to the Oval Office, and I went on almost all of his trips for 4 years. I never saw once Epstein either at an event, calling in, never discussed it with him. So I know at least when I was there as president, that Epstein had no dealings with Clinton. The matters that have been brought to attention subsequent were after after Clinton had left office.
We're going to begin with this, though. We've got some major new developments in the fallout from those Epstein files. Former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are set to give depositions to Congress starting today in its probe of the Epstein files. There are also new questions this morning over allegations against President Trump and whether key documents involving his name and an accuser were withheld by the Department of Justice. There has also been an apology from billionaire Bill Gates over his association with Jeffrey Epstein. Nicole Killian is in Chappaqua, New York, where the Clintons will give their depositions. Nicole, good morning. This continues, the fallout continues, and we keep hearing there's more to come. We're also hearing that another member of the global elite has become the latest casualty of the Epstein files. What's this one about?
Yeah, that's right, Gail, and good morning to you. We are learning that the CEO of the Davos Forum has resigned, the latest member of the global elite to face consequences for ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Meantime, here in the U.S., the Clintons are set to appear behind closed doors for taped depositions after being threatened with contempt of Congress.
Images in the Epstein files show powerful men like President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, and Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates in undated photos with women. All three adamantly deny any criminal wrongdoing and have not been charged in connection with Jeffrey Epstein.
Every minute I spent with him, I regret and I apologize that I did that.
The Microsoft mogul apologized to the Gates Foundation staff Tuesday and admitted to having extramarital affairs with 2 Russian women, but added, "I did nothing illicit," in a recording obtained by the Wall Street Journal. In 2 2013 emails with the subject line "Bill" that Jeffrey Epstein appears to have sent himself.
Yeah, I saw this photo. It's fucking awesome. I had a productive meeting with President Trump this afternoon. I'm looking forward to building more housing in New York City. Ford to city, drop dead. Vows he'll veto any bailout. Trump to city, let's build. Backs new era of housing. Trump delivers 12,000 plus homes, most since 1973. He's so... Dude. Zohran Mamdani is exactly the person that Trump would love to win favor with. Remember when I told you that Donald Trump's greatest anger and resentment towards elite liberals stems from the fact that New York elite society, the intelligentsia, the artists, and the old money benefactors of all of these different artistic initiatives in the city of New York never recognized the Trump family as a part of the elite. The socialites never actually wanted to hang out with him. They always considered him to be crude, and brash, of poor taste, nouveau riche. That's where a lot of his anger comes from. Zohran Mamdani, on the other hand, did something that Barack Obama never did, which is just kind of talk to him normally. Because Zohran is a person who was welcomed by the cultural elite very quickly. I mean, it makes sense. He's a well-dressed guy. He's well-spoken. He comes from that background. His father is a fucking academic. His mother is a very famous movie director, right? So he is very clearly a part of that movement, okay? He's very clearly a part of this group that Donald Trump desperately wants to win favors with. And I think a part of the reason why Donald Trump is fascinated with Zohran seemingly is because Zohran Mamdani is I guess not as like repulsed by him. Like he has a way of communicating with him that because he has to fucking play ball because Trump is the president. He has a way of communicating with him in this charming manner that isn't like it isn't like outwardly repulsed. That I think Donald Trump just responds this way to whatever he's doing and offers him whatever he wants. A real hog whisperer, if you will. Not hostile, but also not submissive. Yes. Not like overtly hostile. The same shit Putin does to him, manipulation. Yeah. You never get something for free from Trump. I think part of the reason why he's doing it is because he wants to lean into affordability. He recognizes it's an area that is really devastating for him. What he doesn't realize is that giving Zohran whatever Zohran wants in terms of like affordability is going to give him like a little boost in the press, but it's also going to cause resentment amongst his base. He's going to be like, oh, so you're building housing in fucking New York? Why won't you do that in Missouri? But I don't think Donald Trump gives a shit about that right now. I think he's like so desperate to get some positive coverage, or so desperate to associate himself with like actual affordability initiatives that he will do stuff like this. All over, the reports just got dropped by the Perfect Union that they wouldn't let him into the Bohemian Club either. Hence why people believe this anger about the draining of the swamp because it's genuine. He couldn't get into these elite spaces. I've said this for fucking years. I recognized this when Donald Trump came out with that famous tweet talking about Sissy, Graydon Carter not having cool Vanity Fair parties anymore. No man that runs around talking about the Sissy, Graydon Carter's Vanity Fair parties is a man that is from the heartland, that cares about like the average fucking working class American, the average American reactionary living in the Rust Belt. Okay? I've been saying this for years. He always wanted to be welcomed into elite society, and his resentment towards the cultural elite that happened to be liberal or even more radical than liberal comes from the fact that these elite circles never welcomed him because they thought he was like rude and a disgusting slumlord. Okay? That's it. So there are a multitude of different factors here. Obviously, one of them is that he wants to be associated with like doing something in terms of affordability in the realm of housing. But the other reason is because Zohran is welcomed by those forces. I mean, you've seen it. Like he goes to like the he's the mayor of New York City. Trump obviously cares about New York City. He also hangs out with these like cool celebrities and shit. You know what I mean? And it's also additionally ironic that his only fucking experience with the New York cultural elite is currently making him incredibly unpopular, because his only entry point into the New York cultural elite was through Mar-a-Lago, through Jeffrey Epstein. And now that affiliation and that association is being called into question anyway. So he doesn't even have the cool factor in that regard, right? So he's cooked. And that's what's going on here. Is a W because it's proof that local organizing can achieve results no matter who the big boss is? Yeah. We'll look at the more perfect union, because that's a friend of the show, Daniel Boguslaw's reporting investigative reporter, formerly of The Intercept and Rolling Stone, that did a Bohemian Grove conspiracy theory video with More Perfect Union. It landed in More Perfect Union as opposed to The Intercept. Apparently, I'm almost certain that he actually did the investigation initially for The Intercept, and it got thwarted there. So they landed it on More Perfect Union, which is great. We'll do that. Woke Alex Jones, if you say so. I don't believe that the Bohemian Grove is a place where they're like actually doing satanic sacrifice, baby sacrifice or something. I think it's another fucking elite club. That's it. It's like a golf club, you know? I think you guys read into it a little too much. Is there a reason why you don't react to More Perfect Union videos? No, I just I'm doing hard, regular hard news coverage and commentary, and More Perfect Union is brilliant. They're fantastic. I just don't, sometimes I don't have time to do
The
it.
convicted sex offender said he had been helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls, including antibiotics to surreptitiously give to Melinda. Gates' ex-wife spoke earlier this month on an NPR podcast.
For me, it's just sadness for, I left my marriage. I had to leave my marriage. I wanted to leave my marriage.
But the focus now isn't just whose names appear, it's what some lawmakers say isn't there.
It's very clear the evidence is pointing to these documents are missing.
The top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee is raising concerns that documents related to allegations by an Epstein survivor who accused Trump of sexual misconduct may be missing from the documents that were released to the public.
It's a survivor who has made serious allegations of the president, and that needs to be investigated.
Something another Epstein survivor, Elizabeth Stein, says goes beyond any one person.
Anytime that we find anything that could potentially be missing, we need to call attention to it, regardless of who it's about.
And Harvard University announced its former president, Larry Summers, will relinquish his remaining roles following an internal Epstein review. Summers served as Treasury Secretary under former President Bill Clinton. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton will be deposed here today, while her husband will follow tomorrow. Nate?
Nicole, thank you.
There are growing questions this hour about dozens of records that appear to be missing from the Epstein files. According to a CNN review, those records in question are FBI witness interviews, and 3 of the missing interviews are related to a woman who accused both Jeffrey Epstein and...
How will the Republicans spin this? I guess they'll just spin the block and refuse to cover it, right? My favorite contrarian in this entire Jeffrey Epstein saga has been the perennial contrarian Michael Treacy, who's waging war on the internet right now. He will take the opposition position on every single issue, and it's awesome that he straight up is like, we need to defend the pedophilic cabal. Like, we need to defend the pedophilic billionaires. He's been aggressively attacking the victims, saying that they're all like harlots and liars and all this stuff. When they got defenders like Mike Tracy, where's there to worry about? Howard Lutnick confirmed visitor to Epstein's pedophile island showed up to the State of the Union, all smiles, zero shame. And also, I think Howard Lutnick shook Chuck Schumer's hand too at some point. Oh, there it is. It's a big club and you ain't in it is so real, except you don't want to be a part of this big club anyway, right?
President Trump of sexually assaulting her.
Unless you're fucking Nick Fuentes or one of these losers who's now saying like, well, Jeffrey Epstein was kind of based actually. Unless you're a
The top
groyper.
Democrat on the Oversight Committee is among those expressing concern.
I went to the DOJ file search room yesterday to look for these documents that are in the manifest document, and they should be in there, and they're not there. These documents relate to a survivor that has made serious allegations about the president. What's important now is that the DOJ explain to us why were those documents removed.
CNN's Kara Scannell joins us now. So, Kara, what more do we know about the specifics of these documents?
Well, Erica, the CNN investigative team have taken a look into these records, and they found that there are dozens of files that are missing. And the way that they were able to do this is they looked at the serial numbers that were on an evidence log provided to Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. And looking at those serial numbers, discovered that there were dozens of them missing. I mean, these all relate to 302s. That's the FBI form for witness interviews. And there are 325 included on that list, but there are 90 of them missing. And within those 90 that are missing includes 3 from a woman who said that she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein going back to when she was as young as 13 years old. And she also made an allegation that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump in the 19...
By the way, whenever they say young woman, it blows my fucking mind because the victim is like barely a like the victim is a baby, okay? Is a child. Like 13-year-old is not a fucking young woman, okay? 13-year-old's a little girl. Like, holy shit. Like, we're not even talking about a minor who's like 17 when they already do, they already say young woman when they're talking about a 17-year-old. And it's like, okay, well, you're very liberal in your use of the language here because that's still a fucking teenager. That's still a child. That's still a minor. But you're now talking about like a 13-year-old and you're like, oh, young woman. Like, that's insane. We're talking about like barely out of being a fucking preteen. Like, what are we talking about?
1980s. Now, we went to the White House with this. They said that these are false allegations and it's just sensationalist. The Justice Department said that they have not deleted any documents and that they said that if there are documents that are not on the public website, that's either because they were duplicates, privileged, or part of an ongoing investigation. We have seen with the release of these records on the public website that sometimes documents are there, they're taken down, then they're put back up. It's unclear if there is any process that is underway related to these specific documents and these allegations against Donald Trump. Donald Trump, though, has not been accused of any wrongdoing. He's not been investigated for any wrongdoing. And it's unclear what happened to these specific allegations by this woman who spoke with investigators in 2019. There was another record in the files, a summary from the FBI about a number of these salacious allegations, and it said that one person claimed abuse by Trump but refused to cooperate. So if that is that same person, it could be that they just reached a dead end. But of course, Democrats are calling foul, as they have repeatedly, about the Justice Department's process of publicizing the records that are required under the law and redactions that they have taken.
Hours after this story broke today, the Justice Department responded to questions of where these documents are, saying, as with all documents flagged by the public, the department is currently reviewing files within that category of production. Should any document be found to have been improperly tagged in the review process and is responsive to the act, meaning the law that forced them to publish all of this, the department will, of course, publish it consistent with that law. My source tonight is California Congressman Dave Min, who is a Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, and thank you for being here. When you hear that response from the Justice Department, do you believe that's sufficient?
Thanks so much for having me, Caitlin. And the answer is no, it's not. They are not responding to the law. And at this point, I think it appears clearer and clearer every day that they are knowingly violating and willfully violating the law that we passed, that Donald Trump signed into law, requiring them to turn over every responsive document. And I want to be clear, just to clarify two things that I think you alluded to. One, Donald Trump is accused of sexually assaulting a child in those memos that you mentioned. Two, that it's not just a few dozen documents that are not being turned over. Fully half of the documents that we're aware of, some 3 million documents, have not been turned over by the DOJ. They claim they fully responded, and yet we've found over and over again, and I can tell you that oversight Democratic staff have confirmed what you have found, that these documents are missing. They were not turned over, even though they were very clearly responsive to the questions that we asked. And this appears to be part of a very broad cover-up. And you may remember back to last May when Pam Bondi reportedly told Donald Trump he was in the Epstein files. After that, there were a lot of reports that DOJ attorneys were being asked to go redact documents, to hide documents, to remove documents from the files that had Donald Trump's name. So we're definitely continuing to look at this, but it appears that the DOJ is willfully violating the law.
Yeah, and of course, an interview or a witness statement, it doesn't mean that it happened. I mean, you can read through these documents.
Yep.
There's a lot in there. But in terms of what should be published in accordance with the law that you passed, and these haven't been, I mean, do you believe that they're intentionally breaking that law, or do you think it's because, which is what we've heard from DOJ, they had so much to publish, it was such a compressed time frame, that's the issue here?
Yeah. And so just to give you a quick heads up on my background, I was a federal enforcement attorney to start my career at the SEC. I have spent many, many hours doing this type of document review and management and looking things through. And at this point, I do not believe that this is just a delay in turning the documents over. The fact that so many Donald Trump related documents have not been turned over, that his name's been repeatedly redacted, matches a lot of the reports that we heard that they were trying to cover this up. And at this point, I think, look,
the chat has come to the consensus that she mogs him. I mean, Caitlyn mogs most. Let's be real. Like, she holds frame. She's frame mogging everybody. She's brow maxing. It's not even a question.
everybody's entitled.
She is the Mog Queen, Queen Mog.
Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Les Wexner, anybody else. But the fact is that everything here looks like the DOJ is, again, under the direction of Pam Bondi, the AG, willfully trying to hide a lot of what's happening right now.
Starting us off, Republican member of the House Oversight Committee, Congresswoman Anna Paulina.
Just psycho. Okay, let's hear from this psychopath.
Congressman, thank you for joining me this evening. I mean, you have heard likely the Department of Justice saying that they are looking into whether the files mentioning President Trump were improperly removed. Do you trust them to be transparent in that inquiry?
I have followed up on a number of occasions similar, and they have been very forthcoming. I've actually talked directly to Todd Blanche, and so I will personally be ensuring that that's followed through on. But I would like to also state that I think that the files that we have currently under this administration are likely not the full files. I do believe that some were destroyed previously. And I say that because in January of last year, when I was the only member of Congress that was pushing for the release of these files, we actually had a whistleblower come forward. I actually introduced legislation because of that. I even forwarded this finding to the FBI for investigation that there was destruction of evidence. And so it'll probably require a longer segment, but I will say that there have been redactions that we've come across. I've looked at the files for a number of hours. Whenever we flag those files, they are immediately then unredacted. But there has, and it does seem to be kind of an internal war going on even at the Department of Justice, where they have the order, and then you have some of the attorneys that have been in charge of the redactions. And so we're doing everything that we can to deliver on transparency. But as you can see, Epstein and his involved network is quite extensive and involves a lot of people.
Well, Congresswoman, that does not really inspire confidence. If you believe files have been destroyed, that transparency is not complete, if it's not been thorough, how can the American public, who are not privy to what you say you've seen, who do not have access to the files, how can they be confident that the Attorney General, Bondi, leading this charge, or others who are in charge of providing documents, that they really will do so in the interest of justice?
Well, I think that, for starters, you have a bipartisan oversight committee actually working to not cover up, but actually go into all of this, right? We're interviewing the Clintons tomorrow. But to be clear, I mean, the destruction of evidence occurred under previous administrations. And that in itself, if you look at the network that was involved with Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, to think that there aren't shady things happening in your government, I think would just be a lie to the American people. The fact is that we did have someone come forward. They did say that there was destruction of evidence under the former deputy director of the FBI. And even if you're looking at the original plea deals that Jeffrey Epstein was given, you know, when he was first charged and then also more recently when he then committed suicide in New York, I mean, he should have never gotten off. He should have never had his sentences dropped down to the way that he did. And there are marks of intelligence surrounding this as well, whether it was foreign or, you know, our own. But I don't think that we're ever going to get the full picture. And so I think that when you're talking about the story as a whole, these things, we try to be transparent. I'm telling the American people directly on my social media is what I'm finding out as we learn them. But I think the Jeffrey Epstein case in itself will kind of go down in history as one of those things that we might not fully ever get the answers on.
A document from the Epstein files shows the...
Yeah, the real solution here is to have an independent committee an independent prosecutor investigate the DOJ, because it's obvious that, like, if the cover-up is being conducted by the Department of Justice, then the Department of Justice cannot investigate its own fucking cover-up. The problem also with an independent commission would still, an independent commission could still be redirected in a subsequent cover-up of the cover-up investigation, especially when we're talking about someone who is as compromised and as deeply entangled with not only the CIA, but also with Mossad. And that's it. That is the real reason. This person did not get this level of access into the American intelligence agencies, while also simultaneously keeping a close relationship with foreign intelligence agencies, and also being a fixer and a sex trafficker and a partier and a networker amongst, like, the American or the international elite, basically, and was able to do this for years and years and years, and then not have that, not had that lead to any sort of scrutiny whatsoever. It's like they're all in on it. They're all in on it. I hope all of you in this chat contract a very rare disease and die, or legalize lobotomies for the mentally ill. Are you a Jeffrey Epstein defender? Are you an Epstein truther? Very strange time to come in to say, because this is supposed to be like a unifying message for everybody, right? Like, regardless of how right-wing you might be. I mean, you're about to lose your account. That's definitely like a site-wide ban, but I hope before Twitch kicks you off the platform for saying this, you can answer my question. Are you a stan of Jeffrey Epstein? Like, what's going on? You're a Epstein guy? Quick, very strange hill to die on. Someone pull his Asmongold logs. I want to know more. Because, like, considering that the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is, like, as close to, like, class warfare from the pro side as we're gonna get, I'm legitimately confused when someone comes in and is, like, quick to defend Jeffrey Epstein, right? It's very shocking, because I feel like you could go to the American heartland, you could go to West Virginia and talk to, like, a Republican, lifelong Republican, or, you know, recently swapped Republican MAGA diehard in a Trump plus 35 district, and they probably would also be like, yeah, fuck Jeffrey Epstein and fuck everyone involved with him. They might not connect him to Donald Trump as willingly as we do, but overall, this is a fairly unifying message. But I guess he's got no response to it, huh? Like, we're over here being like, hey, we should take down the international pedophilic crime ring, like sex trafficking ring, and all of the billionaires that are affiliated with it, regardless of party affiliation. And this guy's like, nah, fuck you guys. You guys are all enemies of mine. If you're going after, I'm waging class warfare on the side of the pedophilic billionaires. Like, okay.
Late sex offender went to greater lengths than previously known to conceal potential evidence of his crimes. 11 days before police raided Epstein's Palm Beach mansion in 2005, a private investigator took away computers, telephone directories, sex toys, and pornography. The items are inventoried in a previously unseen memo the investigator prepared for Epstein's lawyer, who had given instructions to remove items of potential evidentiary value from Epstein's home. A lawyer who represents scores of Epstein's victims has long believed he was tipped off the police were coming.
You see him working hand in hand with his lawyers and private investigators to make sure that his decades-long sex trafficking operation was not uncovered. So it shows you the incredible power he had.
In video taken by Palm Beach police on the day of the search, you can see officers zero in on monitors, keyboards, and printers, but the computers appeared to be missing. The inventory list says the private eye removed 3 computers, a 3-page directory of Florida masseuses, and a photograph of a white female. There were also nude photos, sex manuals, and 29 telephone directories believed to hold Epstein's contacts of the rich and powerful.
It's just incredibly frustrating, because if we had had this information 10 years ago, we could have spared a lot of lives.
Prosecutors went to great lengths in 2007 to obtain the missing computers, believing they contained relevant and potentially critical information. But Epstein's lawyers fought to keep them away from prosecutors, and they have never been fully recovered. And this morning, the Justice Department says it is reviewing whether materials about an unproven sexual assault accusation against President Trump were omitted from public release. Documents related to the woman who made the claim, which dates to more than 40 years ago when the accuser was a minor, could not be located in a search by ABC News. Trump has long denied any wrongdoing, and the Justice Department says it will publish any documents found to have been improperly tagged in the review process. Now, what happened?
Just a oopsie, man. Just a oopsie. We combed through millions of files, and oopsie, we just happened to improperly file the 13-year-old who accused Donald Trump of statutory rape. It's just, who would have guessed it, you know?
To Epstein's Palm Beach computers and all of the other items taken out of the house remains a mystery. The lawyer who arranged to remove the items died last year, and guys, we could not reach the private investigator hired for the job.
Amazing, there's still a mystery here.
No.
Thank you, Aaron.
Quote, "We got you," spelled with a U, the letter. That's what the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands told Jeffrey Epstein just months before Epstein's arrest in 2019, and obviously, of course, more than a decade after he was already convicted of soliciting a minor for prostitution back in 2008. Newly released Justice Department documents show that as regulators investigated unauthorized construction on one of Epstein's 2 private islands, issuing stop work orders and weighing potential fines, Epstein appealed directly to the island's governor for help. Text messages uncovered by K-Files show Governor Albert Bryan Jr. telling Epstein he had asked one of the regulators to, quote, hold everything until speaking with him, and later sought the recusal of the commissioner overseeing the dispute. K-Files' Andrew Kaczynski joins me now. And, you know, Andrew, this is so important as we get to the heart of Jeffrey Epstein and how he had the power and money that he had and how he wielded it, and this entire circle. So this gets to the influence and how he wielded it. What do these messages reveal?
Yeah, and you hit it right there. These messages, they offer a rare window into how Epstein operated in the U.S. Virgin Islands, where he leveraged his wealth, business footprint, and promises of investment to try to influence local officials. Now, I want to give people a little background here. Epstein had deep roots in the Virgin Islands. He bought his private island, Little St. James, in the 1990s. He later expanded. You can see them both there. He later expanded his footprint in 2016 and purchased neighboring Great St. James. And the permits show that he had plans to build docks, roads, residencies, and other development. And this is where these texts with the governor come into play. Now, by December 2018, regulators were scrutinizing construction on Great St. James. The Virginian Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources had issued a stop work order and began reviewing potential violations. Epstein then reaches out directly to then the newly elected governor, Democrat Albert Bryan Jr. Look at this exchange between the two. Epstein complained about potential fines, and Bryan said he spoke to John Pierre Orell, that is the commissioner of the department, who they're calling JP in these texts, and he asked him, Bryan said he had asked him to, quote, hold everything until he and the attorney spoke to me later. Epstein complains that the same commissioner, JP, was, quote, going after me in the press, to which Bryan responded that he had asked the commissioner to recuse himself. And then in another subsequent message, Bryan wrote, I asked him to recuse himself and concede on all previous permit requests. Now, the documents don't show what.
I mean, this is the beginning of this relationship, which obviously led to so much further scrutiny that there was like a legal case against the islands. So it's not, this is stuff that isn't even new information, really. Like, this is stuff that we know about because there was a separate court case against the Virgin Islands already. They've been, they were, like, Jeffrey Epstein was basically running the show over there. It's pretty fucked up. I guess it doesn't hurt that there's like even more confirmation now in the public eye, but this is something that we've covered before.
Ultimately change. But what they do show is this. There was an active regulatory dispute. Epstein was communicating directly with the governor of the territory, and the governor was telling him that he was intervening on his behalf. Later, when Bryan...
If you were to speculate when in his life do you think Epstein was tapped and recruited by intelligence, I think like right before the Iran-Contra affair, like right when he got into Bear Stearns the first time. Like, I don't know exactly what point in his life where his career changed so dramatically, but I think it was fairly early on, because he went from working under Bill Barr's dad at a New York school as like a math teacher in the Dalton school to being on the floor at Bear Stearns. And at that point, and that was Bill Barr's dad who gave him the job at the Dalton school, for the record. Bill Barr, the attorney general under Trump, like when Jeffrey Epstein was killed in prison, under the watchful gaze of Bill Barr, there were connections between Bill Barr and Jeffrey Epstein far before then. Bill Barr's dad was Jeffrey Epstein's boss, the principal at the Dalton School in New York.
And was asked under oath in a 2023 deposition whether he had received Epstein received any special favors or treatment from him. He answered repeatedly and simply no.
All right, Andrew. Obviously, your reporting is very illuminating on that front, and also shows this is not just a few text messages. Okay, so when again we get to power and how he was wielding it.
3 months worth of text messages.
3 months
January, and they end in June. And obviously, Epstein is then arrested in July.
The detained Columbia student posted that she's free. She follows you on IG. Let me see if we can reach out to her and talk to her about what happened. L. Harvey? What is it? E-L-L Harvey E? Oh, yeah, she does. All right. Didn't Zoran finesse get her out? Yeah. This is a Columbia student with 106,000 followers, as a matter of fact, that was apprehended. On Wednesday, almost a year after DHS agents took Mahmoud Khalil from his residency, Columbia students rallied on campus to demand the school protect them from ICE. Hours later, DHS took another student from a Columbia residential building. And Eli Ayeva, the Columbia student detained by ICE this morning, has been released and just posted this on our Instagram. Comes after New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani expressed his concern on the arrest to Donald Trump in a meeting just earlier. She said, "Hi, guys. I am so grateful for every one of you. I just got out a little while ago. I'm safe and okay. I'm in an Uber on the way back home. I'm so sorry, but I'm in complete shock over what happened, and my phone is blowing up with calls from reporters. Need a little bit of time to process everything, but I will come back soon. But please don't worry. I love you all." She's Azeri, right? Yeah, Almina Ayeva. They got a dame influencer. Yeah, I mean, that's probably part of the reason why. She probably was on some lists. If you attract any attention whatsoever to like any of these like Canary Mission style operations, the DHS will come and grab you. It's very clear, and it's fucking insane. Yes, this is the Columbia student that was nabbed on Wednesday. Okay? Fucking insane. So Jeffrey Epstein is what? Okay. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that after in a little bit. Let's get back to the Jeffrey Epstein situation.
Okay. And as we point out, this all went down, this whole back and forth 11 years after he was,
and after the Miami Herald's investigative series, which was in the November of 2018.
Right. So all of this then is known. There were meetings, there were attempts to meet as well that you've unveiled here. What do the records show?
Well, Aaron, that's right. The messages suggest this was not their first contact. Emails from September 2018, while Brian was campaigning for governor, show aides coordinating a meeting between Brian and Epstein at Epstein's financial firm in the Virgin Islands. In April 2019, as this dispute was unfolding, Epstein texted Brian right there. He says, "Can you spare 15 minutes?" To which Brian replied, "For you, absolutely." Epstein and Brian then coordinated the meeting. It would appear to be the office of Epstein's longtime Virgin Islands tax attorney. There are also emails referencing additional meetings and phone calls, including, again, outreach through his longtime Virgin Islands attorney. So the documents show an ongoing line of communication, both during Brian's campaign and later as Epstein was dealing with the regulators. Now, we reached out to Brian and his spokespeople many, many times over the past 5 days, and we did not hear back from any of them.
All right. And of course, you'll let us know if you do. It is amazing, though, all of this every day, new information coming out, digging through these files. And I say that in the context of, we're weeks past the stuff coming out. We're getting more every day, even so. And Ro Khanna said on this show last night that we only have, he said, half of the documents that are out there, and the half we don't have, he says, is the bad half. Think about that.
Breaking news regarding those apparent missing Epstein files related to President Trump. I want to bring in CNN correspondent Kara Scannell. Kara, you just got this update from the Justice Department. What are they saying?
Yeah, Casey, as you remember, CNN and other news outlets had reported that there appeared to be about 90 302s. Those are the FBI interviews with witness reports missing from the Epstein files that are publicly available, all coming from a privilege log that was turned over to Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell's attorneys. 3 of those 302s that appear to be missing relate to a woman who claimed that she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein and said that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump in the 1980s. Initially, DOJ said that the documents were either not posted because they were duplicative, they were privileged, or they were part of an ongoing investigation. We just got a new statement from the Justice Department where they say, as the Department of Justice has consistently said and has done since the January 30th, 2026 publication of the Epstein files, if any member of the public, including victims, reported concerns with information in the pages, the department would review, make any corrections, and republish online. Several individuals and news outlets have recently flagged files related to documents produced to Ghislaine Maxwell in discovery of her criminal case that they claim appear to be missing. As with all documents that have been flagged by the public, the department is currently reviewing files within that category of the production. Should any document be found to have been improperly tagged in the review process and is responsive to the act, the department will, of course, publish it consistent with the law. So now DOJ saying it is going to review this trial.
I got some negative videos on YouTube feed by this creator, Austinox, but on Twitter, he supports you, Lamau. This is a 10-month subscriber. Chatter, that's one of my editors. Austinox, are you in here? You see this shit? This motherfucker has not let up. Austinox has led to some of my most pivotal cancellations on Twitter for years and years. He was there at the inception point of the fuck Hassan content and commentary. It's because you eat animals? I know. It's so funny. Austinox doing God's work? No, man. No. I had to literally tell him to stop. It's just, I had to straight up tell him to stop. Tell him to watch Azan Yu for some enlightening stuff. I had to literally be like, bro, you don't understand. Like, people can't recognize when you're joking. They use it. Like, all my fucking ops are using the shit that you're, like, the shit that this community is memeing on to destroy my life.
Bunch of records that CNN and others have been able to identify based on the serial number, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to locate them in theory, and said that they will review them and then publish them if it is complying with the act. So we will wait to see what hits those public records in the next couple hours and days. Casey.
All right, fair enough. Kara Scannell, thanks very much for that reporting. Xochitl Hinojosa, you were kind of nodding along with Kara just because you worked at the Department of Justice. I think you have an understanding of what this is. I mean, she did a good job of laying it out, but I mean, why do we know these are there? What does it say that they're missing?
Well, it essentially is saying that there are these FBI files, that they're normally interviews of witnesses, et cetera, that I am assuming are potentially in other places within the FBI, et cetera. What I will say is that this entire thing and the fact that there have been the missing of these documents just shows how the Justice Department was not prepared to do this and why the Justice Department usually does not put out their case files, for the reason that case files live everywhere. They don't just live at the FBI. They're at the U.S. Attorney's Office, multiple U.S. Attorney's Offices, National Security Division, DEA, I mean, all of these places. And so when you say, I want every file on X issue, what ends up happening is that you are trusting all of these entities to come together and to give you those files. Yes, things will be missing. There are people in the National Security Division that are looking through each one of these files. There is human error. There are things like that. So what you're seeing right now, what we've seen over the last few weeks, is sort of this chaos and what happens because the Justice Department normally does not do this.
Yeah, but in this case, I mean, the reason, my understanding of our reporting is that this was a manifest that was given to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney. So they should have known that it existed.
Yes, and they should have known. You're exactly right. I think that there will be questions about why was it missing, who left it out, why was it at some point taken out of the original tranche, and where did it originate from in the first place? So yes, there are those questions, but it also goes to show you that there isn't someone in there looking at each of these files to figure out whether or not that they've made public they're in compliance with the law. And also in every one of these instances, I will say, how long have we been talking about this? If they would have released all of these files at once when they were supposed to be released, we wouldn't be talking about this past January.
Should there have been a special master?
That's not true.
I think there should have been an independent person.
No, you wish. You're out of your dang mind. Oh yeah, it's really tough to release all of these files at once. There's, of course, going to be a lot of duplicates, and each individual agency is redacting different aspects of it. But also, if we were to release them all at once, everyone would have stopped talking about it. That's bullshit. Okay? That's bullshit. It probably would have softened the blow a little bit, or it would have made the pain worse initially. Okay? It would have made the pain worse initially. There would have been a lot of conversations about it, but then slowly but surely people would go through the files and would most likely come to the same conclusions that people are coming to right now in real time, because the incidents took place, the crimes took place, the connections are still very real, and the people that were deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein are still very much a part of elite society. Okay? So I think people's resentment, people's animosity, people's anger would not have gone away. Did the Trump administration, with their slow rolling of the documentation, with their heavy redactions, actually make it worse? Sure. But the idea that you can chalk this up to, like disorganization, and that's the reason why there's a bigger story here, is bullshit. When, like, there still would have been a lot of attention on this stuff. There was a lot of attention on this stuff before the documents were released.
Right, that sort of dealt with this.
Yes, an independent person who could have dealt with this.
Chuck, I want to go back to the point you were making before the break, which is this idea of the Epstein class, because, I mean, that really is the thing that has stuck out to me as we have learned more and more about this. Something that started in the realm where everybody wanted to call it a conspiracy theory, right? Both Democrats and Republicans that I talked to in this town would say that it was a conspiracy theory. There were people in the MAGA base for President Trump that really wanted these files out. His vice president was one of the loudest.
And they still do. This is the one area where the base is at odds with the administration. And that's precisely the reason why the administration had to lean into it and reveal it. And of course, because they're so fucking incompetent, when they inevitably gave in, when they inevitably caved, they did not realize that the reaction would continue. They did not realize that the scrutiny would only increase. And here we are. I mean, it's not going to go away. This is why I kept saying over and over again, this story is not fucking going away. Because if you recall, initially, there were a lot of people in my audience that were like, I don't know, this is a cult, which is perfectly reasonable for you to, I mean, it is a cult, right? It's perfectly reasonable for you to come to that assessment, come to that conclusion, and be like, this is a cult. I don't think they're going to care too much. But no, they do. They do. It is the purest expression of class warfare that, like, it is the purest, like, it's the closest that I think us Americans have ever arrived at, like an understanding of class. Because this is the maximum worst possible thing that billionaires can do and get away with. And they clearly got away with it. So no matter how right-wing you are, no matter how much you believe that, like, you know, billionaires are actually trying to do well and trying to do right by everybody, and it's an aspirational goal. No one is thinking it's an aspirational goal to be a part of an international sex trafficking of minors ring, right? And that's it. So no matter how much these guys like suck up to the super wealthy and say they're jobs creators and cope and whatever, ultimately they don't, like, with the exception of a couple incels and groypers and people like that, most people look at the situation and go, this is gross, this is disgusting, we need truth. We don't care if it actually ends up harming people on our side of the political spectrum.
Voices on this, and they come into office. They're somehow, not interested. The president is literally calling members of Congress into the Situation Room to convince them not to vote for a law that will ultimately release these files. Then we get the files, and it turns out that everybody that said these files showed something that really stank were right. They were all right. And for the president of the United States and his base, who are still saying that this is a problem for them, like, how does he keep going the way he's going in his regardless of whether or not he ever actually did anything wrong, right? We're not saying we saw something that's in the files that says Donald Trump, committed a crime, et cetera, et cetera. To Scott's point, there's, whistleblowing in there. But for his base that is saying, give us the Epstein class, and he doesn't, what problem does that create for him?
Well, I think it does create some problem with some parts of his base when they feel let down about another issue. It's just sort of like, over time that
It's a
chips
trust
away.
thing.
It becomes a trust thing. But, let me also step back. There was a lot of people that believed, a lot of strange things about Epstein. And so the craziest conspiracies have proven not to be true. But that doesn't mean what was done was not bad, right?
Really? Is that your takeaway? The craziest elements of the Epstein conspiracy have been proven not to be true? Is that was your takeaway? What are some of the craziest, I don't know, eating babies? Sure. Okay. Some people believe that Tom Hanks was eating children. Okay. That's not true. Fine. But that's a very vague generalization here. If you're saying that international capital was deeply embedded and entrenched in an international sex trafficking ring led by a CIA and possible Mossad agent that was trafficking weapons and destabilizing countries and selling Israeli surveillance to other countries and selling American surveillance like Palantir to Israel, all of that is 100% true. And if you look at it broadly, I would go so far as to say Cassie Hunt's analysis on this is correct and yours is wrong, Cuck Todd, that yes, this actually did vindicate a lot of fucking conspiracy theorists. If anything, it frustrates me endlessly whenever people come in and they hyper focus on Pizzagate and how this actually vindicates the Pizzagators and shit like that. It's not true. It's the exact opposite. But there are plenty of elements here that are real.
And I think that this is why this has been why you've seen everybody handle this. It's not what people rumored and feared that it was.
Your analysis often misses that the point that the base only wants these files out if it's bad for the other political side. This is team sports like always. I don't think that's entirely correct. But even if people have that as a motivator, then great, because guess what? It still reveals information. But this is a bipartisan effort between Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. They were the champions of this revelation. And guess what? In the aftermath of that, there have been people who have received more scrutiny than they ever did before in their lives, and we have this information at our disposal now. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that regardless of the motivation, it's kind of like the WikiLeaks stuff, right? People will be like, "Oh, Julian Assange hates Hillary Clinton." And Julian Assange worked with FSB and only released the files that they had on the DNC. They never released the files that they had on the RNC. And if you recall at the time, if you were in here back then, I said, I don't give a shit, right? I don't care that this was a partisan initiative because at the end of the day, those conversations at the DNC were happening. Those were real communiques that we now have access to as a direct consequence of Julian Assange's brave work at WikiLeaks. Okay? It doesn't matter if it's done in a partisan manner. Don't you want to know the truth? And the same goes for this case as well. You got Democrats that want Republicans to be tarred and feathered. Great. And you have Republicans that think elite Democrats are going to be the only ones that are held responsible. That's also great. Fantastic. It doesn't matter to us. If you care about the truth, then use this moment to your advantage. And also, I don't even think that what you're saying is all that correct. The other day, there was a Trump supporter there was a Trump supporter who was 21 years old from North Carolina that went to a fucking Walmart, purchased a shotgun and a gas canister, and walked up to Mar-a-Lago, got shot and killed by Secret Service. That's a Trump supporter. Now, obviously, I'm not urging people to do that. That would be fucking insane. But what I'm trying to say is a Trump supporter did see that and clearly didn't have that partisan approach, okay? There are a lot more Trump supporters. There are a lot more Trump supporters out there, I think, that see this as a bipartisan incident. And that reflects the data as well, for the record. Here it is. Americans believe the Epstein file shows that the powerful get a pass. Reuters Ipsos poll finds among all adults, 69% strongly agree that the Jeffrey Epstein files show that powerful people are rarely held accountable. This is why I said this is the purest expression of class, purest expression of class you can ever arrive at, where you have somewhat agree at 17%, strongly agree at 69%, and disagree at 11%. Do you understand how crazy that is? Even among Republicans, 58% say they strongly agree that the Epstein files prove that powerful people are rarely held accountable, and 28% somewhat agree. Even among Republicans, I'm sorry, this is something that transcends party lines. You can say part of the reason why it was because conservatives oftentimes trafficked in conspiracy, in the realm of conspiracy. Turns out some of those conspiracies were real and it wasn't a fucking conspiracy theory at all. But ultimately, this is the reason. This is the reason why I say this is something that is totally nonpartisan. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, it doesn't matter. You see all of these super wealthy people running around and playing patty cakes with Jeffrey Epstein, and it's impossible for you not to recognize that there's something beyond partisan affiliation here at play. It's a class issue. The files have lowered my trust in political and business leaders is another important one, where 53% of all adults say strongly agree and 24% somewhat agree. Amongst Republicans, 33% say they strongly agree that the Epstein files have lowered their trust in political and business leaders, and 35% say they somewhat agree that the Epstein files revelations have lowered their trust in political and business leaders. That's huge. Okay? The hardest part of this would be to decouple the MAGA base from Trump directly by consistently hammering on the point that Donald Trump was a primary recipient, was a primary co-conspirator, was a friend to Jeffrey Epstein. They don't want to see that reality, and that's fine. As long as, I mean, it's not fine, but like you work with what you have, right? This is why I kept saying over and over again that this is, one, not going to fucking go away regardless of what you think, and two, that this is a unique opportunity to actually keep hammering on the point that this is an issue that transcends partisan lines, and this is a class issue. How do you think the powerful are unaccountable but not have that fact lower your trust? You think that there are some business elites that you still believe are trustworthy, I guess, that you think are not embroiled in controversy. Embroiled? Sorry, I accidentally said embroiled. Epstein is to America what Littlefinger is to King's Landing. Sure. MESL, benevolent. MESL. What's Nick Shirley's fucking excuse? All right.
New round of talks this morning could be the last.
We're gonna move on to some other stuff here as well. As unreal as this sounds, Mike and myself are breaking the last connection news. What? I don't know what that means, but okay. Hassan, distrust in elites is why conspiracy theories replace reliable experts with charlatans. No, for sure. For sure. But just as the democratization of media in the form of independent media has created people like myself, has given an opportunity to people like myself to be able to develop audiences and talk about issues that were previously never discussed in mainstream news, whether that be a socialist perspective, whether that be an anti-imperialist perspective, whether that be a perspective that actually is overtly anti-Zionist. Okay? It has also obviously opened up a faucet of misinformation, disinformation from charlatans, from people who actually take advantage of this unique media landscape. One of those people, of course, is Tyler Oliveira. Tyler Oliveira, as you guys know, has been a pretty aggressive peddler of racialized agitative propaganda, slopaganda, whatever you want to call it. He's gone after Haitians, claiming that they eat cats and dogs. He was actually he played a formative role in that disinformation environment during the election cycle. Everybody loved him when he did that. Nick Shitley is following his methods. And as you guys know, Nick Shirley played a big role in the Somali fraud story that they call Somalian fraud story. And the Republicans loved him. A lot of conservatives who are also Jewish were big fans of all of the toxic, repulsive ideology that these guys were presenting, this white supremacist stuff that they were putting out there. Now, they loved them. They loved these guys when they were investigating Haitians eating cats and dogs or Somalis doing fraud. But now they go after Jewish enclaves with the same substandard racial agitprop, and everyone that cheered them on are losing their fucking minds. I wonder why. And it's very funny to see people like Joel M. Pelton. I mistakenly believed that Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira were very different because Nick was exposing alleged fraud and Tyler was just harassing American Jews with large families legally eligible for benefits. If you can't tell the difference between fraud and harassment, then you've just exposed yourself to be an anti-Semite. I was wrong. Shame on both of you. I never thought the lepers would eat my face. A lot of these guys don't understand. Boomer conservatives, especially of the evangelical Christian Zionist variety, are philo-Semites. Okay, they're philo-Semitic, and they're first and foremost, even if they're anti-Semitic, primarily focused on defending Israel. Okay? Zoomer conservatives, on the other hand, are Hitler Youth. And they have decided that Jews are no longer a part of the white in-group. Okay? It's that simple. This is the major driving force, the major fissure in the Republican Party right now. Tyler Oliveira has decided to move in that direction, in the Gen Z direction, where Jews are no longer a part of the white in-group. They're also on the chopping block. And as a matter of fact, if he goes by the old tradition of fascists, he will probably tie this back to a conspiracy, a grand Jewish conspiracy, because these guys all believe in the Great Replacement, right? The idea that like these cultural forces are, these elite liberal cultural forces are actually bringing in unlimited third world migration into the United States of America in an effort to destabilize the superior Western civilization. Many people believe it. It's actually trafficked by famous conservative Jews such as Mark Levin. Mark Levin was formative in Nicholas Fuentes' development. Nicholas Fuentes himself has revealed that he learned about the Great Replacement from listening to fucking Mark Levin. Okay? Just remember that. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the original Great Replacement theory was concocted by Nazis. And the Nazis kept saying over and over again that this replacement was happening, this liberal degeneracy, this moral rot that was destroying Western civilization was actually carefully conducted by the international Jewry. A lot of conservatives thought that they could get away with the subtle or not so subtle anti-Semitic conspiracy trafficking without having this ever impact American Jews in any meaningful capacity, or more importantly than American Jews, it would never impact Israel. Now that it's actually impacting Israel, now it's a major fucking problem. Okay? Because these guys do not care, for the record, about anti-Semitism growing in the country, because they also understand what we understand, which is that there is no systematic exclusion of Jews in the United States of America and in contemporary society in the same way that it exists in like the criminal justice system for black people, for brown people, for Muslims. The systematic discrimination does not exist for Jews in the United States of America right now. It did in the past, and it might in the future, but for the time being, it doesn't exist. That doesn't mean that anti-Semitism doesn't exist. Of course, anti-Semitism exists. Anti-Semitism will still... anti-Semitism happens all the fucking time. Discrimination against Jews at the personal level happens all the fucking time, right? But as far as a comparison between like anti-blackness that is deeply embedded in American society, that we've never reckoned with, that we've never actually solved at all, that we refuse to even acknowledge as an existing force in American society, or Islamophobia in the way that it exists right now. It's not. It's institutional for these other forms of discrimination, but for anti-Semitism, it is not institutional for the time being. Once again, I repeat, for the time being, it is not institutional. That doesn't mean it might not become institutional again. If the Republicans decide Jews are now written out of the equation, then it will go back to the systemic enforcement. It will turn into systemic discrimination. Okay? That is the main story that is taking place within the Republican Party. Young Republicans that have an appetite for unlimited edgelordism, unlimited nihilism, have realized that, perhaps Jews are also not a part of the white in-group. Perhaps Jews as a monolithic force have led to the Great Replacement theories, going back to the old fascist propaganda, the anti-Semitic version of fascism. Okay? But while these guys were targeting Muslims and black people and brown people, everybody loved it. Now that they're targeting Jews, the conservative movement is very frustrated. The reason why they're frustrated is not even because they all unilaterally care about anti-Semitism, but they are fearful that this will actually break apart the last unlimited support for Israel crowd. If the young generation of Republicans are anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel, okay, then it's over for Israel, because the Democratic Party is already out, right? They're not anti-Semitic, but they're anti-Israel, especially on the Democratic side, on the Democratic Party side. And it's ironic that a lot of these conversations about demands of censorship and the Republicans actually leaning in to Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira that then turn around and pounce on them is also feeding into the anti-Semitic conspiracies that Jews control the media. This is literally feeding into it because people see it. Reactionary people look at it and go, why can't I fucking make fun of the Jews? What is this about? Like, I thought it was, no holds barred. I thought we can make fun of everybody. And people on the left also see it. Liberals also see it as well. Dems are anti-Israel right now. Hell no, it's just a few Dems. No, my friend, I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about self-identifying liberals, self-identifying Democratic Party voters. The issue of Israel in the base of the Democratic Party is an 80-20 issue. 80% are in favor of moving away from Israel. 20% still want to continue relationship with Israel in the same ways, or even, have deeper commitments to the state of Israel. The voters are not on Israel's side. The voters broadly in America are not on Israel's side. Okay? This is what Sneeko had to say. Nick Shirley makes a video about Somali daycares, gets pushed by the entire Peter Thiel, MAGA cabal, Elon, J.D. Vance, Rumble, all glazing benevolently. Tyler Oliveira exposes how Jews in Jersey scam taxpayers, harass Goyim, have their own police, hospitals. No one says a word. Now, my position on this, for those of you who don't know, or if you are, oblivious to my position on this, is that has fraud existed in Minnesota with Somali people engaging in this fraud? Absolutely. Is there a proper way to investigate this? Yes. Has that investigation taken place? Also, yes. But what Nick Shirley engaged in wasn't a proper investigation whatsoever, right? Yes, I said, has there fraud? You got me, okay? What they were doing was taking advantage of an existing court case, an existing investigation, and hours of investigative reporting to do bottom of the barrel racialized propaganda to claim that every single Somali that runs a business is actually engaging in fraud. Okay? And everybody loved it when they did this. The same goes for enclaves of Hasidic Jews. If you recall, when Tyler Oliveira did his initial piece on the Orthodox Jewish community in New York City, I talked about pre-existing investigative reporting on the ways in which the Orthodox community takes federal funds or citywide funds and refuses to engage in like proper educational initiatives, right? This is like a real ongoing thing. Does this mean that like Jews are engaging in this mass conspiracy to defraud the government? No, of course not. Okay? But the way that these people present this information, leaning into pre-existing investigations that have been conducted, is by taking it and broadly saying like everyone's doing it. Okay? Everyone's doing it. Did you watch this video? I didn't, but I'm very familiar with Lakewood or Lakeview. Is it Lakeview? Lakewood? The Orthodox community in New Jersey. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with the Orthodox community in New York. It's just ironic that Nick Shirley also did pro-Israel propaganda only a year ago, and now they're calling him anti-Semitic for responding to Tyler Oliveira, Lakewood, New Jersey. Sorry, not Lakeview. But yeah, this all stems from unleashing these right-wing forces that traffic in conspiracies, that constantly actually engage in like ethnic divisions, constantly present entire ethnicities, non-white ethnicities, as though they are a parasitic force in the United States of America, and now that enmity being directed at Jewish communities.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, one of the largest Orthodox Jewish communities in America. How large are the families out here?
Anywhere from 6 to 12 children. This is probably 99.9% religious. Basically, this community is allowed to police themselves. Yeah, the trash cans. We have a problem now in Jackson with rats, which we've never had before. They don't want to live amongst us. They don't want to live with us. They just want to live and not have us be part of their lives.
I don't think it was nice how you portrayed the Jewish people.
Are we talking about Curious Joel?
Yes. When you came to Curious Joel, what was the agenda? There
was no agenda. I know what I'd even find.
But there was still an agenda in mind. There's a reason why you came down to Curious Joel, right?
Just trying to learn. What do you actually think I got wrong about it?
I just think there was an agenda.
What? Hello? All right. So I'm not sure what the strategy is. How are you doing? I think I'm going to sue. That honk was promised to him. His kids in there is doing that? As we were trying to escape from the Jews honking at us from all directions, turns out I had summoned the Shomrim police, the Jewish community's internal police force.
We got multiple calls.
Yeah.
I'd say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
People trying to live a quiet life on here. Just got a concern saying that you're walking up to people asking them questions, stuff like that.
Luckily, this is America, and that is the First Amendment, right?
So that's it. We're just going to follow you around. We're going to let everybody know that you can pay them not to talk to you.
Is that Blue Jacket asshole bastard doing his best vibe to vibe with the anti-Semitic crowd? Anyway, so he made this video. The video is already sitting at like it's an hour long. It's already sitting at 2.2 million views, and the video literally got his.
This is Lakewood.
The video got his Patreon banned. Hassan, I live in New Jersey. I'm very active in the political sphere here. I'm sorry to say that they are in fact defrauding the state. You haven't been here in quite some time, but Lakewood public schools are about to close because of the loopholes they took advantage of on top of using their religion to stomp all over the Pinelands protection. Please don't be easy on them. We're fighting so hard. No. Dude, I think you misunderstood me. I'm not saying there isn't fraud in Lakewood. Okay. Yes, I lived in New Jersey. I know. Just like there is not only fraud, but also a lot of mismanagement of funds in general, and a litany of other issues in Kiryas Joel in New York. Okay, I know. The problem is, just like with the fraud that took place in Minnesota, one thing can be real, and then you can still use a real thing to basically engage in racialized agitative propaganda. My problem is not that this is like a real... my problem is not that there aren't issues and this guy's just like presenting it as such. Like, for example, there's a difference between what Tyler Oliveira did in Springfield, Ohio, right? Haitians were not eating fucking cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio. That's just an abject lie. He went in to Springfield, Ohio with a mission to make it seem like the residents were very scared of the Haitian migration happening in Springfield, Ohio, when that wasn't actually the fucking case at all. That's different than, for example, going to Minnesota and like doing an actual investigation into whether or not there was fraud taking place. There was fraud taking place in Minnesota. It was led by a white lady, but of course, the main co-conspirators, the majority of the co-conspirators were from the Somali community. Okay, but that doesn't mean all Somalis were engaging in fraud. All Somali businesses are actually fraudulent. You see what I'm saying? The problem that I have with these kinds of outrage merchants is that they come in and they lean into one true component of a story, and instead of doing their due diligence and properly investigating it and uncovering something that people might not have known, or maybe even raising awareness on it, they take a broad stroke to disparage an entire religion, a group of people from an entire religion. That's the issue that I take with this kind of racialized agitative slopaganda. You're a Somali scammer that should be deported. Bruh. ADL acting like Tyler brought Hassan and Alex Jones. Wait, what? If you cannot comprehend that this kind of racialized agitative slopaganda was concocted in a way to drive suspicion to all Jews in general, I don't know what to tell you. Ben Lorber writes, the last time anti-Haredi scapegoating was prominent in the online MAGAverse was during early COVID days when Haredi enclaves were cast as viral spreaders. Back then, I noted in Haaretz the parallels to Islamophobia. In both cases, a non-Christian community demonizes backwards, insular, fanatical invaders. Today, it seems some MAGA influencers are sensing an opening to revive this anti-Haredi discourse amidst rising right-wing anti-Semitism spurred on by America First Israel skepticism. So I want to explain a technique here. Okay, I want to explain a technique that the Republican right, or the reactionary right, uses very expertly. They open the door to a broader conversation all the time by hyper focusing on edge cases. Okay, they did this with transphobia. They opened the conversation with transgender athletes in high school. Transgender athletes engaging in like high school sports, high school athletics. You open the conversation with that, and it's already like an unpopular issue, or it's an issue that like there's a lot of scrutiny around. It ties together a bunch of different focuses for broader majorities in American public. And then once that conversation starts, you slowly but surely move up the ranks. You go from transgender athletes in high school to transgender athletes in college, transgender athletes in the Olympics. You move into transgender people using the proper bathrooms, and then you move away from that, and you move to any sort of like gender confirmation surgeries, HRT. You slowly but surely start moving into a direction where like all trans existence in public is outright banished, and you make it virtually impossible for people to get the proper medical procedures that they need to live as who they are. And the same thing goes for all different marginalized communities where you move the Overton window. You start by talking about real fraud that takes place, sometimes in Haredi communities, but the ways in which you move on from that conversation is to basically boil the frog slowly but surely. You say like, see, this is how Jews are. See, the Jews came after me. They took my account away. This wasn't a problem when I did it for the Somalis, but now it's a big problem. It's a big issue. It's a fairly sophisticated way of doing racialized agitative slopaganda. Okay? Wall Street Journal has reported that Iran rejected U.S.'s demands and Farsi networks in the Middle East is down. Oh, shit. It might be beginning. I thought that they would wait until market close, but who knows? Testing the waters, but it's unclear to me if the larger MAGAverse will pick up on it, as it doesn't seem politically useful right now as, say, Somali invasion narratives, which these same figures helped popularize in 2024. Regardless, it's a reminder that in the Christian nationalist USA, no religious cultural minority is insulated from the scapegoating, even those who tend to be culturally conservative and MAGA aligned. Yeah. Bro, market closed an hour ago? No, market closed on Friday is what I thought they would do. How do you combat people calling your reasoning a slippery slope argument and fallacy? I understand that this situation is different than most other times that fallacy is brought up, but I'm not sure how to word it. Because it's not a fucking slippery slope. It's a very clearly designed propaganda apparatus that they, if you read into it, you realize is commonly utilized. I just gave you an example with trans athletes. That was a $100 million initiative created by a lot of right-wing Christian advocacy groups when they lost the conversation in the lead up to the 2016 election with Donald Trump coming out and being like, I'm pro-trans, I don't give a shit, LGBTQ for Trump. When they lost that conversation in North Carolina with a bathroom bill, they went back to the drawing board and looked for better ways to reopen anti-trans attacks. The New York Times actually has a really good piece on this if you want to go and read the deep dive. But that's precisely what's happening here with Jews as well. Whether Jews are going to continue being considered a part of the white in-group. Is America going to continue being called a Judeo-Christian country with Judeo-Christian values or not? If you recall, I told you guys in the aftermath of October 7, there were plenty of people who kept repeating that over and over again. I said, America being a Judeo-Christian nation is a relatively new phenomena. This is not a real thing. This is like neocons were really leaning into it, but that's not how it used to be in this country. That's not how it used to be in this country at all. But yeah, Laura Loomer is also losing her fucking mind on it. As I said before, the GOP has a massive Nazi problem. Nick Shirley responds to her, but yeah. Oh, I pissed off the little wannabe neo-Nazi. Tyler, weren't you just in India attacking Indians by calling them shit slingers? So you hate Jews and you hate Indians. Did you know Tucker Carlson's Al pouch is made in India? Are you really going to let them sponsor you? You're such a fraud. So, you know, this kind of sentiment is not going to work if your entire reactionary movement is about being against woke, right? Like these guys that are in the Groyper right also fucking hate Indians too. You can't just like turn around and be woke now about Jewish people, Laura. It's just like that's not how it works. You played a formative role in pushing this cultural force, this reactionary cultural force, and now it's coming after you. The leopards are eating your fucking face. Asmongold replies and says, did you watch the India video? It's one of the most positive, genuine videos about a native tradition that I've seen. Personally, I think embracing the culture shock of it is more humanizing than pretending they are just like we are. One of Tyler's best videos, in my opinion. I don't think Laura Loomer is ever going to become a fucking woke ally, by the way. I don't think that's going to happen at all. I mean, she's a reactionary monster. She's courted fascists over and over again. She is a fascist. She's a Zionist fascist. And for the longest time, this allegiance was fine, right? But now this allegiance is on shaky ground. And it's not just conservative boomer Jews that are feeling the heat. There are a lot of conservative boomers who are frustrated and worried because this wave of anti-Semitism amongst the younger conservative movement are also going to inevitably demand that America cut ties with Israel. And these guys care about Israel first and foremost. If that's their highest priority, right, then that's the reason why they're coming out and speaking out against the conspiratorial right. The very same people that were firmly committed to fomenting conspiracies on the right are now coming out and suspiciously complaining about it. There's a reason for it, okay? And the reason is because they're worried that this will inevitably attack the American interest in Israel. Of course, these guys will come after Hasidic Jews. The right-wing claim about migrants for years has been that they refuse to assimilate and reject our country's values. They've targeted ethnic enclaves for years. It was always a fantasy to believe that that wouldn't extend to Jewish communities, which are fairly insular. A lot of anti-immigrant libels literally originate from anti-Semitic tropes, such as the rootless cosmopolitan. Exactly. Exactly. This Pedro Gonzalez guy apparently used to be fucking reactionary, but he's now like woke. He's like, he got hit with the libtard beam for some reason, but I didn't even realize that he used to be a reactionary. I've only seen his like takes, his good takes. He says, if you check the replies to this tweet, you'll see Trump supporters expressing bewilderment. And what people should ask them is, why are you surprised that a movement led by a conspiracy theorist ends up here? You can draw a line from this to the Springfield pet eating hoax to the stolen election nonsense. That's why it will never stop. The movement is led by conspiracy theorists who not only mainstream conspiracy theories into politics, but also showed people how to turn them into an industry. Every time Trump complains about fake news and fake polls and stolen elections, it signals to others that you can just lie. You can just make things up. You can just weave untruths. And if you do it with enough gusto, you will be made into a right-wing celebrity, even be invited to the State of the Union like Nick Shirley. J.D. Vance will recommend you for a Pulitzer. That is how and why people like Russell Brand and Andrew Tate end up on that side, why people like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly are so at home there. And that is also why there is no fixing the new right. This is a train with no brakes, built in by design. Sammy Gold had a take on this from 11/2025, where he said the online ride made a gentleman's agreement that, as an act of MAGA praxis, no racial stone was left to be unturned. Slurs, epithets, eugenics, you name it, were all acceptable now. The idea that it somehow wouldn't branch off into anti-Semitism is laughable. Trumpism is, at a psychological level, enticing due to its being a primal scream of grievance. It's why he beat 15 more established opponents in the 2016 primary. He allowed his followers to be their worst selves. It's going to be hard to tell them, actually, you have to stop here. It's not. It's not going to stop. Why would it stop? You told your audience that you can go after anyone and everyone that is declared non-white. This is literally what you always said. Exactly. I've been banging the drums on this for years, and it's ironic that the same cultural forces that are Israel first came after me so aggressively in the last 2 fucking years, and they still come after me all the time. They still say I'm like a fucking leader in the anti-Semitic movement because they're fucking stupid. Go back and listen to my Oxford speech. I urge you. It will be so fucking salient. Okay? It's prescient, dude. I spoke about this extensively on my Oxford speech where I said, listen, you're trafficking in the realm of conspiracies. It's going to come after you. A lot of American Jews think that the Israel conversation is where it was maybe 20 years ago. It's not there anymore. People don't fuck with Israel anymore. And the more you associate yourself with Israel, the more the average American that's not Jewish or hasn't learned about what Israel means to them is going to look at you like you're a fucking Muslim ISIS supporter. Okay? And ironically enough, there aren't a lot of Muslim ISIS supporters. Muslims roundly fucking hate ISIS. ISIS kills Muslims. And yet, the American media apparatus fomented Islamophobia by tying Islam to ISIS over and over again. But you have American Jews tying themselves to the Jewish version of ISIS in the form of Israel deliberately, openly, in broad daylight, over and over again. It's fucking insane. Of course, people are going to look at that and go, what the fuck is this? That's what it has. What do you think? Where do you think this was going to go? I can't understand how people could not have just a fraction of the foresight necessary. And yet they still, nevertheless, continue coming after me, a person who has spent a good deal of time basically weaving through anti-Semitic narratives and explaining to people that anti-Semitism is a bigotry, an ancient form of bigotry that has always been at the crosshairs of those in positions of power at times of need. Whenever material conditions get to a certain point where people are very angry and resentful, who do you blame? You blame the Jews. I've said this many, many times, and now we're there. What is this? What? ISIS and Israel are not the same? Brain dead? ISIS and Israel are not only partnered, they've been partnered on numerous occasions, but yes, they are virtually identical. Zionism is fascism. Zionism is racism. It has the same colonial exterminationist ambitions and domination ambitions that ISIS had. Israel and ISIS are virtually identical. Not only are they directly aligned sometimes, with Israel offering material support, logistical support to ISIS affiliate groups in Syria, but thanks for highlighting me and all you do. Thanks for the convo. Okay, I hope you understand where I'm coming from, but Israel, Zionism ideologically is identical to ISIS. What? I'm also disappointed in you a little bit because you didn't cover the Indian vid. The hate I received online after that vid has become insane. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm sorry that I don't fucking cover every psychotic racial propaganda that Tyler Oliveira engages in, chatter. What the fuck? This man has done thousands of videos. I don't cover all of them. It's fucking crazy to expect me to cover all of his videos. You think I'm one of the only cultural forces that can combat bigotry on the internet? Like, that's crazy. Yes, Israel and ISIS are hardline fundamentalists. On their basic policy positions are the same: expansion, domination, exploitation, and murder of the out-group at the behest of the in-group. Richard Wolff says this all the time. You're right. People get angry at the people telling them they're delusional. It's going to continue to happen until it finally breaks the denial. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the bits and pieces of this video.
Places based on your videos. You don't own this place. You don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
Tyler, it seems like that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
So Pat obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country? So
Why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I got like
public safety.
I would say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
People try to live a quiet life.
You two gentlemen? I think one of the other annoying aspects of Tyler Oliveira's coverage on shit like this is that it makes it much more difficult to have a normal and reasonable conversation about like ongoing fraud. You know what I mean? That's what's so fucking that's also like frustrating for someone like myself, because under normal circumstances, like, you can have a real investigative report on shit that takes place in Lakewood, right? Like, and there has happened in the past, like, good journalists, sometimes even, like, my first interaction with, what's his face, who's at Forward, he's Orthodox himself, and he has, Jacob Kornbluth. Thank you. My first interaction with Jacob Kornbluth was when he was, as a member of the Orthodox community in New York City, when he was basically whistleblowing on the ways in which the Orthodox Jews were getting together and violating a lot of the rules around COVID. And they almost fucking killed his ass for that. If you recall, if you were here during my COVID coverage during like 2020, 2021, there was a point where they, like, literally, there was a super right-wing MAGA Hasidic content creator, like a radio shock jock, that got like hundreds of Orthodox Jews in the streets to surround Jacob Kornbluth's apartment. Okay? It was crazy. It was unlike anything I've ever seen before because of his coverage. So, like, there are real instances of fraud, or real instances of, like, dangerous violations of, like, healthcare restrictions that epidemiologists have suggested. Like, this kind of shit happens. But if you look at it and you go, yeah, well, there you go, Jews are fucking violating the rules again, or there you go, Jews are fucking frauding the government again, all of a sudden it turns from a very real conversation that you could be having into one where it's just like, it's just pure racialized animosity.
I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not to come back.
Amazing.
If you come back, it'll be a trespassing.
So you say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism.
The Jewish community is extremely racist.
You have a group of people that call themselves God's people. You are a Semite supremacist.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids.
I'm arguing that the government said.
That's our money. I pay taxes.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Should I call the cops on you? Okay, that's it.
We may be in a corrupt hellhole. So what am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do so.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, home to one of the largest and fastest growing Orthodox Jewish communities in America, having anywhere from 6 to 10 kids per family, causing the community's rapid growth to spill into the neighboring towns of Jackson, Toms River, Brick, and Howell, causing non-Jewish residents to fear that their town will soon be turned into Little Jerusalem, just like Lakewood.
The tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime.
You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016. How did you get a relationship with the White House? Who in the White House?
I don't think I want. I think I don't want to say.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest. The powers out here are pretty immense.
It's not about Jackson. Jackson is a test case. If it isn't squashed soon, is going to take over the entire country.
It's already a problem in all the surrounding towns. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved, people connected to the President of the United States.
In New Jersey, is there room for a two-state solution?
No, there's clearly not. I think it's going to be a fight.
I ride around Lakewood. There are near Lakewood, outside of Lakewood, and all these towns around Lakewood, there are housing developments.
Like one of the most common ways in which like groypers initially used to do the whole like, oh, they hate the goyim or whatever, was they would take like a blurry camera footage of like a kahanist sitting around and being like, oh, the goy cattle, like we're gonna dominate the goy cattle, and they'd be like, this is what every Jew believes. And that's a very classic way to do racial agitprop, right? It's a very classic way to do it. You look at like an edge case or like a fucking wild supremacist demon, and then say this is how the entire fucking minority population believes. Okay, it's a classic example. I mean, they do it. This is, if you're black, you're probably very aware of how this is done. You know, if you're trans, you've seen it, you've experienced it. This is what they're doing, but now they're doing it to Jews.
I am lived. There are no Yidden there yet, but all these housing developments, someone who they could turn it around. We saw what happened in Lakewood itself. There are a lot of other opportunities if people want to take that jump and become a shtickle pioneer.
As the Orthodox Jewish community consolidated political power in Lakewood, taking majority control of the Township Committee, Planning Board, Zoning Board, and School Board, financially depleting the public school system for non-Jewish kids, overwhelming local infrastructure, and turning a once quiet town into a densely populated, over-trafficked Jewish enclave prioritizing Jews over non-Jews. Before I investigate the Jewish takeover of Lakewood and of the nearby town of Jackson, I first want to visit the town where the blueprint was born, Muncie, New York.
Someone like David Badner saw the opportunity a few years ago. He bought several 50 to 100 houses in Muncie. I believe that he single-handedly, in a certain way, turned around Muncie. These are opportunities that come up every once in a while, and someone has to step up to the plate.
Miller News, thanks for meeting up on such short notice, man.
My Muncelandians, you know we here. We outside.
When did you notice Muncie begin to form as a Hasidic Jewish enclave?
I would say 20 years ago, I saw the first.
You're on the cover of Teen Jacobin? I thought it was a joke. I didn't realize they are literally doing Teen Jacobin. That's crazy.
Start of it, and then every year it just started to grow exponentially.
Hey!
Different.
It's me. How are you? Stop what?
They on Tyler. Yo, they on Tyler.
But the Jews here were not happy to see me after I asked how they afford 7 to 10 kids on a single income and if they were on welfare in Kiryas Joel. How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
How do you afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you, too?
Also, yes.
How do people afford to have such big families out here?
It's... I'm not saying anything.
Are you Tyler?
I'm Tyler.
Are you trying to do another anti-Semitism video?
How did I spread anti-Semitism? That's crazy you said that. Life circumstance, different culture. So this is their way of... Like, listen, I know you're frustrated about what some of the things we focused on. Is that kind of what I'm...
Bro, this is literally like going to a fucking Mormon enclave and just being like, well, you know how all Christians are. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. You know how Christians are, getting up to their fucking Christian initiatives again.
Sure. So give me some examples of how things were misconstrued. Yeah, what did I get that was wrong?
So it's not necessarily misconstrued. Well, it is misconstrued. There's a lot of it that's, you'll cut a lot of it, cut out different words, make it sound a lot worse than it is. There's a lot of people here that are on welfare. A lot of people are in Section 8. A lot of people that are on a bunch of different WIC, food stamps, stuff like that.
Sure.
If you go to any low-income communities, you're going to see that. They're all going to be on the different welfares.
Okay, so they were on welfare.
Yeah,
Okay.
no bit of denying that.
Okay.
But again, it's the way you say it, it's the way you twist it, the way you...
How did I twist it?
Not twist it, again,
How did I-
twist it's the wrong
I'm
word.
just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Growing up in an extremely... Dude, go.
Ah, the insufferable hug. I see. You say I misrepresent, and then they do that. Like, come on.
I'm not saying they're all good people. It's like I said, wherever you go, there's going to be the idiots. There's always going to be the assholes wherever you go.
I totally.
What is this? LA-based photojournalist has been trying to credit. What is that? The photojournalist took a Clark Kent photo at downtown LA strike is bummed out you didn't credit him. Mind reaching out to him on IG. Eric Anders. Wait, what? I thought I credited everyone. Yeah, I'll fix it. What is it? Eric Anders. Which one was it? Which photo was it? I don't even remember. Did I credit the wrong photographer or something? Wait, I'm confused. This one? No, I did. I credited the photographer that took this photo. See? What are you talking about? This is confusing to me. I credited the photographer that took this photo. Am I missing something? Is there a different one? The sexy Clark Kent photo from your Twitch comeback? You probably did. Yes, that's not him. Oh no, not this one. Someone please find the Reddit Clark Kent one. It's not on your IG page? Wait, what? Then fucking where is it? Like, what do you mean? Wait. It's not on your IG page. What? How can I help? That's the real question. Like, what can I do to help out? I followed your friend on Instagram, but it wasn't my post. It was a Reddit post that went viral. This photo? No, I don't think it's this photo. Are they talking about this photo? No, he said the Clark Kent one. I think I know what he's talking about, but it's not here. Like, I didn't post it on my Instagram. Yeah, it's this one. I think he's talking about this one, right? Here, I'll post it on my, seems it's his 5th photo. I'll post it on my Instagram story. How about that? Is that good? My, you know, I would hate to fucking post shit without properly crediting it. I don't know exactly where it is though. Hold on, I'm gonna try to find it now. I liked it, but it's been a minute. So anyway, let's get back to the video for the time being. Not a very W derail, but it's all good.
I get it. You talk about the community. It feels like you're trying to create a narrative that you did not find. You found people that are on welfare that have a lot of kids, but your headline did wrote welfare addicted Jews.
What is your frustration? I'm curious. Welfare dependent, welfare reliant, welfare addicted. What's the difference? Tell me. They need it to survive, and without it, they die. What is the difference?
It's addictive to bait click. That's an addiction.
That's an addiction?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you addicted to being a victim or what?
No.
The Goyim were grateful someone was finally bringing up their town's issues.
I show you. They take all my money, these people.
You think they take the money?
Dude, pinning other minority groups against one another. This has got it all. This has got it all, baby. This is expertise in right-wing slop. Right-wing racialized slopaganda. Looking at an edge case or systemic problems that exist in one community to say like all of the members of that marginalized background are engaging in it, creating plausible deniability, making it seem like it's a Jew-specific problem too. That's another one. It's got it all.
All right, see you, bro. How do you like living here as a non-Jew?
So-so. Well, I don't
what
like
do you mean by so-so?
Because they're aesthetics.
Do they treat you as one of them? Like,
No,
are you guys
no.
on the same page?
No. They don't bother me because I don't deal with them.
Okay. Do you think there is large-scale welfare fraud out here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a lot. They get away with everything. They get the Section 8, they get everything, the free housing and, you know.
Do you think most people work out here in the Hasidic community?
No.
No? How do they afford their bills?
I wish I knew. I would do the same thing, too.
Bro, it's the same. Bro, it's the same method. It's the same fucking method. Get like the logos, the shit on the group to say like this is you know, everybody hates them, all this shit. It's literally a one-to-one copy of the Somali thing, if not a more pervasive problem.
And what are your thoughts on the driving out here? I gotta ask you that. It's the most important question.
I don't want to talk about it.
The driving is crazy.
Okay.
You got a stop sign over there, they don't even stop. They just pass, you know. That's why so much traffic and accidents, and it's crazy.
You saw the Curious Joel video. Why was that video good?
That video was good because I've been in East Ramapo for as long as I remember. I also went to Spring Valley High School. I went to, I've been in the school system, and we've definitely seen a lot of things, especially since our school board was majority private school owners, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish. And they had control over our public school system over like the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that way we would fail, and we lost about 3-2 schools.
Basically, through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo school board and went on to eliminate hundreds.
I'm losing it. Bro, class issue presented as a racialized problem. Once again, literally a pervasive problem with private schooling in every fucking part of the country. Every part of the country. This should be taught in schools as a way to dilute class-related issues to very effectively turn it into some reactionary bullshit. This is literally like this video is the clearest example of anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools narrative. Okay? It's incredible. It's incredible. It's like a perfect example of it. It's mind-boggling. This is also part of the reason why I fucking yell about anti-Semitism in general. Okay, the Hasids aren't acting this way because of class. No, chatter, with your own personal involvement with Hasidic communities and your anger coming out here, okay, that people probably don't know. Before people say, he's being anti-Semitic, that chatter is Jewish. The organizational principle or the sense of community around Hasidic Jews is utterly immaterial because this problem persists in literally every fucking American neighborhood where there are Christian schools as well. My argument is this is a pervasive problem in the United States of America, everywhere else. Just because these guys have been able to organize around, a community, organize around like being Hasidic Jews in one neighborhood, doesn't change the fundamental problem here, which is allowing private schools to suck up state subsidies and destroy public schools in the fucking neighborhood. You think this is just a Lakewood problem? Fuck no. A version of this exists everywhere.
Hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers, while approving millions of taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 black and brown public school students, while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food that's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
I ask you, do not take our music program away. I love playing an instrument. My brother would be crushed.
And the budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut down and the majority Jewish school board then voted to sell it to a Jewish yeshiva for pennies on the dollar. Basically, the poorest, most vulnerable kids in these communities had their schools gutted and looted, all by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
We believe that some of the decisions that have been made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it, find yourself another place to live.
How was your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources that we were.
Bro, you think this guy gives a fuck about education, public education, let alone education for black and brown children? I'm sorry. You are the biggest sucker on the planet. No, he's just pitting one fucking marginalized community against Jews. That's it. That's it. That's what he's doing.
To have,
don't be a fucking idiot.
For the past 10, 15 years or so, people have been purposely voting no on our school budget vote, so that way we had no funding and money for our school. And, that was done purposely.
And who was voting no?
Majority, the Jewish community. You like drive around here, you'll literally see signs saying vote no for a school budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were able to get a ward system to be able to get 3 seats for you know, the wards, but if it wasn't for that, we still would be majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out their way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
A lot of people like to say they're ducking taxes and all that. There's truths and lies to that, but I could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down. I've seen certain spaces, buildings get destroyed for let's just say for more kosher customs, you feel me? So
I want to thank you for showing our community. I don't believe in hiding. I believe we have a tremendous amount to be proud of, and like every community, we're different. We have our goods. Other communities have their positives.
Tell me about what are some of the best things about this community then?
Tonight at sundown, we shut our phones, we shut our cars, we go to shul. The most beautiful part of our religion, do you understand that Orthodox Jews can be anywhere? The sun is coming down and it's the last opportunity to pray what's called mincha, which is afternoon services. They could be in the most important meetings and they'll go pray. And they could care less about anything happening. The same things with Shabbos. We come home, our families are waiting. We sing Shalom Aleichem. We welcome in the Shabbos, and you'll say back Aleichem Shalom, right?
Could they feed 10 kids
Yes.
without those programs?
I am one of 10 children.
You're
My
driving
father-
a G-Wagon.
Like people, bro. People literally, people who say like, oh, well, they're not organizing around the boundaries of class here. You think the Hasidic Jews are doing this because they're, because they're aware of their class position. Yeah, just like the fucking Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not a religious conflict, but a conflict surrounding the dispossession of the indigenous population at the behest of a fascist ideology that still ultimately engages in war for material extraction. This is no different in that regard as well. Don't be fucking suckered in to the argument that they're presenting to you. It's ridiculous. This very same issue persists all across the country, in Christian enclaves, in Jewish enclaves. It might even in some way, shape, or form exist in Muslim enclaves. Like, it's a problem with the way public school funds are allocated back to private institutions. These guys are just utilizing what was initially set up probably for Christians to their own advantage in the United States of America. But the results are still the fucking same. Charter schools and private schools that suck up the funds away from public schools.
Bro. My father was never on any welfare. I used to reuse sandwich bags to save my father a penny.
That's great for you.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your video.
What about me, though?
I love you, man. You are funny.
You don't own this place. You don't own America. I can do whatever I want.
Whatever you want.
Get in your G-Wagon, get to work.
You're not trying to bring people together. You never did, you never will. It's who you are. Somebody hurt you deeply, and I'm sorry.
He was right. Someone did hurt me. Whoever told my sponsors to pull out after making one video exploring a community of welfare-addicted Jews. If you want to help me avoid ending up on welfare too, and get access to all of these videos early, and watch never-before-seen content I can't upload on YouTube, go subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/TylerAll.
Bro, he's a fucking freak.
I headed to Lakewood, New Jersey, one of the fastest-growing Orthodox.
And he got banned on Patreon too. This fucker ushers in hate on black community while attempting to cover up phony care for us with the other hand. Yes. Bro, this is how reactionary propaganda works. This is how it works. This is how it's always worked. Just like the whole like anti-affirmative action initiatives obviously fail for the longest time with white students consistently claiming that they were being victimized. So they went back and they got a bunch of Asian students. Anyway, let's continue.
Jewish communities in America where a similar Jewish takeover has taken place, leading to the gutting of the public school system, all while turning a predominantly working-class Irish and Italian town into Little Jerusalem.
I'm trying to merge a gap to see if there's any way that we could actually be one community. Because as you can tell, it's two separate communities. Look around. You will not see a non-Jewish resident here.
We got the Yiddish bus.
This is really all Jewish stores.
Sure.
Now, that pizza place, it's going to be kosher pizza, probably.
A lot of these signs are written in Yiddish,
What?
and everything's insulated. Basically, you come here to this plaza, get everything you need.
Like, what? Who gives a fuck? They do this to Muslims too, like halal. Who fucking cares? Oh no, dude. Kosher pizza. Where my country gone? they're taking over, brother. Like, that part is dumb as fuck.
Quite convenient, quite nice.
Now, everyone can shop here. Of course, we could go in and they'll be friendly, but everything's geared towards one community.
But and is it always this way? This part here, is this newly developed in the last?
Oh yeah, so this used to be a concrete yard.
Got it.
So we're almost where we're standing. Used to have rows of concrete trucks.
Sure. It's bustling. It's busy.
Now, this place was packed with Jews buying groceries for Shabbos, but keep in mind, Goyim are fully allowed to come in here and shop whenever they please.
They're very friendly. I don't think anybody's going to be nasty to us. Is a lot of the fear bullshit warranted? Definitely not. Definitely not.
What?
But I do think they don't feel comfortable enough to do it.
But it's important to understand the bigger picture here. As kosher stores move in, more Jews move.
Dog, it's literally like going to an Italian deli and being like, oh, these guys hate you for not being Italian, except don't be fooled. They're very nice. But make sure you understand, it's their wily ways, the wily, cunning ways of the Italian that tells you, that welcomes you into the deli, says, Mamma Mia. But deep down inside, there's a hidden truth. They hate you. They want you to be cattle. It's just a fucking grocery store, man.
Here too, creating a positive feedback loop where a town rapidly becomes a Jewish hub, ultimately changing the character and identity of a town, and in Lakewood's case, overwhelming the infrastructure. Before we explore the many implications of life for Goyim as towns like Lakewood become increasingly Jewish, I want you to understand how quickly the word anti-Semitism gets weaponized in real time out here.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
Why do you think anything that you don't like to see is anti-Semitism? What have I said that's anti-Semitic? Go.
When you talk about people accepting government money, and the overlay is a bunch of pictures of fraud, you're trying to twist it to make it look like we're doing fraud.
There were welfare programs that were defrauded by Jews. What did I say that was a lie?
There are
Go.
welfare programs that are defrauded by
Yes,
everybody.
and I made a Minneapolis video as well. I've made several videos. Why are you being so sensitive?
What you're trying to make it sound is like anyone who accepts government money in the Jewish community is doing fraud.
That's your interpretation.
What you're doing is dangerous.
How is this dangerous? Why should you be treated like a protected group? You're asking for special privileges.
No, we're not. We're asking just to be fair, and you're not being fair.
I am being fair.
This is going to make you a lot of money, and it's going to gin up a lot of hatred towards a community that's seeing a rise in anti-Semitism that hasn't been seen in years. Every single day, our lives are at risk, and this is going to lead to more.
My sponsor literally got pulled out of the video once they learned the topic of that video. I lost the sponsorship. How is that lucrative? Tell me. So you say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism. Listen, man, you got a kid in the car, I just noticed. Drive your kid home, get your groceries. You're getting honked at. Let's go. It was good to meet you, though.
So you're arguing with the United States because the president obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country?
Why don't you move back to Israel then if there's so much anti-Semitism, right? Like that guy said. Why doesn't he go to Israel?
We are giving back.
Listen, in theory, welfare is a good idea. It's sweet, right? At what point is it too far? Because this is a program designed to help single moms after they get divorced and keep the kid from starving.
I also disagree with you that someone doesn't have a right to have a child.
I think you should have a child if you can afford it, right?
Can I interrupt real quick?
Sure. Let's hear it.
Okay. You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back.
Amazing.
If you come back,
I'm
it'll be a
trespassed or what?
trespassing charge. You're
Fair
trespassing.
enough.
If you don't like the laws of America and you think that the government of welfare is stupid or whatever,
I would like to change the laws. Just like you would like to create anti-Semitism protection laws that give you guys protected classes and protection against anti-Semitism, whatever that means, right?
So
why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
Because I like it here.
Same here. I like it here, but I like to make some changes. We can both agree on that, right?
So please keep on moving.
God bless you. There we go. He loves us.
I know. Make a
Yeah,
change.
you guys have group chats of me. You guys say, beware of this guy like I'm like Hitler or something. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm a nice guy. I talk to everyone.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them.
Your story point over here is that people can't have children if they can't afford them. You, as a society, are born from people who started with two people. Two, okay? Adam and Eve. That's it.
New Jersey ain't gonna live this down. Listen, I don't know this state. I have no affiliation with this state. I don't know what the fuck this state is. I've never even seen a jersey. What, like the things that people wear? Is that what you're talking about? Bro went to Rutgers, Rugrats, that TV show? Fuck you mean? With the babies?
You want to go with the Big Bang, but it started at some point. There was two people. And now there's billions And there was trillions throughout the world. So you're saying if you can't have
What
kids...
does that have to do with anything? All of those people didn't have welfare. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Did they have a government
We live
that
in a
paid
government,
for
we
their
live in a
kids?
government that decides
What is
that
this
if you have
fucking
children,
combo, man?
we're going to help you. Now, everyone does their part.
You should not have more kids than you can afford. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids.
Okay.
That's what you're arguing.
I'm not arguing that I was for the kids.
You are.
I'm arguing that the government said.
No, that's our money. I pay taxes. I shouldn't be funding your
And you
kids.
elected Donald
Should
Trump.
not be funding your kids. You don't pay for my kids. Okay, fuck, I could do this all day.
Why don't you go?
No, you should go because
You
people
should
are, you're stopping traffic.
You should move.
Guys, let's go. Move on.
He's stopping traffic, not me.
Yeah, right. No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
He was saying, Tyler, he loves me.
So
man.
we're not
That's
allowed
right.
here?
Go. You want to come to the corner?
Where? Over there? Let's go move. Let's go.
You know, I know what you did in the video and we all saw it and we still see it, but it's like
What did I get wrong?
nobody can cross the government. The government knows everything. The United States federal government knows everything.
Not if you're fraudulently found.
No, it's not true. That if you feel that you live in a country that is corrupt,
I do.
Why are you still living here?
Well,
This is why, no matter how isolated or insular an ethnic enclave you can have, you still 100% become a fucking Jerseyan. Okay? Look at this motherfucker. He's basically Italian. You take the yarmulke off and you're like, oh, that's an Italian guy. That's an Italian guy, and I'm seeing like a hint of an accent. I can't really recall what it is. I mean, he's even wearing the fucking kippah to the side, bro. He's like, yeah, like a Yankee with no brim, right? But Jewish style. Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, come over here. Come over here. Let me talk to yous. Let me talk to yous. Hey, what you doing with these fucking Jews I don't like? All right, come on.
not everyone has options, right?
I can give you a
Brimless is too crazy? Yeah, bro. Sideways, too.
list of 15, 20 countries off the bat that you can live in.
Yeah, regardless, let's say America is corrupt, I still want to live here.
You understand?
Oh, but hold on. Just because there is corruption here, which there is.
There is no.
What are you talking about? Let's not be silly here.
If there would be corruption, the FBI would love to come here first than any other location in the world.
Come on, that's not true.
Okay. I don't know if that's the best argument. I'm sorry. That's funny. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, the American government and the FBI they have maximum anti-Semitism. They would love to fucking come in here. It's just fucking chuds on all sides. No, literally, it's perfect. It's chud on chud violence. Oh.
Well, I read the numbers in Minnesota.
22 people indicted for Medicaid fraud.
Numbers in Minnesota. And listen, you can attack them as much as you want. What they did, that's big numbers, man.
Both of your schools had money laundering. You had people. Yes, both.
There's 45 schools here.
So BMG had people that were.
Bro, look at them. Like they're brothers. Okay. All men are brothers, bro. This guy and the other guy. I mean, he's wearing the brimless. He's wearing the one with the brim. You know what I mean? You got different Los Pollos variants out in the wild, arguing with one another, sounding exactly like Los Pollos.
Were charged with money laundering, and so did the school for special buildings.
As of when?
2019, 2018, 2017. Look it up. It's all over Google.
I don't look it up. You got to show it to me.
Come on.
Nah, don't look it up. You got to show it to me. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
25% of people in this vicinity between these 4 or 5 zip codes work very hard.
Yeah.
So if you want to go and dig in a place like here, Lakewood, where the same capital you're going to find in this small percentage.
You're making me want to dig now. You're making me want to look.
You're already digging, man. You're digging already for
I'm at Whole
for
Foods.
4
What
months.
are you talking about? 4 months?
What do you mean? Go break your head. You can keep on breaking your head.
I will break my head.
No problem. Eventually, when you break your head too much, you end up digging water. When you dig water, there's nothing under it.
You were in Jackson, which is really like a continuation of Lakewood. By the way, I don't know if you know how I toppled the government there. They had all these anti-Semitic laws. It was crazy. I had 2 conversations with the White House, and eventually DOJ got involved. But anyway, So I don't know, are you already doing your Lakewood thing?
I'm here with Dr. Richard Roberts. You sold a pharmaceutical company for $800 million. You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yes.
And you reached out to me. Why did you reach out to me via email?
Because you posted that, first of all, you did your video, Curious Yoel in New York, and got a lot of Orthodox Jews very, very upset.
But why did you reach out to me?
But towards the end of the video, you saw the altruism in the community, and you seemed to respect that. And since I could see that you seemed to me to have a sincere desire to actually get the real facts, because, you know, if you were just bigoted against us, you wouldn't be struck or commenting on the altruism in our community.
But you casually toppled the Jackson government. A, what does that mean? B, how did you get a relationship with the White House?
I never spoke to DOJ. I did speak to people in the White House twice to tell them what was going on, because...
Who in the White House?
I don't think I think I don't want to say.
You think this guy got the access because he's Jewish? He might have used like friends that he knows, but like if you're a random Orthodox Jew, okay, and you live in like Section 8 housing, you think you're getting access to the fucking White House? Or do you think the fact that he's a billionaire has something to do with it? Sorry, 800 millionaire. I apologize. You know, this is the filter. This is, by the way, Tyler Oliveira is like far more sophisticated than Nick Shirley, which isn't saying much, but he is far more sophisticated than Nick Shirley in the way that he does the propaganda. But like, it's still a filter. Ask yourself that question. You think like a random broke boy Orthodox Jew gets to have their needs met, or do you think this still has? Do you think that this still has a lot to do with your class position?
First off, though, so you mentioned Jackson's a continuation of Lakewood. You toppled the governments. You went to the White House willy-nilly. Called? Okay. You're connected to the White House.
By the way, I rarely leave my house.
Which just goes to show the scale of your connections, in my opinion. I hear this voice from him, I'm like, shiver me timbers, who am I dealing with a little bit here, right? Like, this guy's...
Little old me.
All right. And you might be wondering, why are mega wealthy Jewish power brokers connected to Donald Trump trying to set the record straight with a lowly goy tuber like myself? This all begs the question, why are they so afraid of me?
I think they just don't want you to portray Lakewood in a bad way. That's really all it is.
Is there any bad to see?
There's bad to see everywhere. It's good to see everywhere.
Exactly. Good, bad, and the ugly everywhere, right?
100%. I used to live here in Lakewood when I was in 9th and 10th grade. I love Lakewood. There's so much Jewish life here. It's so easy to be Jewish, and everything's cheaper. It's amazing here.
Why did Lakewood become such a large Jewish hub?
So I think it started with BMG, Base Marriage Kavoa, and then you had a lot. You know BMG?
Yeah. Tell me more about BMG, though, right? I hear it's like the Harvard of yeshivas.
Yes, it's top notch. You just sit and learn all day. You already finished your high school phase. Most people went to Israel already, came back, and they just sit and learn all the time. It's amazing. I used to do it when I was a teenager. Lakewood's an amazing place and everything, and I think I've seen your videos all over. I just think that people get nervous and stuff like that, but you're just coming here filming the truth, and you're working just like we are. That's it. We're all in the same boat.
What should we know about Lakewood?
It's a great place. You're always welcome here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've got, no, it's welcoming for the most part. A few guys are fired up. We try to give them the chance to speak, have a conversation. Do a little psst.
Okay, man.
What whisper did we miss?
Nothing. I gotta go now.
Yeah, I love it. To a T. A guy gets a whisper, then he goes quiet. Would you like to say anything? How you doing?
You don't like it, huh?
With this guy whispering in his brethren's ears. He comes up when they're talkative and sweet, and he goes,
Take her out, take her out.
Psst, psst, and then they stop talking. It is miraculous. Tyler, good to meet you. What's your name?
If I say something good, you're gonna put it on?
Let's go. We just met up with the guy. He was like pissed off that we like come around here and explore. This guy's killing me, dude. The psst, psst. This is, he's treating you like a...
Just a reminder, this town is a 70% Trump voting town. Oh yeah, no, like high density hogs, okay? Very high density of hogs here. That's why it's so funny. That's part of the reason why people are so fucking mad on the conservative side, because these are Trump voters. Like this is part of the base. Like he's going after the bread and butter. He's going after the MAGA base.
Child. So the whole world's gonna laugh so nice. I know.
This is pathetic. He's treating you like a child. Who is this guy?
Why are you guys being told what to say?
This is pathetic. Let the man speak. Okay, does that not look like suspicious activity?
Why is there so much secrecy if you have nothing to hide?
Why would he do that? He's the head whisperer. All right, tell me what you're going to say.
How much money everyone makes in this town? Crazy amount.
What?
The police is also going to follow us, just FYI.
Going to follow us.
There's a police response, special response unit, and the cops had their internal monologue that they're going to just trail us around.
Amazing. So given that the cops are being called so often, they're just going to follow us around all day. Land of the free, home of the brave. And then I stumbled upon a kosher collision. Another example of Lakewood's infamously terrible driving.
We were just showing how densely trafficked it is out here, how much traffic there is. We wanted to show some of the driving differences out here.
I don't think you're saying a fair statement. This has nothing to do with dense driving.
Oh, what does it have to do with bad driving skills? Or
Wait, did he roll up to the guy who was in a car crash while he's still in the car? Ain't no fucking way, bro. Mamdani rescues Columbia University protester? Wow. Bro, I had no idea. Wow, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Wait, let's look at the Hasanabi TikTok. Let's just look. Let's just look at the TikTok. Oh my God. Zoran Mamdani just got off the phone with President Trump. In our meeting earlier, I shared my concerns about Columbia student Elina Agayeva, who was detained by ICE this morning. He's just informed me that she will be released immediately. That's fucking incredible, dude. That is incredible. Fantastic shit. He made the boss call. Trump fucking loves him, dude. Holy shit. I had a productive meeting with President Trump this afternoon. I'm looking forward to building more housing in New York City. He's so... Dude, Zoran Mamdani is exactly the person that Trump would love to win favor with. Donald Trump's greatest anger and resentment towards elite liberals stems from the fact that New York elite society never recognized the Trump family as a part of the elite. They always considered him to be crude, of poor taste, nouveau riche. That's where a lot of his anger comes from. Zoran Mamdani, on the other hand, did something that Barack Obama never did, which is just kind of talk to him normally. Zoran is a person who was welcomed by the cultural elite very quickly. I mean, it makes sense. He's a well-dressed guy. He's well-spoken. His father is a fucking academic. His mother is a very famous movie director. He's very clearly a part of this group that Donald Trump desperately wants to win favors with. Part of the reason why Donald Trump is fascinated with Zoran, seemingly, is because he has a way of communicating with him in this charming manner that isn't like outwardly repulsed, that I think Donald Trump just responds this way to whatever he's doing and offers him whatever he wants. Oh my God. Your cat reaction, you didn't say a word, is blowing up too.
So how do you propose the nation enforce federal immigration law?
We need to, first off, abolish and prosecute.
It's crazy you have the same outfit on as that video. Bro, I know, I'm fucking wild like that.
Totally because of this.
Anyway, let's get back to this guy who got into a car crash Jewishly. I mean, that he literally is a kosher car crash. That's what he said. Like, I just never thought I would see it in my lifetime. This kind of like otherizing of Jews as like a non-white part, as like an out group, was definitely something a lot of people shied away from doing. They did not do, like, he's treating Jewish people like they are black or brown or Muslim. Like, you do this kind of shit to Muslims, everybody loves it. They're like, oh my God, more of this, please. It's crazy. Recession indicator, bro. Straight up. Jews are now at the precipice of no longer being seen as white. Pretty wild. Because like, oh, they're driving Jewishly. You know? That's literally when you become a marginalized identity, when you become like not a part of the in-group, that's what they do. They're like, oh, well, everything you do is wrong. Everything you do, or anyone from your group engages in anything, any crime or you know, any altercation, now that is the responsibility of the entire group, right?
Fair. That's fair.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. There were actually no one on the road.
Totally fair. Okay. You need help getting pushed? All right.
Like, he's literally in the car crash. He rolled up to a car crash with the camera and was like, what's up? You driving kosher style? That's crazy.
Why are you making up a story? Because you need a documentary. There was not one car in sight by that.
Oh, you just hit the wall.
That's it.
You didn't hit anyone?
No.
Do you need help getting pushed? Okay, we're gonna get out of here. Oh, you're good. Different than anyone else.
You need a job.
I agree.
You need a job?
No, I mean, I'm employed. I employ a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, you make money for doing nothing.
For doing nothing? Do you think moving capital and charging interest is something more valuable than I do, or what?
What?
Moving capital and charging interest? Really, Tyler? Oh, really? I didn't realize you were such a socialist, Tyler. Like, this is what I mean. The first half of the video is like, look at these poor black and brown students that are having their public school fundings eroded, destroyed. Oh, I didn't realize you were a brave education advocate for marginalized communities from the 800 different videos you've done of like, this black town is doing black style crimes, the urbanest of urban crimes in this urban town where urban style individuals are doing all the drugs you've ever seen. And they're doing the drugs because they hate going to school. Okay. Only to then turn around and be like, well, you know, these poor marginalized communities, these black and brown communities are having their resources stripped away by these Jews, kosher style. Like, classic pitting of different marginalized identities. He just straight up went up to this dude and was like, oh, you think moving money around is actually, you think engaging in usury and moving money around is real work? Bitch, are you a fucking socialist? Are you an anti-capitalist? No. Why the fuck are you bringing this up? Yeah, moving money around Jewish style? It's crazy.
I think you should write about
Tell me.
the hundreds of thousands of people that do favors to people every day.
Tell me more.
Open up a book. You never saw so many charity organizations as you have here in Lake.
I know there's so many 501c3s. It makes me wonder, are they all charitable? Are they fiending for tax exemptions? You know, would you say
Oh, you activated his trap car, bro. You shouldn't have said charitable contributions. Oh, no. Now he's going to do the fucking cars for kids shit.
a great place to move to for a young family? If I have a kid or a wife, a young wife? Okay. Not just the Jews.
My best friends are going.
Okay, respect. What do we have here? We have a... Hey, it's good to meet you.
You see that?
I saw it. What is the name of that organization once again? Hatzola. Okay, good to meet you, man. See you later. And we have Hatzola up here to help the community. Yeah, this guy doesn't even know what the First Amendment is.
We're busy with the knives.
Don't be a joker, bro. Come on. Yes. Come over here. Come over here. All right. Let me... I need to get you like a second number. Son. What's your Instagram? You have Facebook?
No, I don't have. Tyler,
Look at these hundreds. My phone number's been leaked.
You're a little child. Give me a number. I promise you.
Why are you insulting?
I'm not insulting.
You
Because
just insulted.
Come on, I'm a little child.
So give me a number. I promise you I'll make it worth it for you.
All right, look, give me your email. Give me your email. Give me your email.
732. Give you my number.
All right, hold on. And what was your first name?
Moshe.
We're gonna do some big stuff.
You're afraid, I see.
I don't even know what's going on. Oh man, these guys are next level. I feel like I got dropped off on an alien planet.
And you might be wondering, what is Hatzola and how are they able to blast through red lights like that?
That's crazy. I didn't realize that. I know that there's like Hatzola does like ambulance and stuff, like Orthodox emergency services. I didn't realize they have. Was that like a fucking cop car? That's a little crazy.
It's like a community watch, but they think they are cops. If you notice, they had their lights on and they just ran a red light, just like a police officer would do. No uniform. They had the Jewish.
No, they don't have cops. They have private ambulance services, which is normal. I don't know how it is in other states, but in the state of New Jersey, I mean, in most American states actually, the EMT services are private. The Hatzola is like the Orthodox community's own like private EMTs.
Uniform on, white pants and the curls.
In a police car is what it looked like, but he's not a police officer, and he's blasting through the lights.
Thought you'd never been? Yeah, I read that in the newspaper. I've never been in New Jersey. I don't know what New Jersey is. Thank you for keeping me accountable. I wouldn't want to make the mistake of coming across like I've been to New Jersey at all.
Like he is a cop. There's a Hatzola billboard right there, Mike. And what is that for?
I mean, you're asking me questions.
Why is he making it seem like this is like a unique thing? I don't. Yeah, bro, it's a private fucking ambulance service. Like, it's a private EMT service that Jewish communities have. I don't. I mean,
I don't know if I have the answers to why, because once again, because there's competing Hezbollah. You have competing groups of these.
Of a non-profit.
wait, what is this? When words aren't enough. Rebmeyer.org, 1,000 words.
Volunteer
Wait, what is
emergency service?
Yes. It
What is
sounds
that?
like a business, right?
But literally every.
No way, dude. Private healthcare has yielded private healthcare services? That's crazy. Again, if you're not a fucking socialist, or if you haven't ever advocated for making these services public, I don't want to fucking hear from you. And even in a private structure, there's totally appropriate religious exemptions that you can make, like for Muslims or for Jews in general, if they have like different religious practices. Yeah, Hatzola is free and they don't care if you're Jewish. Mind reading my last message? I grew up in this community. Yeah, it's just like, this is just basically a Jew baiting, okay? It's literally just like, well, they're doing private ambulance services, but Jewish style. Isn't that fucking strange? Like, that stuff is like, this is what I mean when I say, like, they went to a fucking grocery store and they're like, well, this is a grocery store for Jews. Like, it's fine if you're you know, not Jewish. If you're Gentile, you can still purchase goods here, but you know, don't let their politeness fool you. They want to make you cattle. Like, come on, man. Do you understand what I mean, by the way? As far as like, there is like, as far as like taking away funds from public schools and then reappropriating those funds to like private schools, private Jewish schools specifically, like, that's a commonplace practice that happens in this country. We need to tackle it, okay? But it's not something that we need to tackle on the you know, ethnic boundaries of Judaism. It's something that we need to tackle at the systemic level across the fucking board. There's plenty of Christian schools that do it. There's plenty of Mormon groups that do this shit as well. It's all done ultimately at the behest of capital and in a way to undermine teachers' unions. That are some of the strongest unions that we have remaining in this country. Catholics do it too. They all do it. Everybody does it. Muslims, I'm sure, do it in a certain. Muslims do it too, probably. I mean, I know they do it. Like, for example, here, I'll give you an example of Muslims that do it. Fethullah Gulen has a network of schools. He's a CIA asset, right? And there are a bunch of Turkish schools I mean, all around the country and all around the world, really. But the ones that are in this country are charter schools. And they do the exact same shit. Okay? They do the exact same shit. They get public funding, though. I know they all do, chatter. What the fuck? Did you forget the 7 million different times I've covered this issue about how the American school system is completely fucking destroyed? Because since the 90s, the Democrats basically designed this process where they were also anti-union and decided to go after charter schools and like really pump charter schools that are unaccountable. And it's a way to reorient funds away from, what's up? Oh, we were supposed to do it at 3. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to pee real quick. Is on the Discord. Okay. I'm going to call in a second. We're going to talk to Nida in North Carolina. Okay. Nida is in North Carolina for running for Congress. I'm going to talk to her right now, but I have to pee real quick. And then she's going to break her fast and we're going to talk about her race and stuff like that. But hold on 1 second, okay? 1 second. Oh. Okay. Okay. I am calling now. Hold on. Oof. Turn on camera. Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Perfect. Hi, Nida. 1 second. I'm going to swap it over here real quick and then hide this. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. All right. Nida Allam, everybody. Am I saying your name correctly?
Nida Allam.
Nida.
Yeah.
Okay. For Congress in North Carolina 4, it's very exciting to have you on the broadcast. From what I understand, it's 3:05 here in Los Angeles, but it's actually 6 there. And my team told me that you were going to break your fast with us, even though I already ate, because I'm a bad Muslim and not a very good one. I apologize.
It's okay. We have 1 minute left. So
Okay. All right. Well, when that happens, we'll get to it. But hi, Nida. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm very excited to have you. You've been in the news a little bit. There was some drop site reporting that we're going to be getting to. Shadow super PAC that appears linked to Hakeem Jeffries is swooping into NC4 to back your opponent, Congresswoman Valerie Foushee. As a rematch of a race AIPAC spent $2 million to win in 2022. This appears to be a new backdoor way for AIPAC, funneling through Hakeem Jeffries. This PAC also spent $350,000 in New Jersey 11, where AIPAC accidentally boosted anti-Zionist Ana Lilia Mejia, and they're spending $257,550, mostly on the broadcast in North Carolina 4. Why do you think they're coming after you like this?
I think they're coming after us because they're seeing the momentum and energy we're building of a working class movement here at NC4, and giving people who haven't had a seat at the table, giving them a megaphone to show that they're sick and tired of the status quo. And it's not just this shadow PAC, it's also the AI lobby just dropped $1.3 million this week. And also other PACs that have been funded by Coinbase and AIPAC mega donors.
Yeah, it's a pretty difficult hill to climb when you advocate for oh wait, hold on, there's 2 screens on here. I didn't even realize because I was playing video games yesterday with a friend. Okay. It's a pretty steep hill to climb when you center the working class around your knees, but unfortunately, obviously, elections are won with big war coffers for the most part. Is there there's also another, this is the $1.3 million that was unveiled, new FEC, F-24 Jobs and Democracy Pact, with another $1.3 million. What are these financial interests that you are so threatening? Who are these people who are financially invested in your defeat potentially? Like, why do they feel so threatened?
Because I have been unapologetic and very clear that I would support Senator Bernie Sanders' call for a national moratorium on AI data centers, because corporations like Meta are trying to convince us that these data centers are going to create jobs when we know they're killing thousands of jobs, they're destroying our environment, and there's a data center being debated in this district right now. And hundreds of residents have signed an open letter calling on candidates in this race to not accept AI money. They've been showing up to town hall meetings to oppose this. And to have our sitting member of Congress see those residents of her district and ignore their voices and in turn to accept over $1 million from the very lobby that they are standing up against, it's a slap in the face.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's time, right? If you want to...
I hear my alarm going off.
I don't want to hold you back, and you're gonna break your fast with a date.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell people what you're doing for all the non-Muslims in the chat that might not know?
Yeah, it's Ramadan, so I've been campaigning while fasting, and so for the month of Ramadan, we fast from our morning prayer to our evening prayer, but also try to keep away from just bad habits and centering ourselves more and praying and trying to give back to the community as much as possible.
Yeah, that's got to be tough because, like, in Turkey, usually in the month of Ramadan, people, people try to stay away from doing too much work, during the day, especially if it's like during summertime when the days are longer too. A lot of traffic incidents in general, road rage. It's super tough. You're like an athlete basically, where you still have to, your campaign's in overdrive right now, and you're doing it while fasted. Do you want to talk about what some of the reasons are for fasting in general? Like, because I've been taught that it's a religious practice that is supposed to help you identify with some of the most marginalized people in society.
Yeah, it's one of our pillars of faith. We have 5 pillars of Islam, and it's to build that bridge with our most marginalized communities, because everything we've been given in this world is, as Muslims we believe, has been a gift. And in order to make sure that we're reminded of the gift of food, water, but also all luxuries of this world and these material aspects of this world, that we take a moment to be grateful for it and give back and give to others. And to also do good actions, community service projects, and also just work on your, negative habits. I try to curse a little less during Ramadan, curb that habit as much as possible.
I'm a bad Muslim in every aspect, including that one too. I curse all the time. It's really bad. I try to do good in other ways. So let's talk about your policies. This is something that I ask every person running for office. If you were to break it down to like 5 top line policies, the Zoran method, what would they be?
Yeah, I mean, starting in the true Zoran nature, as the issue of affordability is something that is not just, happening in New York. It's in this district, in the South, it's everywhere in the country. We're seeing our cost of living continue to go up because of these corporations and these billionaires who just want to line their pockets, and they're doing so on the back of the working class. And in the meantime, they're also paying us unlivable wages. So we need to tackle the issue of affordability by raising the wage to a living wage, actually passing, Medicare for all, so that healthcare is a human right and people aren't having to decide between healthcare and paying their rent. And all of those are intertwined with each other, like healthcare, rent, or mortgage, gas prices, grocery prices, salaries, and then also the threats against our democracy. The fact that, Trump is back in office and delivering on every single one of the promises he made on the campaign trail. And as Democrats, our leadership is just staying silent in this moment and saying, well, we'll try again in 3 years. We'll step up and put up a fight in 3 years, when families are struggling right now. ICE and CBP came into our communities here in November, and I was on the front lines protesting with organizations like Siembra to fight back for our immigrant neighbors. I'm a proud, daughter of immigrants, immigrant myself. It's a duty of mine as a local elected official to stand with my neighbors, and all we got from our representative was a tweet.
Yeah. So you said a lot of policies on the affordability side, which I like. You're heavily weighing on that side of things. Okay, but let's say that's 3. So what do you have 2 more for me? 2 bonus policies.
Bonus policies, also just the priorities that we have as a country. The fact that we constantly see our leaders tell us, well, we can't afford to provide, a safe and sound basic education to every child, that we can't afford to provide healthcare as a human right. We can't afford, to pay everyone a livable wage, but then we can afford writing blank checks to the Pentagon that hasn't passed an audit in over 30 years, send endless amounts of money to, other countries like Israel to commit genocides when we're not even taking care of our own community members.
Yeah. I suspect that AIPAC, like AIPAC subsidiaries funding your opponent in this race has probably something to do with the fact that you have an anti-genocide position, a position shared by many Democrats, including Democrats in North Carolina. Has this ever been even a point of contention when you're door knocking, or are people more supportive overall of this position?
No, people are sick and tired of seeing their tax dollars being used for destruction of communities abroad. 70,000 innocent civilians have been killed using US taxpayer dollars that our current representative voted to send. And in the midst of the genocide, flying to Israel and taking pictures posing with Netanyahu, a known war criminal. And in the same time, our district is facing the highest number of federal funding cuts, more than any congressional district in the country. And to have leadership that's not stepping up and putting up a fight against right-wing authoritarianism because they're too busy, courting these corporate interests and these corporate defense contractors.
Yeah. Going back to some of your primary opponents here, AI companies, according to More Perfect Union, are gearing up to spend more than $100 million on the 2026 elections. In North Carolina, in your district, they've already dropped more than $500,000 on one primary ad, and they're trying to offer a boost to your opposition. What are their positions on AI?
So this lobby, they claim, quote unquote, or my opponent, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, she was just right as I launched my campaign, conveniently placed as a co-chair of the AI task force by Representative Jeffries. And then now you see there's 3 co-chairs of this. 2 of the 3 co-chairs are being bankrolled by the AI lobby now. And we have been asked at a candidate forum by residents where we stand on the data center that's being built in this district. And she said, that's a local issue. I'm not going to speak on that. Then what is the point of having a federal AI task force if you're not going to speak up and call for regulations on the AI industry?
Yeah. So she's it kind of seems like, at least judging by the way that these AI companies are lobbying against you, it kind of feels like she's not actually doing her job as a regulator, at least from my assessment. So one other question I had for you is Robert Gurneri, according to Sludge, it has been outed as one of the billionaire co-founders of Jane Street Capital, is the only disclosed donor to a PAC affiliated with a super PAC now spending for Valerie Foushee. This week, he was sued in federal court over allegations of insider trading regarding Do Kwon's Terraform Labs. It's the mysterious billionaire boss at Jane Street smashing trading records. What is the reason why this person is so against you, in your opinion? Why don't you like insider trading?
Well, I'm sorry to say billionaires, but I'm not going to be a friend of yours in DC because I'm going to be there to advocate and fight for the working class. And I'm sure that these folks are scared because they see that not only this campaign, but campaigns like Sohran's, campaigns like Ana Lilia Mejia, campaigns like we have coming up with so many amazing Justice Democrats candidates and Leaders We Deserve and Sunrise Movement folks who are running across this country are giving a voice to working class individuals who are saying that we've had enough of billionaires making a profit off of our backs and then stepping on us and silencing us. And they see that we've built momentum and we've built energy, and they're scared. And they should be, because when we win, this is only the beginning in this race. We're going to continue to stand up all across the country and show people that they have the power, and that no matter how many millions they try to spend to silence us, our votes will silence them.
Okay, so you're against POC, people of capital, or POW, people of wealth. It seems the true minority, the only minority group that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party both align on protecting. It's good to know. So another question I have for you is related to the way that the party itself is seemingly orchestrating methods of diluting funds, or basically hiding funds that are coming from big lobby organizations that are now falling out of favor. Does this, like, if there was a message broadly that you could take to the National Democratic Party, you're a Democrat, you've been endorsed by other Democrats, as well as an independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, who always caucuses with the Democrats. If there was a message that you could send to the party, what would it be as far as getting out of the way of left populist candidates, candidates that are socialist, candidates that are endorsed by socialists? Like, why should the party not stand in opposition to people like yourself?
I think, the party every year, every election that we lose, the party always comes back and is like, oh man, well, why didn't working people come out and vote? Oh man, why didn't young people come out and vote? Why didn't immigrants come out and vote? It's because we see who's funding you. We see who is backing you. And these folks aren't spending thousands and millions of dollars for expecting nothing in return. And I think it's disingenuous and it's insulting to think that voters and constituents are stupid, that we don't see these super PACs coming in, that these corporate interests coming in and buying these elections and thinking that, oh, this representative is going to truly represent me. No, I think that we as Democrats, if we actually want to win in 2028, if we actually want to take back the majority this cycle, then we need to be building the party and fighting and standing with the working class people that we claim to be champions for, instead of being cashing checks from the same folks who put Trump and his MAGA Republican friends into the White House.
So you're in North Carolina. What is the demographic makeup of your district? Would you say that a pivot to moderation is the suggested outcome here? And your performance so far, do you feel like that actually goes against the grain? Like, do you feel like that actually is a clear-cut example that you don't have to pivot to moderation in order to win elections in purple districts or blue districts or even red districts?
This is actually the safest blue district in North Carolina. It's D plus 24, and it's not just blue, it's progressive blue. Like I'm a county commissioner here in the largest county in this district. I already represent like what's going to be 50% of the voting population. And that shows, like, as the first Muslim woman ever elected to office in North Carolina's history, the values and the diversity of this district, that we have the only district with a double-digit Asian American population, double-digit African American population, nearly just under double-digit Hispanic and Latino. And we have some of the most highly educated folks in this district with 6 colleges and universities. We're home to Research Triangle Park. And we don't have to pivot. And it's not even just about moderation. Like, I get called all sorts of things, and yeah, I'm a progressive, but also every single policy that I'm standing on is common sense. It's about allowing every person in this country to live with dignity. And these shouldn't be controversial, especially not in the Democratic Party. These shouldn't be considered radical ideas that, every family, every person should be able to put food on their table, should only have to work one job to make ends meet.
How would you reach across the aisle and make a convincing message that you would be the best congressperson for the district for maybe people who have voted in the past for the Republican Party? There's someone who said, this is my home district. There's 6 total Republicans here, and 2 of them happen to be my parents. How would you convince this chatter that I have? They're 2 parents that have voted Republican, that you are the right candidate for them?
I think I would talk to them about the shared lived experiences that we have. People in this district, just like all across the country, are struggling to make ends meet. And me and my husband, we have student debt. We have 2 young kids that we're putting through daycare, and the cost of childcare for our 2 kids is the same as our mortgage. And we want to see our neighbors being taken care of. We want to see our neighbors be able to support themselves and be able to support ourselves. And I believe that every single person in this country, whether you're Democrat, Republican, or unaffiliated, would rather see their taxpayer dollars be used to build community, to support one another, rather than be used to give billionaires tax cuts and corporations tax breaks and fund endless war. And I think that's how we build relationships across the aisle, is through human interaction and relationship building.
Your opponent Valerie is turning 70 this year. Don't you feel like you're taking out someone so young potentially by running against one of our youngest members in Congress?
You know, for me, I look at my generation, your generation, and I see that we are facing one of the highest points of unaffordability for us, that we have student debt. We're more likely to be riddled with student debt for the rest of our lives than be able to buy homes. The average age of a home buyer in the country is 59 years old. And we need leadership that understands this lived experience in this moment of how expensive it is to raise a family, how expensive it is to go to school right now, to buy a home, to try to achieve the American dream that we were told was possible for us.
Okay, so you're an ageist, is what you're saying. You're someone so clearly young in the prime of her life, potentially that doesn't understand the plight of those who are even younger, which of course is far too young to run for office. All right, last question for you, and thank you so much for coming on the broadcast, taking the time out, and sharing your experience of breaking the fast with a bunch of people who don't fully comprehend the Muslim American experience. What are some areas of need for your campaign right now, and how can my community help you out?
Yeah, our biggest need right now is honestly, as you mentioned earlier, campaigns are unfortunately fueled by money. And when you see this type of, you know, right-wing special interest money coming in at the last minute to try to save this representative with over, I think it's nearly over $2 million that they've dumped in this last week. We are a campaign that's run on grassroots contributions. I think our average contribution is like $35. So anything that folks can donate and give, I think someone's probably dropping a link somewhere in the chat. And also volunteer. We have, 2 more days of early voting. Election day is on Tuesday. It's all about turnout now. So if folks can jump on the dialer and make phone calls wherever you are to tell people, remind them to vote and to get out and early vote. And also, if you're in the district or around or want to come visit, come knock doors with us. Come reach voters where they're at and remind them that they don't have to settle in this election, that they have a choice for change.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. This was wonderful, and I wish you all the success in the upcoming election.
Thanks, Hassan.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Bye. All right, that was, I'm going to butcher it again, Nida Allam, running for North Carolina 4. I have another guest here in the building right now. Ben Rhodes is in the building. He's been waiting on the sidelines here. And we're going to dive into, obviously, the top news story of the day. We're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking about Cuba and a lot more. Welcome to the broadcast, Ben. I have a gift here for you.
All right.
This is, did you eat already?
I mean, a little bit.
Okay. Well, this is goulash. This is a Turkish, delicacy that we eat during Ramadan.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can try it and tell me if you like it. I haven't even tried this one yet, but this is like one of my, it's a dessert.
Yeah. It's sweet.
Yeah. Oh, it's very sweet.
Oh, it's good.
Okay. Hold on.
All right, so you can't get that here.
No, this is, well, I mean, my
Well, you
mom,
can, but,
my mom
I
went
can't.
and
Yeah.
found it somewhere. I don't know, but Anya, what's in it? What's in the goulash? Nishasta. No, I don't know what nishasta is, Mom. Starch. Is it starch?
Yeah, it's starch, layers of really thin starch.
Yeah, there's napkins here too.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
want it.
Just during this month, and then
And this is just usually a Ramadan.
just Ramadan.
Yeah, yeah.
It's water, sugar, and rose water. That's why it's called gula. Gula means rose.
All right, this is great. I didn't expect this.
Yeah. All right, Ben Rhodes, welcome to the broadcast. We had a long conversation at Abdul Al Sayed's fundraiser, and it was a very interesting conversation. And ever since then, I've been meaning to have you on. And unfortunately, this is probably the best possible time to have you on, but also
Yeah.
simultaneously the worst possible time for the world in general. you were National Security Advisor under the Obama administration, and you were there in the room for at least, I'm very critical of Barack Obama, it's not a secret, but 2 key foreign policy initiatives that I always ride for, that I've always defended, normalization and ease of restrictions on Cuba, and also the JCPOA, which I think was a crowning achievement of the Obama administration's foreign policy. Now, obviously, we have a lot of areas of agreement, especially since then. I feel like your views have also evolved.
I've definitely evolved
quite a bit since that moment, since your time in the White House, and it's an interesting time to have this conversation. One of the things that I consistently talk about is how American foreign policy oftentimes is regarded as uniparty, and I also certainly say that as well. And there is definitely a uniparty component to foreign policy, but the one area where American foreign policy genuinely changed was in the post-Obama world, where Barack Obama's actions, specifically with the JCPOA, and I would love for you to describe it to those who don't know in the chat what the JCPOA was a pivotal moment. And the reason why I think it's a pivotal moment is because it was panned by the Democratic Party as well. There were definitely a lot of people who are still in power within the party.
The current Senate Minority Leader voted against it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And there was a very disrespectful moment where Benjamin Netanyahu was invited to Congress to deliver a speech in front of the entirety of Congress, even though plenty of Democrats actually chose not to attend. There were still a lot of Democrats that did go and attend that speech. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because when Donald Trump came into power, I think we basically offered Israel the driver's seat in our Middle Eastern policy. Like, they've always played a consulting role. Israel is seen as this like reliable and very valuable ally. Israel's interests align with our interests in the region. It's a resource-rich region, and obviously we have different partners in the region as well. But like, they're not as seen as stable or as reliable as Israel has always been historically. But I think in the Trump administration, under Trump 1, there were a lot of decisions that were made that went against decades of precedent. Went against decades of precedent. Where Israel's wishes were fulfilled. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem was a huge deal. Now, after Donald Trump lost the election in 2020, Joe Biden became president, but Joe Biden also had some ideological commitments to Israel. And I think that was part of the reason why the Biden administration did not reverse some of these policies. One, because it would have been too difficult of a battle to fight.
They could have gone into the JCPOA on day one, and they didn't.
Exactly. So my question for you is, now we're in the second Trump administration, and we're even moving further, allowing Israel to seize control over the steering wheel, directing Middle Eastern policy. And as we're at the precipice of potentially striking Iran again in an incredibly costly military quagmire that might even collapse this country, depending on how far it goes, do you feel like there is a... do you feel like the Democratic Party is falling short of what's necessary?
Oh yeah, I feel like the Democratic Party is falling short, and there's so much to unpack in that, Hassan. But I, just on the Democratic Party today, look, we are on the verge of fighting a war that 80% of the American people don't want to fight. That could be absolutely catastrophic for this country, for obviously Iranians, but for countries across the region too. Mm-hmm. Because if you have an implosion of Iran, you could have 10 million refugees into Turkey, Afghanistan, Pakistan. We could go through those consequences. And so here's an issue that is politically popular on the left and the right. It's one of the few things people agree on in this country is they don't want more wars. The timing makes no sense. There's nothing that has happened in Iran that suggests that we need to mass the largest military force since the Iraq War there. And yet the Democrats are doing something, right? So the vehicle, Ro Khan has been very good on this issue, and he and Thomas Massie have basically are forcing a vote on essentially a congressional break on Trump having the authority to act. And, you're seeing the Democrats kind of sign on, but if you look at their body language, right? If the fight is about, ACA healthcare subsidies, like they are out there doing press conferences, they're out there beating the drum, they're, traveling the country. They look uncomfortable. Some of, not all Democrats. There's some very good Democrats on this issue, I should say. We can go, Ro Khanna, AOC, Ilhan Omar, but Chris Van Hollen, Tim Kaine, it's an interesting mix of people. But the leadership, looks like, well, this isn't really the battle we want to fight, which doesn't, objectively make sense because it's an 80-20 issue, right? And do you really trust Donald Trump to do the war in Iran competently and effectively? Well, we shouldn't be doing it anyway, morally and ethically. But why would we want to essentially...
The NatSec jumped out at you for a second when you said, do we really trust Trump in Iran?
Yeah. I mean, I think, look, we are far too comfortable with bombing countries.
Yes.
And I own my participation in that for 8 years. I'm happy to talk about it. Like you say, I've evolved on a lot of these things. But what are the, so what does that tell you? Like, and to me, there's a mix of things, right? Some of it, is like there's a correlation between the kinds of Democrats who've taken money from AIPAC and who've been very reticent to speak out on issues related to Palestine and this issue. Some of it is this kind of like trauma buried deep in the Democratic psyche from the post 9/11 moment where it's like, they're going to call us weak and we'll lose elections, which is, runs in the face of multiple elections in which Democrats voters rewarded people that didn't want to get us in wars.
Including Donald Trump.
Including Donald Trump.
But not limited to Donald Trump, who ran as an anti-war candidate 3 times now.
Yeah.
It was much more difficult for him to do so in 2020 because, it was the Trump administration. But he did successfully win twice.
Well, and Barack Obama ran as in 08 as an anti-war candidate. He never would have gotten elected president if he wasn't against the Iraq War and Hillary Clinton voted for it.
Yeah.
In 2012, he ran as the more diplomacy-forward candidate. Mitt Romney was the hawk. So in every single presidential election since 2004, with the exception of 2020, which is a weird election because I'm not sure Joe Biden wins that without COVID. But every single election, Americans are saying, hey, we don't want these wars. It's a left-right issue, convergence. And yet the political leadership in the Democratic Party is not where its voters are, and it's not even where the caucuses are. Most Democrats in the House and Senate, I think, are against this. It's kind of a leadership issue.
Yeah. And the leadership seemingly has been whipping votes behind closed doors, or at least like trying to engineer an alternative where the Democrats don't even speak out against it, with the exception of those who have actually been bold and have come out and spoke out against going to war with Iran. But unfortunately, as we've seen from both Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, there's not a lot of appetite on the leadership side to present a message. I want to ask you how you felt seeing Chuck Schumer come out and have, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick, have these words, because the Gang of Eight had a conversation. Where is it? The Gang of Eight had a conversation with I believe someone
Rubio
with Marco Rubio, yeah. And Chuck Schumer's only response in the aftermath of that, when he was asked, was, where is it? Was something that we've heard many times over. Actually, it was an aesthetic, process-focused response. Here it is.
And the administration has to make its case to the American people.
What did you hear?
The administration has to make its case to the American people, as though he's been fulfilled. I mean, he's been filled in about what's going on. He understands the moment, the necessity for war with Iran, and it's just if only the public heard about it. Do you feel like Chuck Schumer is in opposition to a war with Iran, whether it's Donald Trump doing it or anyone else doing it, really?
I mean, it seems like he's going to end up voting for this bill, and maybe because there's been a lot of pressure, frankly, for him to vote for this bill that tries to constrain Trump. Look, if you look at his body language there, though, he just got a briefing that could not have possibly answered the question of why we're going to war with Iran, because we should not be going to war with Iran. And this pivot to process, they need to make their case. They kind of need to go through the old motions of, I mean, it's like saying, we need a WMD campaign, we need some fabricated intelligence, what kind of case would Donald Trump make? Like, do you really think that would answer any of the mail here? And what's missing is a moral argument of like, it is time for this country to stop getting into war after war. A policy argument, like nobody fucking voted for people to launch a war in Iran. We have cost of living crisis in this country. Like there are all kinds of avenues to attack what is clearly like a terrible idea. And he instead kind of retreats to this process point which to me is kind of the lowest common denominator. Who could disagree with the idea that they must make the case? But that's not meeting people's energy where they are, which is that we could go during this live stream, we could learn that we've started bombing Iran. Yeah. And there's no urgency there, right? There's no sense of like, I've just heard something very alarming and this needs to stop. This does not need to happen. This should not happen. Instead, it's this kind of process point.
Yeah, look, I wasn't in any administration. I'm 34 years old. I'm just a guy in the sidelines. And from my perspective, when I hear the leader of the Democratic Party say this, to me that reads as, I kind of want Trump to foot the bill for this politically, and I don't mind if he does this. I don't mind if he does this. I just want to come across like I'm subtly nudging him in the opposite direction without any real pushback whatsoever. And I think a lot of Americans do also recognize that, and that's where that voter apathy comes from, the idea that like both parties are not really going to represent my interests. No matter what happens, I still got to go to work and I got to worry about that. Clearly, there is no reason for me to pay attention to politics. Do you feel like this is one of those moments as well where Americans look at this and go, what am I going to do? Yeah,
and there's a political piece to this and a national security piece. On the political side, when it's not an issue that you want to really take on, right, as you're saying, you retreat to kind of Washington process speak. We need to make the case, or we need to have legislative process on this, or it's not taking a position on the policy. It's just kind of, I can be against this through a process door instead of like going out there and taking a stand against a war with Iran. Yeah. There's a bigger point though on the national security side, and this includes Congress, but also includes people that were in jobs like mine, is that, and I had this phrase for the blob, which was meant to refer to the kind of groupthink of people in national security in both parties. The conversations that those people have inside of rooms would make absolutely no sense to the vast majority of Americans. They're so inside of the machinery of American national security policy, the momentum towards the thing like war. If it seems like it's happening, then we need to make it work, or we need to figure out how to do it better, like kind of what I said earlier, instead of just stepping back and saying like, this is crazy, why are we doing this, and why do we do this again and again? And look, some people are doing it for clear reasons, right? So Israel has long had an interest. I've never been in politics without Bibi Netanyahu wanting the United States to remove the Iranian government through a military operation. So like their interest is very clear and it's very long-standing.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Yeah. Have you considered that they're a week away from a nuclear weapon?
After the Iranians, after their program was obliterated.
Okay.
By the way, I spent 8 years studying the Iranian nuclear program. It was neither obliterated nor is it a week away from a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but have you considered that? Imagine a world, let me pitch it to you. Imagine a world where the Iranian nuke is a week away, though. We got to do it. We got to bomb them a little bit, right? We got to do something.
Well, first of all,
I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm not.
But here's what's really important. Here's what's really important. What Witkoff said is not that they're even a week away from a nuclear weapon. It was they're a week away from having enough fuel to make a nuclear weapon, but they've never weaponized. The U.S. intelligence community assesses that in 2003 they shut down any effort to weaponize that program, which is important because that means you can have fuel, but how do you shrink it down and put it on a warhead, right? Yeah. I mean, we are much further away from, even in the doomsday scenarios painted by Netanyahu and Witkoff and whomever's saber rattling, like they leave out the fact that Iran does not have an active weapons program. They have a nuclear program that could be concerning. I get it. But anyway, these timelines are all bogus.
The enrichment process is definitely above what is normal for civilians.
What is necessary for a peaceful program.
What is necessary for civilian infrastructure. I see that as not an opportunity for Iran to develop a nuke, which, by the way, you and I probably have differences in opinion on that, because I think that we are in the age of nuclear sovereignty, but that's a totally separate conversation that we can have. But I think it's more so a way to try to negotiate with leverage at the negotiation table to get rid of at least some aspects of the sanctions. This was fairly successful. If you don't mind, can you explain to people what the JCPOA is and what the process looked like as someone who was working on it?
Yeah, and it's important because this deal has been so demagogued over the years. But essentially, what the JCPOA was the United States, together with Russia and China and the UK and France and Germany, so all the kind of big powers at the table here with Iran, negotiated a deal in which Iran would agree to never develop a nuclear weapon. They make that commitment, and Trump claimed in the State of the Union that they'd never made that commitment. They did. But then really importantly, they would destroy like the reactor that they were going to use to make plutonium. So they don't need plutonium. They have a uranium enrichment program. And then they would basically take out a significant amount of their centrifuges, put them under lock and key, monitoring and verification, so that they're only running a limited number of centrifuges that cannot produce enough fuel for a nuclear weapon. They're enriching at a far lower percent, that's consistent with peaceful purposes. Very importantly, they are shipping their stockpile of enriched uranium out of the country to be reprocessed and then used for things like medical isotopes. And then there are all these inspections regimes. There's people in the can go in and inspect the facilities.
Yeah.
There's cameras monitoring all this. The shorthand version is Iran gets some sanctions relief, and in exchange, they take a series of steps that guarantee that they do not have a program that could become useful for a nuclear weapon. The stuff is shipped out of the country. There's less of it. There's less of it operating. They're doing less research and development. There's inspections, and this solved if your genuine interest, right? And this is, I think, what the Obama debate kind of smoked out. If your genuine interest is making sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, this solves that problem for you.
Yeah.
So if you don't like the deal, you can say it's, I wanted a better deal on the nuclear stuff. No, this is about, and Trump is finding this out now, this is as good a deal as you're going to get on nuclear. It's do you want to remove the Iranian regime? And the Israelis said at the time, they need to get rid of their ballistic missiles too. They need to stop their support for
They're still saying
groups. Trump is taking those positions at the negotiating table,
which is
too.
insane.
And here's the thing. The Iranians will never do that.
Yeah. And
the Israeli government knows that. And so that proposal is designed in a laboratory to fail.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we currently seem to be in these negotiations. And Trump has to decide, am I going to end up in this war because this deal is impossible, or am I going to take kind of essentially like maybe get a slightly better version of the Obama deal and say you did better than Obama and call that a win. I hope he does that. By the way. I'd be happy.
It's also really interesting that their second place prize for like not removing the ballistic missiles has been to limit their range to 300 kilometers that suspiciously doesn't reach Israel.
But still reaches some of our
of course. American bases.
So still reaches American bases in Qatar.
American bases in Qatar, Bahrain, elsewhere are obviously within striking distance. Even the oil refineries are in striking distance of the 300 kilometers, just not Israel.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting because that's the one regional partner that, regardless of like proxy wars that Iran has had with other regional powers, that's the one regional power that is almost always directly attacking Iran or has directly attacked Iran in like the last couple of decades.
Yeah, and that's why the Iranian government sees that program as their only potentially, that and the proxy groups were their way in which they tried to defend
of course.
their regime survival. And look, I think that the reason Trump can't explain why we're doing this is it's not even clear to me that he knows why we're doing this. You know what I mean? In the sense that there's a momentum coming up, some of it from Israel and its supporters in the U.S., some of it from kind of dead-ender hawks, like your Lindsey Grahams. I mean, who, yes, is
salivating.
But there are these people in the U.S. that, they hate Iran and Cuba because they've never gotten over 1959 and 1979. There's a kind of vengeance seed in American foreign policy with some of these countries. So I think there is a kind of the convergence of these dead end Republican hawks, pro-Israel and Israeli government, a little bit of Reza Pahlavi mixed in, like the kind of.
I feel like he's just an irrelevant entity in the conversation.
He's
they
not.
Just use him. They just dangle him as like as a way to, I guess. There's two components, right? You have the MEK on the one side. With no domestic, with no domestic Iranian support whatsoever, that is completely gone after Iran, Iraq, and then you have Reza Pahlavi for some of the monarchists, who are my neighbors and they're wonderful. Please don't kill me. Anyway,
but you know, can I would say one thing about this, if you don't mind? Like, I have a lot of Iranian friends, and the thing is, nobody's defending the Iranian government. The question is, number one, is the U.S. bombing that country the best way to bring about change? And I think the facts show Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, when I was there, that doesn't end well. Even if you think that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, this can help. This could collapse your country and leave the worst people in charge, the most heavily armed hardline people. But the other point I make is that they're making cracks at this regime, like the Women Life Freedom Movement. There are women going around uncovered in Iran. Like small.
They've
changes.
actually gotten. They've gotten an ease of.
They've gotten an ease.
A lot of the restrictions with a tremendous amount of on the ground like protests and people have died as a consequence. People have been jailed as a consequence of this. But that's a domestic affair. That's domestic repression, and it doesn't help, like you said.
It doesn't. And the supreme leader is 87 years old and in poor health. Like this thing is going to change. Better to have the Iranian people change it over time than randomly Donald Trump deciding one day, with Bibi Netanyahu, that we're going to bomb this country. Do you really think that their intentions are to set up a stable, successful Iranian democracy? It doesn't feel that way.
No, I mean, but that's also. That has literally never happened.
Yeah.
And you brought up one of those versions, which is, I think, a very scary outcome for every other regional actor, Libya, right? I mean, that's a great example, like Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. American foreign policy is littered with these consequential disasters where obviously the American capital owning class have made a lot of money, whether it be Halliburton in Iraq or whether it be Exxon and Chevron and numerous other oil companies that are now playing a process in the refinement and the procurement. The American population doesn't see any benefits from it. Obviously, my argument always is the morality of it all is like, even if there was some sort of like military Keynesianism and America was able to prop up this wonderful social democracy on the backs of tens of millions of people that we have slaughtered. Do I think that is valid or appropriate? Absolutely not. I don't. So, but even in spite of that, in spite of the immorality of it, there is not even any sort of material benefit for the average American. And I think average Americans see that more than ever before. Post 9/11, there was a lot of fervor. There was like Americans were looking to issue a consequence to people. They were looking to punish someone, anyone, and in the after like 20 plus years of that, and now we're on almost we're eventually gonna turn the 30th year of our destabilization initiatives. Americans realize that it hasn't helped them at all. So that's the reason why there's no appetite for this kind of military action in Iran. One of the things that the Trump administration is suggesting that I find very funny is I read this Political report that came out yesterday, and they want Israel to strike Iran first.
Yes.
And then they think this will be easier to sell to the American population.
I think they're wrong about that.
They are so wrong.
I think they're
about
misreading things. Because there's a muscle memory in Washington that you will be able to generate broad bipartisan support, if it involves Israel. But we are, through Gaza, through one war in Iran, Bibi Netanyahu, pretty universally loathed by Democrats. The idea that and by the way, it'd be the worst thing for Israel, frankly.
Yeah.
If they are seen as starting a war that the United States is then drawn into, that becomes a conflagration.
You might as well make Pat Buchanan the president at that point, because that's that is directly leaning into the argument that like all of the military ambition in this region is not even in America's best interest. It's simply because Israel wants it. Is the main argument from that you're actually seeing in the populist right quite a lot of and. In this iteration of the conflict, there's some truth to that, especially because, like, I think the divergence with the Obama administration was certainly where we did not act out in Israel's interests, and they certainly reacted negatively to it. And as I explained earlier, this just feeds into that and calcifies that narrative in the eyes of the average Americans, which will lead to never wanting to deal with Israel ever again.
I think one of the things that's interesting, Hassan, is there's so much to say about how overextended we got over 25 years in the war on terror, right? And part of it is the system itself that was constructed kind of created chaos in all these countries, right? Violence and chaos in all these countries. And part of what's hard to unpack is that, like, it's not like everybody who goes to work for U.S. national security is like, today I'm going to work to create chaos in the world, but they are operating within a system that allows that to happen, and it's in some cases is meant to make that happen in the sense that we don't, where are we destabilizing countries? Where are we dehumanizing populations, right? It's kind of on this periphery, and now what we've seen, though, is not only have Americans figured out what is the benefit to us in fighting these wars. By the way, what is the cost on our own military that has suffered a lot because of it? But also, that mindset is coming home. Like, Minneapolis looks like Kabul or Baghdad, like with the night patrols, masked people. Like, this is literally, if you dehumanize people abroad, particularly black and brown people, like that stuff has now come home.
Sometimes the exact same tools that are being utilized.
No, same equipment, some of the same techniques, some of the same personnel. Frankly, ICE, I think, when they meet recruiting targets, they look to the
guy who killed Renee Good.
So all this is happening, and I think Americans, to come back to your point, when they look at the Middle East, they're just like, can this place just be? I don't want it to be chaotic. I want things to be kind of calm over there. I don't want to get involved over there.
Yeah.
And then it seems to be the Israeli government policy. If you look at Yemen and by the way, with the United Arab Emirates, right? So UAE is a part of this too. But the UAE, whether it's the UAE in Sudan and Yemen, Israel and southern Syria, Lebanon, potential Iran conflict, what you're talking about is like just more chaos in this region, right?
Yeah.
And I think Americans would take the opposite view of like, I just want this place to be calm, for their sake and ours, like let's put an end to this. And there's an exhaustion that is part of what makes this ramp up to a potential another war in Iran feel so bizarre and discordant, because it's just not like, read the room. This is not what the mood of the country is.
No, not even a little bit. And I do think that depending on Iran's appetite for self-defense, this could go very south. What would you say to my analysis that the Ayatollah is probably one of the more restrained parties involved in this back and forth, judging by past performance, as far as even like reacting to Israel's actions or reacting to American actions, as opposed to some of the more militant elements within the IRGC?
So this is interesting. So they've been hit twice, like once by Israel and then once by Israel and the United States, and
even before that, the embassy strike
or the Qasem Soleimani assassination, the head of the IRGC. And what you saw them do is very carefully calibrate a response so that they could be seen to be responding, but be signaling that they don't escalate. So the example of this is they fired missiles at a U.S. military base in Qatar, by all reports, they called ahead and were like, just so you know, we're going to fire these missiles. And I think that was more of a warning than they weren't intending to hit the target. It was like, because they know we can shoot things down, particularly if we have advance notice. It was like, we're trying to show you, like, you are within the range of our missiles, but we're also trying to not escalate this situation.
Yeah.
They did some of the same stuff with some of the drones they flew at Israel, like literally just flying slowly across the Middle East, Now, at the end of the 12-day war, they were starting to try to really hit targets in Israel with their ballistic missiles.
Oh, yeah.
And they
were.
started to get through. Now, one of the things that has the ring of truth, I was talking to a really smart analyst named Ali Weiss, is that Israel took out a lot of the Iranian military leadership in the 12-day war, in the last war a few months ago. And some of those are the people that had been arguing, and we got to be careful here. We don't want to react in a way that leads them to remove the regime. So they're essentially, all they care about is regime survival, right? So now those people
I think they also do, like, I'll be fair and say that, like, I can only use my own personal example with Turkey.
Yes.
Right? I despise Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And from what I understand, the government is not a big fan of mine either. I can't go back to Turkey without, possibly going to jail for things that I've written about the Turkish government, things that I've written about the coup. I'm not a good analyst by any means. Of course, I've been very critical of that as well. I'm anti-CIA. But having said all of that, I still believe that regardless of how corrupt Erdogan is, regardless of how despotic he is, I still think that his primary, like, there is a level of responsibility that he has to his population, to the sovereignty of the country. Even if that means he makes a lot of money on the side, or offers favorable contracts to his children and whatnot. And I feel the same way about the Iranian government as well. Like, ultimately, yes, they're ruthless and they're incredibly repressive to a degree that I think yields not only instability and creates national security problems for them. It opens up tremendous opportunities for Israel to very clearly take advantage of, and yet I do think that their primary focus here is to maintain sovereignty and to protect their citizens to the best of their ability.
Well, and here's another important point about this, because oftentimes American politicians, policymakers, they look at a place like Iran or Cuba, for that matter, and they see they call it a regime. They see it as a monolith. Like, everybody inside that regime is the exact same person, and that they're not different factions. And there are. I mean, just because you're not a democracy doesn't mean you don't have people with different views in the government.
Yeah.
And there are always hardliners and people that are more open to reform or engagement, what have you. What's happening when you bomb a country like this, you are confirming repeatedly, you are confirming the worldview of the hardliners, right? The people who've been saying all along, don't ever make a deal with the Americans. You shouldn't have even made that deal with Obama. Like, there were a lot of people in the Iranian system who hated the nuclear deal because they're like, don't trust the Americans. By the way,
they might not have been wrong.
When Trump pulls out, guess who looks like they're proved right? The hardliners, right? And so when those Iranian military commanders got taken out, the younger crowd that moved up the ladder, these people could be more, ready for a fight. And this time, Iran might not call ahead. And look, they can fire ballistic missiles at our bases in Qatar and Bahrain. They can fire ballistic missiles at Israel, try to overwhelm the missile defense systems, have a few missiles get through. And just imagine if a bunch of Americans are killed, for instance. Their proxies could, try to attack our embassy in Baghdad, which in the past they've been able to demonstrate they could do that. Lebanon, they could try to stir things up. They could launch cyber attacks. And then the problem is, of course, then there'll be an overwhelming response. And if you remove the regime, if you kill the supreme leader, it's far more likely that Iran implodes into some kind of civil conflict, or the IRGC, the most hardline faction, tries to seize power because they're the most heavily armed people in the country. And then you have separatist movements in parts of Iran.
There's also like a succession that was chosen already, given the Ayatollah Khamenei's age. And I think before the last 12-day war, there was like 3 different clerics that were chosen in secret. So there's like a contingency plan that they have. I don't know how successful that will be, especially because, like, Khamenei was also a formative figure in the Iran-Iraq war as well. So, like, he was an established, known figure amongst the clerics as well. So I don't know where they would go from here. he was not the same force that I guess Khomeini was, but even then he was like an established entity.
And he's the longest serving dictator in the world, so he's kind of built this structure, you know. But the other thing they know is we can bomb. We have all this overwhelming superiority in the air, but he also knows that Americans, including
Someone
Trump,
said he's still younger than Chuck Grassley.
he is actually.
True.
And by the way, similarly online, his
Also
Twitter
tweets all the
account,
time.
his Twitter account is kind of
Just-
like Chuck Grassley.
just like
Check
Chuck
it out. Yeah,
Grassley.
but they know that we're probably not going to send in ground troops because
Yeah.
there's no support in this country for it.
Yeah.
So if they can,
but it's not even just that. It's also like a very difficult. Like it's like a
it's
fortress.
a huge country.
It's
It's
a huge
93
country.
million people.
90 million
Yeah.
people. It's like a fortress with the terrain.
Yeah.
It's like Afghanistan times 10.
Yeah.
And recent events show that Afghanistan was not exactly successful.
So that's the thing. If you can, if you're the IRGC and you weather, you know, midnight blizzard 2.0, you think, oh, I can wait these guys out. You know, look what happened with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Look what happened. I mean, Iraq, you know, kind of muddled to some place that is where nobody expected it to be. But you know, there's. Trump is depending on this idea that you can solve problems just by bombing countries.
Yeah.
Or remove regimes just by bombing countries. And that's never been the end of the story.
Well, I will say there has been, I mean, obviously I'm not a fan of Trump by any means. And I've been very critical of his insane military adventurism and destabilization initiatives. But the one thing that Trump has been somewhat shy about, has been somewhat restrained about, is that he also has this weird like anti-neocon tendency almost, where he's like, I don't want to subscribe to a 20-year war. I don't want to be like on the, I want to go in and out clean. Like, and as much as I abhor what the administration did in Venezuela, it's very obvious that there were different forces inside of the administration that would have loved to utilize more military assets and potentially go into a much more long-standing battle, maybe even try to forcibly put Machado in charge. And he was like, no, she has no popular base. It's not going to happen. We're going to work with Delcy Rodriguez. So in a weird way, like, I think that approach is different from like boomer neocons of the past.
It is.
And it shows me that even with Qasem Soleimani, he will do unpredictable things and he will greatly escalate conflict. But he doesn't want to have, this is not sane washing chatters. I'm trying to establish like a logical through line with the way with what he has done and what he chooses not to do. He takes risks, but he also doesn't want to engage militarily for an extended period of time.
So can I give you an analogy? Which again, I want to apologize in advance when you're talking about war. Like it's always hard to make these kinds of analogies, but I actually think this one does get into his mindset. He is like a gambler that thinks he can walk away from the table.
Yeah.
And so he'll go and he'll place a big bet, and then it'll hit and he'll cash it in, right? And the problem is one of those bets you're going to lose, right? Like one of those bets, the Iranian regime is going to hit a U.S. base, and then what do you do?
Or a ship.
Or a ship, right?
Like they're talking about using Chinese radar systems. They're talking about potentially shipments of Chinese anti-ship missiles. Like this is, and even before that, they have a fairly sophisticated and very affordable indigenous weapons manufacturing industry that is specifically designed around fighting against America and Israel. You know, underground missile silos and the like, and underground missile launching systems as well.
Production
so like,
facilities.
Yeah, exactly. So like there is not
supply chains.
This is a sovereign state. This is not waging war, like waging a counterinsurgency war against like a band of brigands using old equipment that we gave them, 20 years prior.
Well, and Venezuela had not been preparing for 40 years for a potential conflict with the United States. Like the Iranian, their entire military and security ethos has been designed with the U.S. this precise conflict in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Same with North Korea. Like, let's be real. Their initial artillery systems that they designed was like obviously a threat. And then beyond that, like their nuclear program and the intercontinental ballistic missiles program that they developed was developed specifically with this in mind. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I was fascinated by this. a lot of the tunnel systems that they use in Iran, they learned from DPRK engineers. Is what there was something I was reading about this. Like,
no, that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of cross pollination. I mean, a lot of those Iranian say drones were used by Russia in the Ukraine war, and the North Koreans are in Russia. Like, there's a lot more collaboration, and frankly, we've been one of the driving forces of it.
Oh, for sure.
I would say,
especially with Iran.
Well, by the way, it is a failure of American foreign policy. Consider these governments, right? The Kim dynasty in North Korea, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Chinese Communist Party, and the kind of Christian nationalist, Russian empire of Putin. Those are not ideologically similar regimes.
They're anti-imperialist.
They're
though,
basically
from their
just
perspective.
pushed together by necessity in a lot of ways. When we should have, and this is what Obama was trying to do, to pursue diplomacy to kind of break that apart and see can we bring people into different structures, and can we create a different mode of politics in the world.
I think it was Jeff Stein's reporting in the Washington Post that was really fascinating on this, where he talked about the sanctions regime that we have implemented around the world, and what consequences that has created, which is like it forced a alternative market. It forced a secondary market of cooperation for a lot of countries, especially in the periphery, because we have, I think, sanctioned 69% of the poorest countries on the planet at some point. And it's a very simple process. You go to the Treasury, you say, I want this guy out, or I want this regime out. I want this competing interest in the country that I want to be involved in, to get starved out by the power of the American government.
And it's by the same authority that the Supreme Court just struck down on tariffs. Right? And so the Supreme Court is fine with presidents just sanctioning everything they want. The tariffs for the Republican majority was an affront to kind of their free market ethos. I always say to people, look at the most heavily sanctioned countries in the world by the United States. It's Iran, North Korea, Cuba, now Russia, Venezuela. Did that work to achieve the stated aims? Like, sanctions don't work in changing the behavior of governments, number one. Second, they end up hurting the people of those countries, not the elites, right? Because if you get a secondary economy, a black market economy, the IRGC and Iran are the ones that are going to run that economy.
Yeah.
Right? So they're able, when people would yell at us that you're giving sanctions relief to the IRGC, it's like, no, we're trying to give sanctions relief to the Iranian people that have been fucked by our sanctions. The IRGC has been able to make money in all kinds of black market trade during the sanctions regime. And so what the sanctions end up doing is again, kind of creating this chaos, creating these humanitarian crises. And then now it's become so extreme that these countries are creating parallel economies, right? Yeah. Russia has figured out a way to sell its oil despite being sanctioned by the United States. Yeah. The Chinese are trying to turn that into an alternative to the dollar, right?
Yeah.
But the dollar is the basis of American power in the world. If every financial transaction has to run through the dollar, you have infinite leverage. But if we've sanctioned countries so much and have behaved so recklessly with tariffs and other things, that enough critical mass of other countries are like, that's it. We're not trading in this. We're not propping up the dollar. Then America becomes a normal country real fast.
Yeah, and it's really interesting you say that, because like I think we saw a version of this with like China posturing with like the nuclear option in trade when they added additional export protections on export controls on rare minerals, right? Yeah. And these are rare minerals that are necessary for production in the military-industrial complex. Like, this is a matter of national security.
Or your car radio, your computer in your car is not gonna
exactly.
work.
Everything. Everything is at some point like manufactured. A component is manufactured in China, and that was obviously posturing. It was a trade posture to show how much power they have at their disposal. But if they were to apply that in the same unstable ways that Donald Trump has been, engaging in these like tariff wars and whatnot, obviously everyone would look for a secondary market instantly. Yeah. And I think in some respects, like what we did with SWIFT after Russia's irredentist action in Ukraine, unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, caused this moment of panic for a lot of other countries where they were like, oh, America will actually blow this entire thing up, even if it causes them harm in the long run as well.
Yeah.
And that I think accelerated the secondary market, or like these points of leverage that other nations in the periphery were looking for, like the BRICS alliance and whatnot that's put together.
I'll give you one example of that, which is India was buying Russian oil.
Yeah.
And Biden kind of told them, hey, you know, we'll look the other way because India, you're a big important country. And by the way, they don't have time. They can't recalibrate their entire energy market that fast to comply with sanctions. Fast forward to Trump. When Modi didn't go along with giving Trump credit for the end of the brief India-Pakistan conflict over Kashmir, because that was not true. like Trump did not broker. Pakistan nominated Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. Modi refused to. Trump sanctioned India, or is it tariffs? He tariffed, and so Trump tariffed India and also got the EU to sanction India. Guess what Modi did a few weeks later? He went to Beijing for a gigantic celebration of, I forget what anniversary it was. He's saying, I have options, people. Like, if you're going to I have a country of 1.2 billion people. I'm not a Modi fan, but to your point, I do think he also has to act, consistent with Indian sovereignty. He's like, if you're going to keep fucking with me like this, and I can wake up one morning to find that the tariffs are 50%, or my power grid is out because of some sanction that just got put in place, I'm going to go deal with these people over here.
Oh yeah. And that is what more and more countries are doing. Even Western allies that have been vassalized over the course of the post-World War II New World Order, that played a formative role in the Cold War as like reliable allies to America, have now come to that recognition in the aftermath of the Greenland posturing.
Yeah.
That caused, Mark Carney's famous speech at was it Davos? At Davos to be like, we need middle powers to rise up and develop our own sovereignty. Now, I don't know how far they will go. I'm sure, like, if Trump says you're going to be a part of the Golden Dome, Mark Carney's probably going to say yes to that. And the same goes for not violating the embargo that was added on to Cuba. Like, Canada could easily send oil to Cuba. And they could probably send oil to Cuba with much more ease than like Mexico can, for example. And if they were truly about that lifestyle, I think they would do that. They would be like, no, this is unjustifiable. We are going to send oil against American sanctions to help other countries also come to terms with that, because the embargo on Cuba has been roundly condemned by the entire world since its inception, pretty much. I mean, with the exception of two countries, Israel and America, everyone everyone's routinely demanding America end the sanctions, and yet they don't. But clearly, these other middle powers are not doing anything against it. They're sending aid, and that's good.
Mexico
that's great.
is in particular,
Yeah, Mexico's sending aid as well, but like, a part of the Venezuela scheme was to stop oil transfers to the island.
To starve Cuba.
Yeah, to directly and deliberately starve Cuba. How much of that do you think is like the ideological neocon component from the likes of, Marco Rubio and the resentment that they feel, or wanting to punish this island for its sovereignty, for being like this dangerous predicament for America, that like a communist country could thrive 90 miles off the coastline of the United States? Like, how much of that is ideological and how much of that is like material, I guess?
It's ideological in this one. And the quick backstory, I negotiated in secret with Alejandro Castro, Raul's son, Fidel's nephew, in Canada. They hosted the secret talks, because they were really supportive of getting rid of the embargo. For a year and a half, we normalized relations, but the legislative embargo is still in place, right? And so we basically opened everything up that you could, through executive action, where you're basically licensing all this, activity. You licensing travel. Americans are allowed to travel to Cuba now. We're not going to punish you for that. It's crazy that Americans are told you can't travel 90 miles away.
By the way, I've talked to Cubans, and they say that was like a unprecedented prosperity for the island, where they felt for the first time ever that like people could survive without having to leave.
Well, here's why Marco Rubio is full of shit. It's because they always say they want to help the Cuban people. The Cuban government had created a private sector where people could own small businesses. And that was basically restaurants, stores, taxis.
Yeah.
And so when Americans started traveling there in huge numbers after the Obama opening, they're making money. Like, their lives are getting better. And then it's when Trump comes in and Rubio's in his ear that he slams that door shut. Now, that is about a couple of things. That is about, in part, South Florida, Cuban exile politics, which is about like, settling the score, and yes, the Cuban government has done some very bad things, including to a lot of the people who left, had family members who were killed, but their property is confiscated. But look, there's a lot we can unpack in that history. I know. I'll give you the example. My first meeting with Alejandro, he goes through a bill of goods for like an hour and a half, and the negotiating partner's like, "You're going to be ready for this," but all the bill of goods were things that happened. Like you guys did the Bay of Pigs invasion. You guys tried to assassinate Fidel Castro X number of times.
638 times.
Posada Carriles, this guy, if you want to Google something interesting, Posada Carriles, the CIA asset, shot down a Cuban passenger airliner. Like there are all these things, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
But anyway, to answer your question, part of this is just a pathology of there's a certain kind of South Florida politics, and politicians like Marco Rubio, Bob Menendez, so it's bipartisan. We're basically Bob Menendez.
Some of our least corrupt politicians.
Gold bars. Bob Menendez said he was for democracy in Cuba, and he would do things like he would block the approval of any ambassador. If you tried to change Cuba policy, and you'd have to kind of like steamroll the guy in your own party, right? We had to do that multiple times.
Yeah.
So some of this is just is diaspora politics, and then some of it is like I was saying. There is this kind of psychology, like the Cubans beat us. Like in '59, they ousted our guy Batista. This used to be kind of our playground, and all of a sudden it moved to the left. Then they're on the other side of the Cold War. They stuck their thumb in our eye again and again and again. And there are people. This is like the Lindsey Graham. He's not a Cuban. But he has this pathology.
He's never seen a war that he hasn't liked.
Yeah, because look, here's the thing about Cuba. It poses no threat to the United States.
No,
I can argue the threat Iran might pose.
Yeah.
The funny thing is with Cuba, they're negotiating, but nobody even knows what they're negotiating, right? With Iran, there's something to negotiate, like your nuclear program. Cuba, and if you've been there, it is in a level of poverty that does not exist in the Americas and barely exists in the world, and it is largely because of our embargo. They don't like to drive classic cars.
Camila Cabello is going to get very offended that you said that. They're going to do standpoint epistemology on you.
Well, let me just give you an example of this. We were trying to encourage investment after the Obama opening from Europe because we couldn't even get it from the U.S.
Yeah.
And the Europeans were like, we don't trust that we can invest there without getting sanctioned by you. And you, Obama, you're not going to be around forever. And so the embargo puts a total freeze on investment into Cuba. Guess what that does? It fossilizes the Cuban government. It makes them the only alternative. If no ideas, no investment, no travelers can get in the country, how can the place change? And so American policy has not only failed against its stated objective of changing the Cuban regime, it's actually been a huge ally in kind of fossilizing the status quo in Cuba.
Yeah.
And now we're literally trying to starve this place to death. And the fact that there's no discussion around the malnutrition in Cuba, like the unnecessary deaths that could happen, the kind of collective punishment as policy, that is so normalized that you don't see any discussion of it in like mainstream media. It's just like, will Trump get a win in Cuba? If the win is starving a bunch of people to death, what are you really winning,
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're 100% right. Cuba presents zero threat to America. It's not,
it's not trying to attack us.
We have a fucking concentration camp that we on like a lease agreement from Cuba. That's where Guantanamo Bay is.
Well, I had it. You like this, Hassan? This is an anecdote. So the Cubans hate that, and every year, famously, there's an agreement signed back in the kind of colonial days where we pay like $1,000 a month or a year for that. Fidel used to never cash the checks and like stack them up and stuff. But at the end of the Obama administration, when it was evident he was not going to be able to close the prison at Guantanamo Bay, I went to the Cubans and I was like, hey, I just want to know if I can make this pitch to my boss. If we gave you guys Guantanamo back, would you keep the people that the United States wants to keep in prison? They're like, sure, we know how to keep people in prison, So I went to Obama and I was like, because there are people down there like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was responsible for 9/11. But so I was like, this is the only way to close the prison. The only way to close the prison is to give the whole facility back to the Cubans. And obviously that didn't fly, but that's a good example. Do Americans even? Why do we have a naval base in a country that doesn't want us there? You know, I mean, like if we're acting in
it's a sequence of contradictions that make no sense when you scratch the surface of it, where you're like, none of this is 90 miles off the coastline. It's so ridiculous. It's so cruel. It's so inhumane. And it's just like all of this theatrics is like kept together by the average American's lack of interest and lack of understanding of how these things work. And I do think that is, to some respects, by design, because if Americans were more focused on foreign policy, I think, especially if they understood the impact of foreign policy on the domestic policy, whether it be the imperial boomerang, as we were talking about earlier, or like all of the funds that are going to building bombs, they could be spent here on our roads, on our healthcare, on our facilities, on our education. I think a lot more Americans would be very frustrated. So I do think that we keep people at bay by refusing to let them imagine an alternative and to constantly keep them in fear in this like panic state where we have to destroy our enemies. They always want to get us. They want to get us because they're not us.
Can I give you a specific example? Is Cuba, right? So there's literally a legislative travel ban, right, that says that Americans can't travel to Cuba. We had to essentially make it so we're not going to enforce that. We said you could travel to Cuba to have people-to-people exchanges, which basically meant if you talk to Cubans, you could travel to Cuba. Every American I know, and I know a lot of Americans who went to Cuba, go down there and they're like, what the fuck? Like, what has our government done down here? Like, why are these people so poor? They're, and then guess what? The first thing Trump does is he shuts off that people-to-people travel. Like, they don't want you to see it. I mean, some of your viewers have probably been to Cuba. If you've been to Cuba, you understand something about American foreign policy that you can't understand just sitting at home here. You know, you see what sanctions at that scale can do to a people. And I don't know anybody who goes.
And you also
there.
see the people. You're like, these are not enemies. Like, these are not my enemies.
Yeah.
These are just like regular people who are very kind people. And
some of them hate the government. Some of them like the government, right?
Yeah.
But you can't, like Marco Rubio, for instance, he's never been to Cuba. You know, I mean, he comes from a Cuban family, but he's never set foot on the island. I mean, if you have to go there and look at, I mean, I'm not hopeful that he would change his mind, but a lot of this is kept out of sight from people, you know, because if they saw it, they wouldn't like it.
Yeah, there's, I mean, I've had a similar experience of this, like visiting China. I mean, I obviously had like in comparison to the average American foreign policy person, I was, an outright sympathizer in comparison to them. But I also had my worries before I traveled to China. But seeing a government be able to develop itself and achieve sovereignty and go through the process of like their own historic struggle and get to a point where they are a force to be reckoned with, like a global superpower at this point. I think that's part of what America fears ultimately. Like they don't want Cuba to be a normal country, but then also be communist at the same time, because then there's the threat of that alternative right at our doorstep. In the same way that I think the USSR, no matter how fearful Europeans were of the USSR, there were certain aspects of USSR existence that I think played a role in pushing Europe towards social democracy in ways that like we never had, we never experienced.
Yeah, they had communist parties, and so they had to do things like free healthcare to defang the communist parties. Yeah,
yeah, and I think that is like an ultimate. That's the ultimate fear of the capital owning class in general, where they're like, we don't want to. We have a really good thing going, and we don't want to give up on that, except.
But it's
in the absence,
it's collapsing.
Exactly. Yeah. In the absence of that friction, in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, you see, without the threat of an alternative, how much capital has dominated even Europe. European social democracy is on the brink of collapse. And what's happening as a consequence of that is the rise of fascism.
Yeah.
As it once did when liberalism was attempted 100 years ago, and it was also collapsing, and it was early, right? It was a new thing. Nation states were just being developed and not even really developed at all. And And through that process, fascism came as a force of stability.
Yeah.
A force of stability that capital owners aligned with.
Yeah.
That's why titans of industry in both Nazi Germany and in Mussolini's Italy were very much aligned with the fascist movements because they were more fearful of the communists. And the communists were about plenty at that time. They were a force to be reckoned with. So I think one of the things that I stress all the time, because there will be people that will be critical of me even having a conversation with you in my community, regardless of your worldview being far outside of like the blob, as you call it.
I'm in this place where I'm like, those people think I'm super radical, and some friends think I'm super like not.
Well, those people think I'm a terrorist.
Yeah. So I'm like stuck in this like in between space. But I'm moving.
But from my perspective, it's like the alternative to that is not business as usual liberalism. The alternative to that is not like NATO Atlanticism necessarily, but the alternative to that is a class-based movement.
Is a solidarity.
Yeah, exactly. Like understanding that the working class individual in Cuba has the same exact interests as the working class individual living in West Virginia. They want a roof over their heads. They want to be able to feed their children. They want to feed themselves, and they want to have some meaning in their lives, and that's it. There's no like evilness component in our foreign adversaries. Same goes for people living in Iran, people living in Yemen, people living in countries that we've declared foreign adversaries. Like they have the same exact interests that we do, and I feel like that's completely lost.
I think
in American politics.
I think that's right, and I think one way to think about the challenge in the world today is we always look at these, kind of older ideological paradigms, but essentially, we are living through an unprecedented consolidation of power, right? And it's essentially in this country, like so much of the wealth and technologies that drive our lives are in so few hands. But if you look around the world, like what did Trump do? Like if you look at his corruption, the Emirati one is like a very good example of this. So first of all, the Abraham Accords are worth bringing into this. So the Abraham Accords happened. Emiratis are the main country normalizing relations with Israel. Bahrain comes with them. It's framed. Morocco comes with them. It's framed as a peace deal. These countries were not at war,
Yeah.
Now, what happens? Well, you get all of a sudden kind of this, the kind of mega rich in the Emirates. They're getting like surveillance technology from Israel. Israel's got, a friend, in the heart of the Arab world. The Emirates also gets they're now everybody loves them in Washington because they did the Abraham Accords. So then they can do things like what they're doing in Sudan, thinking that they're not going to be held to account. But then if you look after Trump's election, the Emirates, an Emirati buys a 49% stake in World Liberty Financial, right? That's Trump's crypto business.
Yeah.
Then they make a $2 billion investment through Trump Coin.
Nothing to see here.
Right. Then
seems totally above board.
Then Trump lifts the restrictions on the highest level U.S. chips going into the Emirates. Why do I tell this kind of story? Because what unites Trump and tech oligarchs and Emiratis and Netanyahu, and by the way, in their own way, Putin and Erdogan, is they're all grabbing their piece of this while people are just getting screwed. And so I'm not limiting this to a Western criticism. I think the Chinese Communist Party is doing this too. Like they're in charge of the AI monopoly in China. And there are huge majorities of people around the world who are like, why is power just being taken, like it's being like just drained out from us and given to just a very small number of people at the top who are either political elites, technology elites, or kind of financial capitalist elites, right? What you need is a solidarity movement across borders that is just going to start dismantling that apparatus, or else like that's going to lead either to, they'd be happy to have a series of wars. They're going to be fine. They're going to, their technologies are going to be used to fight the wars. Or if you're Putin, you've got your DACA you can go to. There's such a gap between the people who feel the consequences of what's happening in the world and the people that are driving those consequences. And I think that's the imbalance. It feels like it's getting less sustainable to me. And you see like AOC and Bernie giving voice to this, like the authoritarianism problem is.
I don't even think they're radical enough. I'll be honest. I love them, but I think like the ways in which they should be communicating this is like unapologetic, the language of class warfare, because I think like a lot of Americans
You
are
don't think
fearful.
Bernie does that?
I mean, even Bernie dilutes his message quite a bit, although he has such a long history of doing exactly that it's a little bit different. But I do think that, I mean, Euro communism and socialism in America is a very like liberalized version, as opposed to like the Marxist-Leninist tradition.
Socialism in America is European social democracy.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
free healthcare. Zoran's agenda is very familiar to anyone who lives in most European
absolutely.
countries. You know,
But-
like
and
free
turns
childcare,
out-
free healthcare. Like this is
a modest
normal.
expansion of existing social safety nets is seen as this like radical
Zoran is
change.
far from a communist.
Yeah. And it's interesting because it's like
He's not seizing the means of production.
But even then, like even if someone is, because I think Bernie is a socialist. Like he comes from the socialist tradition for sure. Notwithstanding his like latest mishaps every now and then, but I mean like he has
Eugene
a
Debs,
consistent he has a consistent
Labor.
socialist message for his entire career, and has been at odds with American foreign policy at times when it mattered. I think like post Yugoslavia, it's a little bit different. Like if I look at his career as critically as possible, I think there has been, still consistent advocacy against like American foreign policy at times. But he presents himself as a social democrat, is what I'm trying to say. I think obviously no Democrat's going to run around advocating to develop a Marxist-Leninist vanguard in the United States of America, and that's not my expectation either. But I think like as far as the language that we use, I do think that a lot of Democrats do shy away from like saying anything that can be immediately criticized as like you're a communist, you love the USSR, you love America's foreign adversaries. I think like just as Bernie played a big role in normalizing socialism as an ideology in America and like combating a century of Red Scare propaganda and did so effectively, I think we can push even past that. Like we can push further from the position that we're currently in with the language that we use, because otherwise you run into, and I want to hear about your perspective on this, at the Munich Security Conference.
Yeah.
AOC delivered a speech. Now, it's not, I understand what she was saying. I understand where she was going with said speech. And I do think that there are some disagreements that I have with Matt Duss, some areas of tremendous agreement that I have with Matt Duss, especially with respect to his approach to China. I think like their attitude to China is very good from my perspective, where they think like no more strategic competition with China. Like they are a partner and we should treat them as a partner.
And we should negastate things.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than, saber rattling and the posturing that we engage in. But as far as like hearkening back to almost like a NATO Atlanticist position, I do think that they find themselves in between these two forces where on the one hand, they're still running a little scared on foreign policy, where they don't want to just say like, we should only care about class here. Like, and it almost goes back to like vulgar Brandonism, as I like to call it, going back to like the Biden era of like a restoration of the liberal rule-based order.
Yeah.
Pre-October 7, of course.
So I was in Munich, and what was interesting to me about that is, look, I think that the message that she was delivering that I think was important is that they're dealing with the rise of these fascist parties, these far-right parties across Europe.
Yeah.
And oftentimes the kind of social democrat class that is kind of the governing class, or the Christian Democrat, that kind of center right to center left. Yeah. They're kind of bystanders, and they're like, do we? Maybe we should just get harder on immigration, to
Hillary Clinton. Shouts out to Hillary Clinton.
If you're a voter in Europe and you want a hard ass on immigration, like you have the people that will, like Viktor Orban's of the world, who will do that. And so what she's saying is like, if you guys want to be serious about tackling the far right, It's not about talking up democracy or attacking this way. It's about dealing with the issues that your working class is facing. That the democracy crisis in Europe is a working class crisis. Now, the split screen problem with that in Munich was they were all also talking about, and this was not AOC so much as a lot of the kind of security people, how great it is that Europe is now going to spend all this money on defense because Donald Trump has bullied them into spending 5% of their GDP on defense. And it's 3.5% of GDP plus, they say 1.5 for logistics or something.
Yeah.
But an insane amount of money on defense, which, by the way, I don't believe that they're actually going to do. But that is a recipe for helping the far right, because that's like
how do you do that?
Plowing money into defense.
Austerity.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even doing job create. You're plowing money into like defense technologies and stuff, right? So like at the same time that you're like, oh yes, we must deal with the working class, you're having austerity to pay for your huge defense budgets that feel totally divorced from what it feels like they're where we were at the beginning of the Biden presidency in some respects, where it's like, are they going to wake up and realize that the recipe is not just singing from the greatest hits album of the rules-based order and talking about democracy and talking about the danger of the far right? You have to show working class people that you're like meeting them where they are. And that includes breaking from orthodoxy on some issues where you're expected to kind of go along with the Trump bullying you on defense spending. Pedro Sanchez in Spain is the one leader who basically told Trump to pound sand. He's like, I'm not spending that much on defense. I think they spend like 1-point-something%. And his numbers went up.
Yeah.
And he's been governing Spain for 10 years. He's a socialist. He on Gaza, he's in a different place from most of Europe. On immigration,
there are still limitations, unfortunately, to like what they can do.
He may not be where you are, but like.
Oh no! I just meant like there are like when you're in the EU, there are severe restrictions on like how far you can go. I mean, Ireland is another great example of this. Like, these are countries that have been on the right side of history for a very long time, and there's limitations of what they can and can't do, unfortunately.
But I think if you look at Sanchez, for instance, he's doing the things that we're talking about in the sense that he's pursuing socialist policies. He's not caving on immigration. He's taking a stand on Gaza. He's not spending money in defense.
Yeah, shouts out to the king.
He keeps getting rewarded for it. He's been in power 10 years. Now he'll lose at some point, but he's had a 10-year run there. And so I think that I see your point on AOC. Look, she's there to kind of begin to get her reps on the world stage. That's what it felt like to me. Is this is a person that has ambitions that go beyond being in Congress, maybe run for president, and I'm going to kind of take my message at home to this place. I will say what was interesting to me being there is all the coverage was like tisk tisk on her Taiwan answer. People, every young person there wanted to be in the room with AOC in Europe. Like, she has a star power that no American politician has outside this country.
Also, her Taiwan answer is because of our policy. Our longstanding policy in Taiwan is called strategic ambiguity, which is another word for lying.
We're not going to tell you. It's a word for we're not going to tell you.
It's like, oh no, you're one China, totally. Taiwan, like, because in the American government, you were in the American government. Taiwan is a part of China in the American government's like official language.
That's our agreement with China from 1979.
Shouts out to the great Maoist Richard Nixon and the other great Maoist Henry Kissinger. The only good thing that they did, probably, which was the recognition of the People's Republic of China. But they did that, and also I guess EPA. Nixon was an interesting character. I mean, he's horrible.
I don't know if you want to go into Taiwan. Do you want to do the little Taiwan or?
Oh, we can talk about Taiwan.
So what I find complicated about Taiwan is that, and look, I don't want to fight a war. Like, the goal of the policy should be no war over Taiwan. And I'll get to kind of one way you might do that. But when we made that deal, the people running Taiwan believed that there was one China, right? So Chiang Kai-shek leaves China with a couple million people.
All the gold.
Takes over Taiwan, is a brutal US-backed authoritarian leader who believed that they're the legitimate government in exile in Taipei. And so they didn't object necessarily to the idea of one China. Now, the DPP that currently governs Taiwan, they were the opposition movement that overturned the authoritarian system. And they're like, we're not Chinese. Like, Chiang Kai-shek is the one who came here and said, we're all Chinese.
Yeah.
And so I have a lot of sympathy for younger people I know in Taiwan who are like, there are all these deals that have been made over our heads. Our ancestors have been living here for hundreds of years. It was only Chiang Kai-shek who came here and said, we're all China. I'm not suggesting that that means you abrogate the one China policy. I think what you want to try to put this, you want to, and sometimes the best thing you do in foreign policy is just try to push off like a problem. Like, let's get into some negotiations here. Let's start talking about this. Like, instead of just threatening each other, arming everybody to the teeth, and kind of building up to some climax where the Chinese might try to invade or blockade Taiwan and will the United States come to the rescue. Why aren't we doing more to try to avoid that outcome diplomatically?
Well, like, I think the real reason is because, and maybe this is where you and I diverge, but like, I think it is in. I mean, I think it was Mao who said it, where he was like, "There's two islands of empire, like Western imperialism in the Far East is Taiwan, and in the Near East it's Israel." And I feel like it's like a base of operations for America to constantly have this like potential destabilization force, notwithstanding like the actual will of the population. Because let's be real, I don't think America really cares about it that much. I think it's good for arguments. You can always use it as
Americans care about the semiconductor.
They care about the semiconductor industry, and they more so just care about like having something on the thorn of China, this like behemoth that has exploded in size and in prowess around the globe. So, as far as like Taiwan goes, I mean, I look at their public approvals fairly closely, and their attitude always is, we like having one foot in China and one foot in the Western world.
That's right.
And they don't want to break the status quo.
They actually don't want to be independent and have a U.S. military base there. They like the status quo.
Yeah, because it's very beneficial for them when you get to, because I have Taiwanese relatives.
Yeah.
And some of them live here. One of them is married to my uncle Cenk Uyghur.
What do they want the outcome of this whole thing to be?
They feel a sense of pride because like of China's prosperity, but they don't like, at least one of them does not like the Chinese government. But they still feel this like sense of Chinese prosperity.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Look
phenomenon.
what we built. Yeah.
Because it's like, because it is pretty hard, especially when you go there and you're like, what the fuck? Like these guys were able to build.
Shanghai, it's like,
you're like,
shit.
This is crazy. I mean, the hotel I stayed in was like a barren wasteland 20 years ago, and now there's like towering skyscrapers everywhere. And then with my other relative, I mean, he works in China. He works in Shenzhen, right? So he's like, he's living in China, right?
Yeah.
Mainland China. So it's, they see it as like, they're not like as hardline as Americans present it. And there are certainly a lot of people from Taiwan here that are hardliners, definitely. And that happens, like the diaspora population usually has that. But at the end of the day, they're Han Chinese. And they see that, and they see that as like a united a point of prosperity.
But I want to just come back to the AOC point, because it's the goal for the test of these people should not be whether you can stand up at a conference with a bunch of elites and recite a formula that is the right answer on Taiwan.
Yeah.
The goal is to have a worldview that makes sense to people, And so she gets all this shit for not pivoting immediately to like, we have a policy of strategic ambiguity, and but that's the wrong end. Like, why is the test of becoming president your capacity to kind of recite words that have no meaning to most people? And this is a problem I have with national security, and I'm trying to demystify it and how I try to talk about it. I'm not saying I get that right all the time, but it is designed to exclude people. Like, the language of it makes no sense to people. It's all these acronyms, or it's like these opaque readouts of meetings that we had full and frank conversations about the full range of bilateral issues, and they're not actually telling you the truth, right? And I think part of what we need to do is just change the language, and talk to people. Why can't we just have a serious conversation, like this kind of conversation, where it's like, this is a real fucking problem, man, because the Chinese are not going to let this go. Like this, they see this as part of their territory. They see it as indistinguishable from Tibet or Hong Kong. That's what the U.S. has agreed to. We have a one China policy. There's some people here, though, who like are really nervous about what that means for them, because they kind of like that they have freedoms in Taiwan that they don't have in China. So what do we do about that? Like, why can't we just name these things and talk about them instead of retreating behind these kind of carefully drafted formulas that have been, it's like the two-state solution. I believe in two states side by side living in peace and security. That language has no relevance in the physical universe.
Yeah.
Like it's just something that politicians say to avoid having to actually tell you what they think about what's happening in the West
absolutely.
Bank,
But that's precisely the reason why they do that.
Yeah.
They do that to obfuscate from the truth. They do that to not have these critical conversations. And I think in many instances, I mean, look, I talk to a lot of politicians. I talk to a lot of consultants and analysts. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of them haven't really thought about it.
Yeah.
Like they just haven't. It's much easier for them to just like repeat
Yeah.
whatever like this preconceived talking point is, because if they were to expend a great deal of time learning about it, reading the history, and developing like a truly coherent worldview around like what must be done in these places, I think all of a sudden you're putting yourself at odds with like the rest of the country, because the rest of the country doesn't give a shit. And sometimes are very antagonistic towards your worldview. I see that all the time from my perspective on American foreign policy.
But most Americans are like, they want to believe the good story, right? They want to believe there were sanctioning countries to help them. Like if there was more information, I think you might get different outcomes. Because in Iraq, they had good information because they had relatives fighting in that war who were coming home being like, this is a fucking shit show,
Yeah.
Now, I think there are a couple things though about the incentive structures for people in these jobs. One is jobs. So I can tell you, and I'm not saying this to toot my horn, it's just the reality of who I was. I left the Obama administration because I negotiated the normalization relations with Cuba, and because I'd been kind of the front man for the JCPOA with Iran. I had made a bunch of enemies.
Wait, really? Interesting. Yeah, I feel like we share a lot of enemies.
I mean, I had Black Cube, Mossad people spying on me. That's the whole story. But essentially, then I started my podcast, and I had to deprogram a little bit because I was talking like I used to talk in government, and then I was like, but then to talk honestly about, say, Israel, Palestine, or Cuba is to ensure that you're not going to be confirmed to a job in a future administration. And I can tell you that there are a lot of people that just self-censor because they're like, it's not worth, if I make these enemies, my career is cooked. Then the other problem that you put your finger on that is so, so important is that it is amazing, given the awesome power that the United States has in the world, how little people in positions of power interact with people in these countries. I mean, I have Afghan friends who rightly beat the shit out of me when I left government because they're like, we could have told you were backing the wrong people in Afghanistan. They're like, we hate the Taliban, but we fucking hate all these corrupt warlords that you were backing, who are the same people that were repressing us when the Taliban wasn't in power.
Yeah.
And I said to them honestly, I was like, you know what? In all the meetings I was in the Situation Room about Afghanistan, there was never an Afghan in the room. It's just a bunch of us, talking about a country that most of us had never really been to, right? And so there needs to be much more of a feedback loop. If you are hearing from and I tried to do this when I was in government. I certainly did this on Cuba. If you're hearing from people from these actual places, like you get a perspective that you're never going to get at a think tank in Washington.
Yeah.
Where it's all about how can I make the same talking points sound a little smarter, in my paper than the last one. And it's not informed by the views of the countries that we are actually operating in.
Yeah, no, it's mind-boggling, like how sheltered like the average American foreign policy person is. Like they get all the reading in a one-directional way in some of these best institutions that are, I think, specifically teaching them this stuff so they can go and work at the same think tanks that also are churning out the same policy papers over and over again. And that creates this like very weird self-reinforcing propaganda apparatus that traps a lot of politicians, with the exception of like what we would maybe even consider like cranks. And I have a lot of love for people like that. I wouldn't even say that Mike Revell's a crank, right? I don't think he's a crank, but like he came across as one because of his like consistent advocacy against like American foreign policy, right? Like we used to have that. That was a tradition in American Congress.
Yeah.
And I feel like, especially in the age of like domestic polarization, where where basically like if you live in a rural area, if you live in the suburbs, you're more likely to vote Republican. If you live in a city, you're more likely to vote Democrat. And that polarization is like completely set in where everybody has a party line and they don't even get punished for working against the interests of their constituents as long as they're like, you know, in line with the rest of the party. We don't really have independent thinkers any longer, or people who like genuinely make certain causes their lives mission.
Yeah.
Even though you do every now and then have a guy like Tim Kaine, who is like consistent on some of these issues, and you're like, why the fuck is Tim Kaine one of the main voices saying we mustn't go to war with Iran?
That's interesting though, because Tim Kaine's one good example, and then there are other ones on Cuba. But on Tim Kaine, I'd say I met Tim Kaine in around 2008 when I was working the Obama campaign. And he was just, I think he ran for Senate around that time. Right away, he had this view that the president should not be able to go to war without authorization from Congress. And he's been absolutely consistent on it. Doesn't matter what the war is. Doesn't matter if the president is Obama or Trump or Biden. Like, he's on it. And we need more people like that. I think if you're in Congress, it's important to you don't need to be an expert on every issue. I'd actually much rather you just become the person that really fucking cares about this thing or that. Like on Cuba, when we did the opening, Barbara Lee like had deep connections in Cuba. Karen Bass, who is the mayor here, got in hot water actually when she was being vetted for VP because she spent so much time in Cuba in the 70s. Jim McGovern, another guy who can get called a crank sometimes. But these people had deep relationships in Cuba, and they knew the harm that had been done there. And and when I talked to them, it was like so wildly a different perspective than I'd get from someone who is a foreign policy expert in Congress, who's just like, well, the Cuban government is bad for these reasons, and maybe we tweak the policy this way, but God forbid, we think about actually changing it. And so I think you do need those people that are willing to kind of really burrow in on these things and become advocates, because they can make a difference.
No, for sure. I try to urge every congressperson I talk to be that person.
Yeah.
But I do see very real either disinterest or like fear of like going against the grain. And I think now is the best time.
Because there's peer pressure inside those caucuses too.
Yeah, but right now is the best possible time to make that bold statement, especially because like if there's any silver lining to Donald Trump like shattering how politics was conducted in this country, it's that. With AOC's, Taiwan answer, going back to that, everyone is panning it. They even did the no edit, like I think it was Politico that did the shitty edit where they just go put the ahs and ums in there. Like, you clean up Trump every day. Come on.
Yeah.
That's fucking bullshit. We all know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
But again, like a Trump, I think about like a leftist Trump, right? Obviously, there's a lot of structural hurdles against such a thing, but like a leftist Trump, how would a leftist Trump answer that question? Be like, why do I care about it? I mean, they're Chinese. Let them deal with it. Something like that with delivered with confidence, I think would be appealing to Americans broadly. I think Americans would go, yeah, why do I care about that?
To me, my version of that answer, which is someone who's probably a little, is just like, you know what? My policy is we should try to not have a war there.
Yeah. I wasn't even saying like this is my policy. I'm just saying like what would like a socialist Trump respond to that?
That's what he says. Like, I'm focused on what's happening.
Yeah, because he used to say that with Iran. Like, he'd be like, in 2015, there was a point where they asked him about like intervention in Iran, and this is, I guess, like before Miriam Adelson or Sheldon Adelson told him what to say about it, right? And he was like, they're telling me we got to go there, because they're making women cover their faces. And he's like, and he was saying like, it's probably easy for women to wear the hijab. I asked them, they said they want to wear the hijab. He's like, they want to wear it. Well, they don't have to put makeup on.
All right, I'll tell you a story about Cuba that illustrates both how Trump was different, also how he ended up being full of shit. During the primary, the Republican primary, when we done the Cuban normalization, Trump was asked about it. He's like, I think it's fine. Like, maybe I get a better deal, but it's fine. And then I heard in 2016 that the Trump organization was down in Cuba scouting real estate properties because they wanted to develop hotels and golf courses.
I'm gonna be honest. I wish they were still invested in that.
No, that's what Trump with absent any, if Trump was Trump, like his deal, he would have gotten into power in 2017 and said, "Hey, I want the Trump organization to develop all the keys off of the coast of Cuba," but instead he got co-opted by these hardliners, in South Florida, and he just turns on a dime, right? And so he's not like, I agree with you. His critiques of American foreign policy sometimes completely overlap with some of my critiques, but he doesn't even act on those critiques.
No.
And I think there's an opportunity though, because he's like a hurricane who's blowing everything down. And the good news about that is none of this Biden stuff, like America's back, and no. When you have a hurricane, you don't renovate, you rebuild something different. And so we have this opportunity on the back end of this, assuming there is a back end, to not just kind of tinker around the edges, but to actually imagine a totally different kind of international order. Like, that's what should we be talking to the Chinese about? That, like, what are we doing together on climate, on AI? Instead of AI race, like, how about putting some fucking guardrails around this technology so it doesn't take all our jobs and become autonomous weapons? There's a lot of stuff to talk to the Chinese about, but if you're in like a race with them on everything, or a Cold War with them on everything, like you're not going to solve those problems.
And from what I understand, talking to like even Chinese dissidents and people who are very supportive of the Chinese government, the consistent thing that I hear is that China is incredibly responsive to America. To whatever America is saying around the world and whatever America is saying about China. So in moments where they feel as though like America might, take an adversarial tone against China, they really add more domestic repression, because they're like, we don't want any sort of instability in the country. I guess maybe America shouldn't know about that, because then they're going to keep doing it. And I mean, I guess they're doing it regardless. But, but like the way I see it, one thing I did want to talk to you about was specifically Ukraine, because I think a lot of people look to October 7 as like the complete shattering of like the international rule-based order, right? But I think it was before then.
All the cracks are there, yeah.
I think, well, I mean, yeah, it was, from my perspective, from my tradition, obviously this was always a sham.
Yeah.
And I believe that it was this design was purely beneficial to like Western capital interests, a constant imperialism, extraction of natural resources from the periphery, from the global south, creating like a more pliant labor force that we can use and abuse, and offshoring our domestic industries, which led to, crippling austerity and worse material conditions for the American labor force overall. But I do think that Russia's actions in Ukraine and then October 7 so close together, like so closely packaged together, is what completely shattered people's understanding of this. And I don't think we've experienced the repercussions of that yet. I don't think that, like, I think the world is only now revolting against it when you see, protests, like steady protests in European capitals against like their government's lack of interest in issuing any sort of condemnation towards Israel.
Yeah.
It's making people realize that like maybe liberal democracy is not working. And I don't think a lot of leadership understands that.
Yeah.
Like I don't think the American government is aware of it even. I think they just kind of are like, oh no, it's going to be fine. We're going to put the cat back in the bag.
I mean, there's all built-in hypocrisy in American foreign policy. But when you stand up like the Biden administration did and say Vladimir Putin is a war criminal because the ICC is, got an indictment out on him because he's killed Ukrainian kids and kidnapped Ukrainian kids, all true, and then turn around and condemn the ICC, same ICC that is prosecuting this same war crimes, right?
Yeah.
Literally, like
with greater severity.
Yeah, the
too,
killing
like
of children, the collective punishment of a population, and you are then the amount. You don't need to be a foreign policy expert.
No,
you don't have to. There's no nuance or it's complicated. That is fucking bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And if your rules-based order is essentially we get to select when we use these tools to punish only our geopolitical adversaries, and we are completely immune from any of that, then there is no rules-based order already, right?
Yeah.
And that I think that's it was like the curtain being pulled back.
Yeah, it's the third worldist position. Ironically, it's like something.
Yeah,
like,
it's not new. It's not new to anybody from
I grew up in Turkey, so my understanding was exactly this.
Yeah,
and when I brought it to America, people did not like it at all. When I say it, for years and years, from my own personal experience, like when I did this advocacy, when I talked about foreign policy from the perspective of like the victims of American empire, American imperialism, people would say, "I'm an America hater. I hate America. Get the fuck out of the country." But I think now it's infinitely easier for Americans to even understand as well.
It is. In part because the emperor has no clothes. Like the Iraq War, from the Iraq War, I mean, the idea that the people in charge kind of could be trusted to know what they were doing after that, I feel like that was shattered, you know, and that was 20 plus years ago now, right? People just keep getting that confirmed for them, right? So whatever emerges on the other side of this is going to have to look different necessarily from what came before. Now, the danger of the Ukraine piece, though, is that the one thing that the rules-based order succeeded in is preventing a World War III, right? So like all kinds of other things.
And nukes, I think.
That and no nuclear war, no World War III. And so when all of a sudden you have one of the major powers, you know, invading and violating the sovereignty of another one, and now Trump's doing the same. I mean, we've done it. So like the Iraq War, like I'm not suggesting we hadn't done it either. So Iraq was a big part of this too. I think someone could fairly point out that it wasn't Ukraine, it was Iraq, where suddenly post-Cold War, it was like, wait a second. Now that there's no Cold War, no risk of World War III, no risk of nuclear armed conflict between the U.S. and Soviet Union, that was America saying, well, that means now we can do whatever we want, you know? And so Putin was like, well, why can't I do whatever I want, you know? I don't think that makes him right in any way, shape, or form. I think what he's doing is horrific.
Yeah.
But the danger is, the reason you really do need rules is because when there are no rules, you get nationalism kind of run amok. And the wrong strongman comes along, and all of a sudden the great powers are bumping into each other in Taiwan and in the Arctic or in Eastern Europe, and then we're in a whole different fucking ballgame, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's still proxies. Like I don't foresee this turning into like state versus state warfare, especially between nuclear armed states.
Yeah,
but of course the proxies are so devastating for those who are stuck in the middle powers.
If you're in Sudan, or if you're in even if you're just a middle power and you're just like, I'm just trying to like negotiate trade deals and figure out like how to get clean energy, you know, and I've got these lunatics fighting over my heads, you know.
So where do you think we go from here with Ukraine in particular? Because like, I think, as much as I want to criticize Trump, and I certainly do criticize Trump in the way that he's handled Ukraine, like the showboating, the weird admiration or not even admiration for Putin, but like the ways in which he talks about Ukraine versus the ways in which he talks about Vladimir Putin, I think has offered setbacks to Ukraine as well. Yeah. Like it's definitely embarrassed Zelensky for sure,
and weakened Zelensky.
Yeah, and that's not helpful for anyone really, other than I guess it does help Russia quite a bit. But I think he also recognizes his powerlessness, because like a lot of people in the national security apparatus have this attitude where it's like, no, as long as we just like keep giving guns to Ukraine, they'll just keep putting on a fight. And now it's in a stalemate, one that is actually a beneficial stalemate for Russia.
Because it's bigger. So a stalemate favors the bigger party.
Exactly. And I don't know, like, I mean, what Trump said to Zelensky was, you don't have the cards. But I don't think Trump holds the cards either. Because in the absence of like somehow trying to force the hand of India to no longer be a secondary market for Russian energy to enter the international marketplace, which is also going to be impossible, because why would India do that? India is making a lot of money as a mediator, and India can go to China, as you also pointed out. Like, there's not really a lot of additional pressures that they can apply to Russia other than just like trying to come to a managed solution. And as long as Vladimir Putin knows that, and he understands the domestic pressures that Trump has, as far as like promising that he was going to, end the war day one, he has not a lot of room here for negotiation. And I think that's a hard recognition to come to if you are a national security guy, especially in comparison to like the last 50, 60 years, or especially the last 30 years, right? I don't think America has the same motion that it did, the same power that it did in terms of like dealing with foreign adversaries that are crazy enough to go out and engage in like military action.
Yeah. So here's what I'd say, and here's where I probably do put a little bit more currency into alliances and the whole transatlantic arrangement. I agree that the best case, that there was something ghoulish about a certain kind of national security mindset of like, this is great, we'll keep arming them, and they'll weaken the Russians, and we get to make heroic speeches while the Ukrainians are fighting and dying on the front lines. And actually, there was a very counterproductive raising of expectations. Like victories at hand. If you're reading like The Atlantic, it was always like victories around the corner, the counteroffensive is going to work. And I think the best case scenario for Ukraine at this point is they're going to lose territory. Like they're not going to reclaim Crimea. They're not going to reclaim the parts of the Luhansk and Donetsk in eastern Ukraine that Russia occupies. But if they can preserve their sovereignty, that they're not going to be invaded again by Russia, and become attached to, what they want is essentially to be in Europe. In the European Union. Let's put not NATO, because NATO, you're not going to,
That's not
I don't think Americans are going to go to war. I don't think you have to get every NATO country to agree that you will go to war for Ukraine. That's not going to happen. So essentially, if you could ceasefire the conflict and then use the ensuing time to incorporate Ukraine into institutions and to fortify them, through reconstruction and economic arrangements as a part of Europe, and they could look up in 20 years and they've lost territory. They may never recognize that territory isn't theirs, but they're a sovereign country, and the people there can live in peace and have arrangements with Europe. That would be great for them. It wouldn't be, maybe great's the wrong word. That would be the best outcome available to them right now. What would be great to them is obviously to have their entire sovereignty. I think the reason Trump's behavior makes that worse is that's kind of all premised on political agreement among the United States and Europe about what the plan is. How is Ukraine going to be rebuilt? How is Ukraine going to be incorporated into the EU? What is the nature of the Ukrainian military such that it's sufficient that Russia won't want to invade them again? And if Putin's negotiating across the table, and he sees everybody on the other side of the table fighting with each other, he sees Trump beating up on Zelensky, he sees Trump freaking out the Europeans that he's going to invade Greenland, then that makes the negotiation so much easier for him. Because he can just keep grinding away the Ukrainians. The attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure has gone way up since Trump became president. And I don't think that's a coincidence. And it's not about arms, it's about the political circumstance. It's that these guys are fighting with each other, so I can just kind of do what I want here. And so that's where I think
and also because of Israel too. Like we're so hyper focused on like defensive Israel, even though Israel.
Well, after October 7th, you could feel the tension shift. It was like a spotlight that had been on Ukraine just moves over here, and suddenly we're sending arms there, and the Biden administration is spending all its time there instead of on Ukraine. And that too advantaged Putin, right? Like Putin was at his weakest in this conflict when there was a kind of political consensus. This is wrong. We support the Ukrainians. I mean, the ICC thing we just talked about too, that helped Putin too. Because, it might have been uncomfortable for certain countries to host Vladimir Putin who are ICC signatories. But after October 7th and after what happened with the ICC, where the US is attacking the ICC and sanctioning the ICC, well, then it's like, well, these, I don't need to play by these rules, right? So it just, that's my critique.
He came to Alaska.
Yeah. So it's not that he's an indicted war criminal, came to Alaska. Yeah. Just like Netanyahu's come here, like how I can't, lost track of how many times.
That's different. Yeah. That's like, Israel's little America, so.
But I think that the outcome, again, this is one of these things where I can agree with Trump's kind of impulse, like, stop this war. It's not going well. People are just getting killed. But he's not, like, the way he's going about it is is making that in some ways harder because Putin doesn't have an incentive to stop. You know, he's like these guys are, as long as these guys are arguing with each other, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. You know.
Yeah. I don't see anything I don't see any like reasonable way out of it. And for years, people yelled at me because I said, leading up to Russia's invasion, or even after Russia's invasion, I said like the best possible outcome would have been a firm commitment to like Minsk.
Yeah.
Which
which we was negotiated when Obama was president.
Yeah, but that would have been the best option. And then the what was it? The 18-point plan. Yeah. Right after the Kyiv offensive halted.
Yeah.
Was again an incredible exit ramp.
And Zelensky's apparently pressured to not accept it. You know?
So I said that at the time, because it came so close to like a Boris Johnson visit.
Yeah.
That I thought that was strange timing at the very least, to say the least. And people fucking kept saying, I'm pro-Russia for this. Not realizing that I wanted to, I saw that this was going to be devastating for Ukrainians and even devastating for Russia as well. And now we're just kind of stuck in this situation.
And what was so wrong about that too is that there was a complete lack of understanding of Russian history, right? Like if you look at Russian history, they're going to be okay with the war of attrition, right? So the kind of triumphalist idea was they tried to take Kyiv and failed. And so they're going to lose this war. And so we just, we'll start arming them. But Russia is a bigger country. And they have a leader who doesn't care about his casualty rate. And they have a history of doing that.
They throw people at the
Red Army under Stalin, right? Like you can go back into the 19th century. Like they have fought wars of attrition. And so the mistake was that somehow time was going to be on the side of the Ukrainians. Like time is going to be on the side of the bigger country, particularly a country like Russia that has shown that it will absorb tremendous losses like that. So it was a missed opportunity in retrospect.
Yeah.
And you were there at the time, so
and everyone, no one has stopped. Still, I mean, there's still a lot of. They're not as loud as they used to be, weirdly enough. But there's like a sector of like NATO Twitter that I'm sure are in your guys' replies as well. Whenever I do like a Pod Save America appearance or whatever, they're like, "This guy's a Russian asset." It's like I'm not a fan of Vladimir Putin. You can say I have sympathies for the project of the USSR, even though I understand the excesses and all of the problems. But like, Russia is not the USSR at all. It's a capitalist oligarchy that is engaging in irredentist actions.
The thing that drives me nuts is when Republicans call Putin a communist, and I'm like,
God.
I don't like Putin because he's actually for a lot of reasons, but he's the worst manifestation of the kind of power structure we were talking about. It's like a super rich guy who runs the country and takes all of its resources and gives it to his friends. And then represses everybody else. Like he is that playbook is being replicated in country after country, right?
Yeah.
And that's my beef with Putin. Not that he's a communist,
Yeah.
He's anything but. You know?
He's also very disrespectful to Lenin, which I think is completely unacceptable. So, it's ridiculous. But like I think a lot of people do rely on like people's lack of curiosity.
Yeah, they hear Russia and they think
stuff.
communist,
Yeah. But I do think that, like, even with what Russia has done so far, I think like if they approach the subject of Ukraine or any sort of like intervention that they found to be dangerous from like Western interference that they found to be dangerous, because like, let's be real, there is Western intervention in Ukraine. There was Western intervention in Ukraine, not to justify like an invasion, but I do think that National Endowment for Democracy, civil society organizations, things of that nature are like once those gears start turning, all of the countries that we have designed as foreign adversaries, they see that and they think, oh, this is going to happen. But I think Russia's approach to it should have been similar to like what China is doing. Usually, whenever there's any sort of like, whenever there's any sort of instability or any sort of fear, and what I mean by that is they're an energy behemoth, They already had decent negotiations and decent contracts with European countries. They should have just been like, no, we're an energy provider. We don't need to go and invade Ukraine and kill a bunch of Ukrainian people.
We can use that leverage.
Yeah.
Because I think what's interesting about the National Endowment for Democracy stuff is...
Also, do you want water?
Oh, yeah, sure. That whole democracy funding apparatus, right? And so for people who don't follow this is basically like a grant giving.
Oh, people follow.
Okay. So
maybe they don't have the same opinion of NED as you might, but
no, because I see the critique. When you start that in the 90s in Central and Eastern Europe, and you're pushing against this kind of open door, and then it just keeps moving east, and Putin's view is this is what's complicated, right? Is that Ukraine he fundamentally doesn't see as distinct from Russia, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
So he sees it as kind of, and that's where you get the discordance. But that model needs to change. Like that model,
and he said it as such. For the record, like I think this is a Duginist approach. Like it's not. This is like I don't lend that much credence to like the national security argument, although I do think it's a concern. I think there's probably a different ambition there, which is to like restore the might of like some sort of like Russian Empire, like leave a lasting legacy as this great power in the world.
To your point though, because if it was just this is where I break a bit from the people, because I agree NATO enlargement to Ukraine and Georgia was Bush did that on the way out the door.
Yeah.
Right. And that was never going to be approved by NATO because there's NATO. And if you look at it, the first thing Putin did after that is invaded Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody forgets the Georgia invasion. It didn't start in Crimea. It started in Georgia. But if he really wanted to if he had the narrow objective of making sure that Ukraine isn't going to be in NATO, he had sufficient leverage with energy to bring about, to make it such that there's no way every NATO country is ever going to agree to bring Ukraine in.
Yeah.
I think he did have a Duginist, like this is part of the Russian imperial space. We go back to Kiev Rus. I mean, he's written about it. Like I think he believes
talked about it with. No, I think so too. He's also talked about it with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
For hours on end. And Tucker
yeah.
was like, can you simplify this? And he was like, hold on, let me explain it to you in greater detail.
Yeah. And I've been in the room with Putin and he, it's interesting. Like he'll do like Obama would, when he went into Crimea and then then they had these kind of Russian-backed separatists that they were arming in Luhansk and Donetsk. Obama would keep pressing him, like, what are you trying to achieve? Like, Obama's a very rationalist person, right? Like, I need to know, because we're kind of in a negotiation here, and it's a negotiation that led up to Minsk. What are you trying to achieve? And instead of answering the question, would always frustrate Obama, he would go into history, and it could be pretty ancient history, too. It wasn't just NATO. But that was, in a way, his answer. His answer was, I'm trying to kind of restore the historical greatness of Russia and push out our boundaries.
He's trying to do a little bit of this is an attitude that I've seen in China, both personally seen in China, but also have seen with Chinese domestic policy in terms of stamping out any sort of separationist movement, separatist movement.
Yeah.
Is that he sees Ukraine as a part of Russia. I think he's those are not. That's not a separate.
Almost like China looks at Tibet,
Yeah, it's this is just historic Russia. This is historic China, and that's it. He wants to achieve it for either personal ambitions or for personal, or because he believes in this grand historical reason. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, he just wants to bring it under the banner of the Russian Federation. But I guess the difference is with respect to Tibet or autonomous regions in China
or Taiwan.
There is
Hong Kong.
Their machinations have been very different. The reason why I say Tibet, especially because it's even the CIA gave up on it. I think it was literally in the 60s, right? Where they were just we're not even going to try this. It's fine.
I think, and look, the National Endowment of Democracy point taken, I do think that one of the things, it did seem like he was somewhat surprised by the sense of Ukrainian nationalism after both 2014 and 2022. That I think he genuinely believed that there were, maybe not everybody, but there were at least more people in Ukraine that would have had an affinity for wanting to be part of Russia. And I do think genuinely that what we saw in Ukraine over the last decade is whether they're NED people or not, that Ukrainians think of themselves as Ukrainian. Not all, there's some people I think that are probably more open. I mean, Crimea is interesting because we always get attacked for not doing more to stop that. But
I was just about to bring it up, but I'm glad you are.
Nobody fought back. Now
75%. If 75%
some of the Tatars did
of the no. But I'm saying but the Tatars had already been displaced a long time ago under the USSR. And the Russification initiatives had been set in motion far before then.
Stalin,
exactly. So it's not like Crimea was comprised of people that ethnically identified and had sympathies for Russia, and also Sevastopol was already on a loaner agreement to Russia anyway. It was his entry point into the Black Sea. So of course they were no, this is where our military base is. This is our military. This is a part of our. This is this is an extension of Russia basically, and it was a mistake to give up on it in the 90s was their attitude overall, and not only that, but also, like you said, the annexation of Crimea was very different endeavor in comparison to what we have seen. For the last 4 years now.
And the resistance, I mean, look, I'm against annexing borders, whoever's doing it.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Golan Heights or Crimea or wherever. But it is the case that, and this happened, what was interesting is they move into Crimea. I remember it happened like this. And I get called in the Situation Room. They're in charge of government buildings. There's no fighting happening. And it's a fait accompli, essentially. Now, when they moved into Donetsk and Luhansk, immediately people were fighting back.
Yeah.
For sure. And so it was interesting.
And even other regions, because here's the thing. Eastern Ukraine had, the further east you go in Ukraine, the more people were sympathetic to Russia.
Or they're Russian speakers.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was the case, I think, before the invasion. And I think that might have played a role in why Vladimir Putin thought that they would be, ironically enough, welcomed as liberators.
Yeah. No, he made the same mistake. Because now you look at a place
they were not welcomed as liberators at all. Because when you blow up the entire, when you blow up an entire block of the city, even if you're in Kharkiv, for example, which again, if you look at polls before the invasion,
but that's what I was going to point to,
are much more sympathetic to Russia. And post-invasion, of course, they're not sympathetic to Russia because they're no, you fucking killed my grandparents.
Kharkiv, which was in Putin's mind was probably this big Russian-speaking city on the border. They are now adamantly Ukrainian nationalists there because their whole city's been bombed and the power has been cut off. And this is why war as statecraft is the best way to turn off the very population that you're seeking to control. So it's going to be. I left. I mean, I was in Munich, and I left pretty depressed because I don't see the path to ending this anytime soon. Because Putin feels like he's grinding them down. There's not an agreed upon kind of negotiating strategy among the Ukrainians and the Europeans and the Americans, and it just feels like this. I don't know. It just feels like a lot of people are suffering for inches of territory at a time.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. It's horrible to see, but there are people making money off of it.
There are people making money off it.
The military-industrial complex is offloading their surplus weapons or older equipment, and then you go back to the government and you get we just our supplies diminish. We got to get new weapons now. We got to build new weapons. You get to test out new procurement strategies, new strategies of warfare in general. I feel like we're moving in the direction of drone warfare pretty.
That's a hugely important point.
Yeah.
Ukraine is like a lab.
Gaza too. Yeah.
It's a lab. It's same with Gaza. It's a lab for AI, drones, autonomous warfare. But the Russian military has, all these national security types who were they're going to be weakened in this fight. The way they've innovated on the battlefield
Yeah.
They have a much more capable military today than they did 3-4 years ago when the war started.
And those technologies are much more affordable.
Yeah.
And not only that, but also they also create a unique opportunity for destabilization in countries that America also wants to keep destabilized to a certain degree. The cartel in Jalisco, the CGNG, New Generation, Cartel Jalisco New Generation. El Mecho was executed in a operation this past week, and I was fascinated. I after looking into it a little bit, I found out that the Jalisco cartel, largest cartel in Mexico, maybe even the largest like drug dealer enterprise in the world, right? They were sending their troops, they were sending their hitmen to Ukraine to learn about drone warfare, and they brought back those techniques to Mexico.
This is why it's not good to have all these wars going. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why it's not good, but they beget other wars, or they beget other violence, or they beget other capabilities. Like we're living with far too much conflict. I mean, the goal should be none for humanity, but it's also the case that, I mean, the North Koreans are in Russia. You know, they're getting technology in exchange for that. The Iranian drones are up there. Israel's testing out all these AI capabilities in Gaza. You know, like it's an ominous feeling that. And I didn't know that about the cartels.
We're using AI targeting with Anthropic. There's this new saga taking place in the Department of Defense, or Department of War. Sorry.
This is a huge issue. I mean,
it was
the
Lavender. It was the Lavender program that 972 investigated and found out was like they were creating new targets by utilizing AI, because human beings are just simply not capable of creating that many targets for striking. And AI is very useful if you're conducting a genocide, because you can just kill whoever and be like, well, the AI told me this is a real target that we need to strike.
Or the AI can locate a phone number and not care if there's like 20 kids in the building where that phone is.
Exactly. Or deliberately, because one was the Lavender targeting system, which would have like a couple different points. If you had, I guess if you had changed your SIM card at any point, which happens all the time in general, but it certainly happens all the time in Gaza, because people need to use eSIMs and whatnot, then that automatically meant that by that targeting system, that meant that you were a Hamas fighter or a member of the Palestinian resistance. And then Daddy's Home is even scarier than that. It was a mass surveillance strategy where, like, if the target, if the person that was declared a target actually walked into their home, their residence, Daddy's Home would trigger, and they would blow up the entire house.
Yeah,
because they knew that was, you know, where the fighter would be at.
Yeah, and all Anthropic is saying is, number one, no mass surveillance of Americans, and number two, no autonomous decisions made in the use of violence, essentially.
Yeah,
and,
which is ironic because it has the capacity to backfire, and I think the Anthropic CEO is like probably engaging in ass covering. Now he says that the company cannot in good conscience accede to Pentagon's demands to allow wider use of its technology. As of like literally a couple hours ago, this just came out. I think the reason why they're saying that, and they were very clear on it, was, guys, one, this is unconscionable, and I'm sure there's plenty of engineers that think this is, you know, unacceptable. But if you don't have a human safeguarding this process, the AI could just decide that the American soldiers are actually the targets that need to be eliminated all of a sudden. What if there's like a higher utility purpose for the AI, and that it decides, no, the real enemies are literally the American assets, and they just start, you know, lasering American assets.
The insane thing about all this is that there's no effort to regulate these tech. If we lived in any kind of relatively normal times, there would be domestically and internationally. Domestically, you'd be trying to regulate this, and then you'd be negotiating treaties with other countries about, like, what, you know, in the same way that
like a nuclear arms treaty.
In the same way we'd be treating AI like we treated nuclear technology. It has to be like thoroughly guardrailed. There has to be regulation over how you develop clean, you know, nuclear energy. And what's happening is our system is so dysfunctional here that there's not even any expectation. Now, some that's by design. Like, what do Peter Thiel and all these other guys want? They want to break the U.S. government so they can't be regulated.
Yeah.
Why does J.D. Vance go to Europe and give speeches about the AfD and all that? Part of it's like his kind of white nationalist worldview. Part of it is he's trying to break apart the EU so the EU doesn't regulate American AI, right?
Yeah.
And so it's left to the companies to develop terms of service when they should be regulated. I mean, I do give him credit for at least having some line that he's drawing. I mean, that's more than you see from some of his competitors. But the answer is actually to have real regulation. I mean, a Democrat. If I was running for president as a Democrat, I would be coming right for these issues, right? And the job displacement ones are more important to people, but the absence of regulation, the monopolization that's taking place, and the idea that we're just, we're counting on a CEO in a room with Pete Hegseth to figure out what the terms of service are to self-regulate, it's an insane thing.
AIs can't stop recommending nuclear strikes and war game simulations. Leading AIs from OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google opted to use nuclear weapons in simulated war games in 95% of cases.
Because, I mean, honestly, like, I'm going to reveal myself as a late Gen Xer here, but did you see War Games? I mean, it's literally the scenario from that movie. Like, if the AI is playing a game, it wants to win, and so you reach for your biggest weapon, I mean, if you don't put guardrails around this stuff, I mean, and the future of warfare is autonomous, you're going to be in pretty big fucking trouble. Anthropic knows where the technology is going more than DoD does, right?
Yeah.
It's not the Pentagon that is developing the technology, it is Anthropic. And the fact that the Anthropic CEO is like, wait a second, I know where this technology is going. I want to build these guardrails into my systems.
Yeah.
And Hegseth's like, no, we can't handle that. We can't have that.
Or, I mean,
it's crazy.
Outside of the guardrails, they were literally just saying you have to have a human sign off on it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a human give final approval, which again is a system that you can
and should be a principle across all AI. There should be like an emergency brake that a human being can pull at any given time. And if you open the door crack to that not being the case, I mean, I don't know where we are.
Yeah, it's truly devastating. But I was gonna say, what do you think about Claudia Sheinbaum? Are you familiar with the Morena Party? Have you looked into what's going on in Mexico? What's your that's the last foreign policy take I have for you.
Good, because I have to grab my kids in a few minutes. I like Claudia Sheinbaum. I think that. One, she has simultaneously demonstrated a way to have a different economic model. I mean, not just she, but the Moreno Party, AMLO started that, obviously. A different economic model inside of Mexico, in a country that had been very corporatist. She's not. It's not dismantled, but there has been redistribution of wealth and opportunity inside the country. But also, she is like, there's all this, buzz. All these people are getting super excited on the right about the kind of right wing, populists, the Miles and the Bukeles. She's offering a different model of a leftist politics that can succeed inside of Mexico. She's been able to stand up to Trump at times, at least. She's been able to support Cubans. And I will tell you, I was traveling in Latin America recently, meeting with a lot of kind of opposition politicians. They all idolize Claudia Sheinbaum. Like, she's become what Lula was, in the kind of the aughts, like people on the left, people just in opposition to kind of the rising tide of right-wing authoritarianism in Latin America, they look to her. So I think when I look out at the world and people ask me, like, who do you find interesting? I find Pedro Sanchez and Claudia Sheinbaum both to be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Because and they do it, they have a consistent set of values across domestic and foreign policy, and they're consistent. And they're offering something that is different than kind of mushy globalization or MAGA, and that's badly needed.
Okay, I know you got a dip. Last question, I promise. This is the most consistent question I've heard from the chat as well. How have your views on Israel evolved from being a part of the national security apparatus to where you are now?
I think that, when I was there, I had the reputation as someone who was unusually critical of Israel. So I never had
Ben Hamas Rhodes.
Yeah, I mean, like so I never was rosy about it. I will say, though, that I used the talking points. You can find, and I believed in them. The two-state solution, now that was being beaten out of me while I was in government, because the first Obama term, I was like, we got to get in the peace process and negotiate something. And all I saw is Bibi use that as cover. Let's have some meetings with like Abu Mazen, who has who's totally corrupt and probably, simultaneously neutered by the Israeli government. And but anyway, Bibi's using negotiations as cover to just keep expanding settlements, keep moving Israeli politics to the right, And so what I'd say is my evolution is just actually a confrontation with reality itself, which is Israel has no interest in there ever being a Palestinian state. And so it is not sufficient to stand up and say, well, I hope there's a two-state solution. My views have evolved too in the sense that, well, if that's the case, then there have to be meaningful consequences, i.e. the United States should not be providing military assistance to the Israeli government when it's committing war crimes in Gaza or when it's annexing the West Bank. Like, we don't need to, there's not like some automaticity here that we need to be providing arms to a government like that is so fundamentally the antithesis of what I believe in terms of its political orientation at home or in terms of its policy towards the Palestinians. So I think to me, Hassan, it was honestly just like, it's not that I learned, the evolution was just forcing myself to confront reality. And so I don't give myself credit for it. It's more just like, no, wait, I can't keep using this language, or I can't keep saying what bothers me is a lot of times people will even say, the Israeli government is committed to the annexation of the West Bank, the project of Greater Israel that could go into southern Syria, into southern Lebanon, but I'm still for giving them military assistance. So to me, the evolution is just being consistent, and if you actually believe something, that has to actually lead to a policy consequence, right?
Yeah.
And that to me is. You still see people not quite getting there, they can issue all the critiques, they can even use certain language, but they can't bring themselves, do I believe in the ICC? I do. So therefore the ICC should be able to make decisions about whether to prosecute Bibi Netanyahu. Why do we get to come in and say, no, you're wrong about this one?
Yeah, sanctions.
So to me, it's totally just a matter. And I've been called names too. I've been anti-Semite or whatever, which is funny because I come, my mom's Jewish, and but this is about actually just addressing reality. It's just about seeing things as they are and calling it like you see it, and then having views about what should happen that are consistent. Because you can't say what's happening and then say, but nothing should change in terms of U.S. policy here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already have laws in the books, like the Leahy law, that should automatically be triggered in this situation.
Yeah.
That I think it was, well, two things I want to say. One, I was listening to Kat Abu-Ghazaleh running in Illinois, who's of Palestinian descent, up against Daniel Bliss, and she's done a phenomenal job so far. Yeah. Despite being, 26 years old, formerly working at Media Matters, comes from an organizing background as well. But she said, we should be conditioning all aid across the board to all of our allies all the time. The notion that,
it's not singling somebody out.
Yeah, the notion that, we can't condition, because they were like, well, what about defensive weapons? This distinction that is made all the time. And this is a major area of disagreement that I have with even Matt Duss as well, which is that,
I went farther than that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the notion of offering anti-aircraft battery systems to Nazi Germany during World War II would be out of the question. Should we give defensive weapons? I mean, there's Russian civilians in Russia. Should we give defensive weapons to Russia? No, of course not. Right.
Well, but it's also just because if you believe that war crimes are being committed, which is obvious, why give weapons to country committing war crimes? And defense expenditures are fungible. So what you give them in defensive opens up space for offensive. And it's a principle of conditionality. Kat's right. It's not singling out. It's being consistent across the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing I'd say in terms of I used to try to get in the room and persuade or argue with, the APACs of the world.
FDD?
And those guys wouldn't even talk to me. But I will say, pretty quickly when I got out, I was like, wait a second, these people are on the other side of everything I believe, not just in terms of Israel, but in terms of financing far right politics in this country.
Yeah, domestic politics in general.
And so I don't think there should be a carve out where it's like, but we should take a lot of money from them. Like, so it's just like, no, this is a dysfunctional relationship. And when you're in a dysfunctional relationship, you should end it, you know, and the Democratic Party will be healthier. If it doesn't have this hybrid where like its own voters believe something, but a number of politicians are still taking a lot of money from AIPAC or AIPAC affiliated groups, it ties the Democratic Party knots, which, by the way, may be the point. You know, it may be the point to tie us in knots, and we're arguing with ourselves about this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anyway, I would talk to you for hours on
thanks.
this. But,
yeah, this is great.
Thank you so much for coming on, Ben Rhodes, everybody. Where can people find you?
So Pod Save the World is my podcast, and I have a Substack that I just launched where I just wrote about Iran, actually. Got a book coming out in May, so I'm popping up wherever I can.
I'm gonna try to convince you to come with me to Cuba. Hopefully, we'll see.
I bet. Yeah, no,
I know you've been.
Yeah. No, we'll see. I'd love to get back down there.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, man, take care.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks.
All right.
And thank your mom for that.
Of course. All right. I'm gonna be doing the Fear M podcast in a little bit, but that was Ben Rhodes, everybody. All right, here it is. Let me just zoom in on myself here. W guest. We went on for a very long time, a lot longer than I thought we would. Hopefully we didn't strike Iran in the process while we were having this conversation, because that was like a very real fear that I had. Yeah, I hope that was informative for you. I think you weren't joking. He's dope as fuck. Yes. No, he is. Dude, when he was in the White House, I'm telling you, they jokingly people would jokingly refer to him as Ben Hamas Rhodes because of how critical he was of Israel. And it's nice that there's someone that's on the inside that goes through that transformation personally through his own personal experience and realizes like it takes a lot for people to recognize like the actions that they took. Everything good? Wait, what happened? Oh, you got hit the blue button. Yeah. While we were talking, Paramount bought out Warner Bros, bro. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that sucks. It is also, I will admit, personally, is it somewhat rewarding having not only an intelligent guest, a thoughtful guest, also, talk about things that I've been talking about for fucking years and confirm a lot of the things that I have said. I know that at this point, it's a lost cause to try to get the fucking loner boxes of the world or any number of different like sex pestiny orbiters to understand that I'm not this like villain that they've presented me as. And I think at this point the hatred for me is set in so hard that I suspect that instead of recognizing that there's probably a lot of truth to what I was talking about even back then, and they might have been on the wrong side of that argument, they'll probably end up focusing their enmity on, someone like Ben Rhodes and be like, Ben Rhodes doesn't know what he's talking about. But, Trump is being briefed on the military option in Iran. Top U.S. commander in the Middle East briefs Trump on Iran options. Here we go. Dropped 44 minutes ago. This was one of the best interviews you've done. Props, man. Really informative. Really enjoyed the interview. Yeah, because it's my field of interest. American foreign policy, American imperialism is the one area that I diverge from many of my counterparts, especially on the internet side of things. It's also the area that I'm most knowledgeable in, and it's also the area where I just get attacked the most because of my unorthodox perspective. And my unorthodox perspective that happens to center the victims of American imperialism rather than the necessity for American imperialism. So wrong, you're most knowledgeable in racism. Thank you. That's true. Here's a graphic of everything the Ellisons will now own. Jesus Christ, dude. Netflix is deciding to raise their bid to buy Warner Bros. Paramount is now expected to acquire the studio. I'll give you a... There you go. Say bye-bye to woke Superman. Nathan Fielder was right all along about Paramount. True. Potential CNN-CBS merger. Amid employee concerns about the potential merging of CBS News and CNN, the Ellisons making significant programming changes at CNN. Chief Executive Mark Thompson sent out a memo to employees urging caution. Thompson wrote, despite all speculation you've read during this process, I'd suggest that you don't jump to conclusions about the future until we know more. And secondly, let's not forget our duty to our audience. We're still near the start of what is an incredibly newsy year at home and abroad, one that will culminate with critical U.S. midterm elections and who knows what else. Let's continue to focus on delivering the best possible journalism to the millions of people who rely on us all around the world. Trump has told people that Larry Ellison assured him that he would make the media companies more conservative if he is able to buy the media companies. Dude, this is Turkification, man. This is Turkey. It's crazy. It's strange. It's strange watching it unfold in real time. Wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Know the seas, chat. Piracy. I mean, I think you need to understand something here. Piracy is great, and I love it, but by the way, within the past hours, Pakistan defense minister declares open war with Afghan Taliban. Wait, what the fuck? What? Pakistan attacked Afghanistan. Pakistan strikes Kabul and Kandahar as Afghan Taliban escalate cross-border attacks. What? Another thing that happened, at least one American citizen and another injured in Cuba speedboat shooting, U.S. official says. Wait, another one? Injured by Cuban officials intercepting a speedboat off his coast on Wednesday? Is this yesterday? No, this is yesterday.
Damn, this guy's good.